Chapter 1751 Crown 8. Wilhelm did plan to stand back and watch as August's friends were killed, but the instant they started fighting back changed his mind. They were not giving up hope when faced with an unscalable wall. It annoyed him that they thought they could find a way out of this situation. More importantly, if they stalled long enough and August came back, wasn't his surprise going to be ruined? In order to slaughter them and leave their heads as a gift for the young Azure Dragon, he actually decided to move himself. He knew just as well as they did that they wouldn't be able to fight him individually. On top of that, when he was backed by so many geniuses, he could torment them from a hidden position and take them down without a fight. He was going to have fun, that was his thought as he stepped forward to enter the fray. However, it seemed that others had different plans for him. In that moment, Iridia, Eris, and surprisingly enough, Raphael appeared in front of him. "You three. Kindly tell me what you're doing in my way," Wilhelm growled. The three of them looked at each other in surprise for a moment. Obviously, this wasn't a coordinated movement. Each one of them assumed that they'd be the only one involved in this confrontation, but it seemed like somehow they'd ended up here together. "You cannot go," Eris raised her voice first. "Stay here and wait patiently until that boy comes back." "What?" Wilhelm scoffed, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Are you truly protecting them?" "No. Not at all," Eris responded without a moment of silence. "Your lackeys can kill them if they have the ability. You, however, are not allowed to join them." "What is your purpose?" Eris knocked. Wilhelm was already starting to get annoyed. He was known for his short temper. After all, when someone like Eris, who was notorious for refusing to get involved in other people's business, decided to butt in like this, how else was he supposed to feel? Did she develop some sort of feelings towards that boy? Impossible. Eris Knock never cared about other people to begin with, let alone developing feelings. It would be a surprise if Eris even developed a friendship with another genius. "You ask what my purpose is?" Eris responded, reiterating his words as she ruminated over the question. "I simply wish to see what happens when that boy returns. If you move now, then it won't be interesting anymore." As aforementioned, Eris was chasing some kind of vague feeling in her heart that would lead her to benefits. She felt that it was related to August in some way, and if his path was interrupted here, it would be harder for her to find its source. As such, she decided to help him, albeit slightly. She was willing to stop Wilhelm, as he would overturn the situation. However, as she said, she didn't care about anything else. If August's friends wanted to survive the assault of their current enemies, then they could do so with their own strength. After all, if they lost, then were they even worthy of being the followers of someone who was trying to destroy the entire foundation of Aurelian as they knew it? Eris' reasoning wasn't satisfying for Wilhelm in the slightest. The fact that she was acting on a whim annoyed him even more, but that was Eris' nature. This was exactly what he expected from her. A thought process that disregarded anyone and everything to get where it wanted to go. Of the other two, however, why is the Ignis clan standing in my way? When Raphael and Iridia moved at the same time, it really did seem like they were following the Ignis clan's decision. They were both acting on their own. Neither of them understood why the other moved, but they were certain that if the clan learned of their actions, they'd undoubtedly be punished. Raphael sneered at Wilhelm. "I have no obligation to answer you," he said, but he was still going to. He wanted to see Wilhelm Liqua go into a rage. He had only recently awakened. August's attack left him unconscious with a huge injury, so it was surprising that he was able to wake up at all. Still, he regained his mental faculties and immediately used a healing artifact to close his open wounds. He watched as Wilhelm reappeared and as August's friends tried to fight. His original plan was to stay down and pretend to be unconscious, but that somehow changed on its own. Raphael couldn't stand it. The tactics that Wilhelm used were all cheap. On the other hand, while August did use tactics to his advantage, he never bullied his opponents. "Unlike you, that guy has my respect. Even if we have to be enemies in the future, I won't stand here and let you defeat him through cowardly tactics." That was it. If August was going to be defeated, then Raphael wanted to see it happen honorably. Even if he wasn't the one to do it, he at least wanted to stop this kind of battle whenever he saw it. Right, it was the Ignis clan's way to support honor and valor. Their founding ancestor himself might have strayed from these values, but that was none of Raphael's concern. He knew what kind of person he was and what kind of values he held. He may have discriminated against commoners at a time, and his prejudice wasn't just gone just because of a few outliers, but during the Air Wars, Raphael learned just how much an honorable battle meant to him. The fact that he used sly tactics himself and then fell to an even more sly tactic made him furious. That wasn't the kind of battle he loved. That wasn't the heart-pounding beauty of a battle backed by honor. As he fought for the position at the head of the Ignis clan, He wanted to instill his values of honor into everyone and turn their people into a true warrior clan. This was his first step towards that goal, to throw aside his prejudice and acknowledge a true warrior from a lower class over a coward he viewed as an equal. As Raphael expected, Wilhelm flew into a rage. So much so that he stopped caring about why Iridia stopped him. He has earned your respect? That commoner, he may be many things, but he can no longer be considered a commoner. India's interruption marked the destruction of Wilhelm's patience. Now, he was really going to rage, however, when confronted with three Holy Clan geniuses that he couldn't move past even if he tried his hardest. Wasn't it more of a tantrum than anything else? Chapter 1752 Crown 9, as expected. He went on to spew a load of self-righteous nonsense. If anyone present actually cared about what he was saying, then it might have been worth hearing. But was there even a single person who actually shared his views? Every single Holy Clan genius in the room at the moment, at least of the ones that were still standing, hated Wilhelm for various reasons, whether it was his disgusting personality, his way of fighting, or his general reputation. He didn't really have anything going for him. The only thing that people could latch onto was his strength. For dragons who liked to prioritize that aspect over everything else, it was enough. Wilhelm had a grand following exclusively because of his talent. He had a clan that allowed him to act as deviously as he pleased without repercussions, and naturally that led him to become a person that nobody else could stand. Even if their levels differed a little, everyone in this room had a similar level of talent. Given time, all of them could reach or surpass his strength. So, what reason did they have to ignore his obvious flaws? Wilhelm's tantrum mostly went along the lines of, "You're all disgraces to the Holy Clans. It is truly unfathomable that you can be so idiotic with your upbringings. Wait until your elders hear of this. None of you will make it out unscathed." And various personal insults that didn't need to be repeated. Truthfully, it all went in one ear and out the other for every genius who had the freedom to listen to what he was saying. But it really didn't matter, since he was complaining like this. He knew that he couldn't get past them. If Wilhelm still believed that there was a way for him to succeed in what he was doing, then he would put his head down and seek non-aggression until he'd found a way out of his circumstances. He only complained like this when he had no better solution but petty tricks. Nevertheless, Wilhelm's lack of involvement only gave Valerie and the rest some time. If something didn't change soon, their somewhat even struggle would end along with their lives. There was only one person who could change things now. And he was still in the process of dying in a realm where nobody could hear him scream. August refused to believe that there wasn't a time difference in this realm. It could not be flowing as it was in the outside world. After all, a possible successor could not be contained in a secret realm with their body vulnerable for so long. They would be killed without mercy in 90% of possible scenarios. Especially considering where August entered from, he refused to believe that 3 years had passed in the outside world as well. However, his body definitely experienced 3 years of growth. Perhaps it was because his soul body was pulled into this realm rather than his consciousness alone. But August's body had been growing with the passing of time. He was 14 now. He could feel that even his body had experienced these changes. His musculature was maturing, and his mana was maturing alongside it. The power he had gathered in his short years of life was deepening as his body became more suited for controlling it. There was a reason why the recommended time for geniuses to start training was around 12 or 13 years old. If they were able to gain a sufficient amount of mana, then by the time they were 16, the age at which an average practitioner would optimally begin practicing, they'd already have a huge head start. It was an important thing specifically for August at this time. His body naturally becoming taller and more robust helped him immensely in his quest to strike the first Dragon Emperor. He is growing at an unimaginable rate. The Dragon Emperor was truly surprised by August's potential. He had been testing Dragon Emperors for a very long time. In order to ensure that his successors were all worthy of his throne, he sealed himself here and resolved to live eternally in order to keep the Dragon Kingdom alive. Clearly, he wasn't doing the best job. There had been many Dragon Emperors in the past who contributed to the kingdom's current situation. Xinglong and Zenith were outliers. However, it wasn't the first Dragon Emperor's fault. He wasn't aware of the outside world situation. And, even if he wanted to keep the throne in the hands of those who deserved it, what was he supposed to do when he only had bad choices? Before Zenith, no candidate could meet his expectations in the ambition and character departments. Every single person from every single era was unsuitable, but Aurelian still needed an emperor. Someone needed to sit on the throne so that the kingdom's fate would never die. So, even if he had to put a villain in that position, he made sure that it was never vacant. The first Dragon Emperor was always waiting for the candidate to come who he could truly entrust his legacy to. As he watched August, he started to believe that the child had the kind of soul that he had been searching for. Not only has he come closer than anyone else in 3 years, it seems that he is using me as a training doll as well. August was no longer approaching rashly. In the past 3 years, he'd found a way to easily dodge the first wing attack and several other abilities the first Dragon Emperor used. He, in his true dragon form, weaved and dodged with a kind of proficiency that he didn't have before. The first Dragon Emperor's element was light. He used the most basic light attacks, as even basic attacks from him were insurmountable for someone on August's level. Despite being a dragon of an entirely different element, August learned those light attacks and incorporated their mana sequences into his own abilities. Speed was the key thing he took from the first Dragon Emperor. Previously, August had been known for his dexterity only because he needed to make up for his lacking speed when compared to others. As a water dragon, he was definitely fast, but not enough for it to give him an advantage against other faster dragons. Power was an azure dragon's speciality. Defense was not, but water was incredibly good at redirecting attacks, so August didn't necessarily have to worry in that aspect. The only thing he was lacking with his element was absolute speed, and from observing and fighting against the first Dragon Emperor, August found the path to that destination which was once hidden from his eyes. He might be the fastest finisher in history. For other previous Emperor candidates, it had taken 10 years at the very minimum to land a single hit. Despite being stronger overall, the first Dragon Emperor could have easily assumed that it was because he himself was expressing a weaker power to make it possible for August to get close, but he did not, precisely because of August's rapid growth that could not be ignored. He believed that August's feats were entirely the product of his own efforts. In the former emperor's mind, he was certain that August would complete this trial in just a few years' time. The only remaining concern was, without knowing how drastic the time dilation in this realm was. That would a few years be fast enough? Chapter 1753 Crown 10. 20 minutes could never be a long time. In this world where people could live for millions of years, the value of a minute had fallen immensely. 20 minutes. It was an amount of time that could contain many events. 20 minutes was more than enough time for an entire civilization to be destroyed, or for peace to be brought to a people. 20 minutes was more than enough time to destroy the situation in a very specific cavern on the edge of the Dragon continent. Juno stood with blood leaking from his lips, feeling the scarcity of mana in his body. His grin never faded, and his thoughts were just as playful as ever. I always experience the craziest thing when I'm following that guy. 20 minutes ago, he never would have expected that he'd get this far before he felt death approaching. At this point, Juno was confident that he could end the lives of every genius in his chosen corridor, though he would definitely die in the process. Valerie stood surrounded by shattered walls. Her side of the amaze wasn't able to stand the force of her battle at all. She was not bleeding, but her face was pale as she sacrificed the very essence of her bloodline so she could gain access to the power she needed to save her friends. This sucks. As expected, Valerie didn't like the feeling at all. She couldn't help but feel sorrowful, thinking about what kind of life she could have lived if she hadn't happened to meet August in Melania, but it wasn't like she would change her decision if she was given a chance. Every single time, she would follow the same path of ruin just so that she could stand by them proudly as an ally and comrade for life. Yuna was out in the open. Her concealment wasn't working anymore. Her abilities surpassed anyone she'd ever met in the jungle, but the geniuses of the Liqua clan were not beasts. They knew how to work together and scheme when they needed to, and as she fell to those schemes, her presence was exposed. She honestly didn't think as much as an ordinary person. Certainly when she was in battle, Yuna's entire mind would focus on the task ahead. Even with death around every corner, she would not sway. This was the kind of mentality a hunter needed to have. Rather than ruminating over victory and defeat, she had to do everything possible to catch her prey before it was too late. Yuna had decent abilities in the open as well, so she was able to stand against the hordes of geniuses without dying, but it became difficult as more of them approached. Unlike the other two, she was a person who excelled at single combat. Her strengths couldn't properly shine when she was faced with tens of enemies at the same time without concealment. She may not have been thinking it, but all of her enemies already knew that she'd go down soon. And even if she didn't, the ones that made it past her while she was busy focusing on the crowd would kill the intended targets and finish the job, so it didn't matter. Only those three had immediate fighting power. Michaela had already fallen to her knees. As the tremors shaking the walls became stronger and stronger, her control over the maze waned. The material she used to make up its structure started to crumble, and she felt the destruction in her soul. Sweat dripped down her brow, But her eyes did not lose their hardened expression. She gritted her teeth and kept her arms on the ground, controlling the maze to the best of her ability. Raoul was the one who understood how bad the poison in Melania's system was before anyone else. His stasis array could only slow its flow. It was still spreading and spreading and spreading. If he wanted to halt its progress completely, then he needed to constantly fuel the array with his mana. However, as enemies found their way to the central area of the maze, he found himself unable to do so. Raoul needed to lay formations across their protective walls to keep the enemies at bay. They didn't have the largest numbers, but 10 of them could absolutely break through a wall that had become flimsy as Michaela was forced to focus her power on other parts of the maze. Raoul had to choose between Melania and everyone in the central area. As he couldn't allow enemies to reach August or Melania and kill them before their time was over. He was forced to choose the latter. That left Melania on the cold, hard floor alone to deal with the extreme pain that she was experiencing. Her eyes were open. She saw everything that happened around her, and no matter how much her consciousness begged to be separated from the world, it refused to leave her body. She felt every ounce of the poison's pain and every inch of it spread through her body. She felt as the world darkened around her and as the people she cared about struggled in order to protect her. Her existence in this moment was futile. She had the strength to think, but what did it matter? She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She could only suffer in silence as the world crumbled around her. This was the end. She could feel that vile mana corrupting her systems. It destroyed her mana channels first, ridding her body of its ability to maneuver the esoteric energy. Afterward, it focused on her heart, the source of vitality. It was not trying to kill her just yet. It dug microscopic needles into her heart as if to keep it prisoner and formed a cocoon around it so that the destruction in other parts of the body couldn't reach it. Melania experienced the systematic destruction of her organs as she was forced to stay alive by the very same poison that killed her. It was horrible. It was even worse when the only thing she could see in front of her was the collapsed body of someone who gave up on life before she even did. Lucas' betrayal was meant to shatter the spirits of everyone in August's group, but Wilhelm underestimated the cliques within their ranks. Lucas and Ophelia were friends indeed, but they were new friends. They were allies who met during the Air Wars and became friends for the purpose of winning that event. August and his friends had gotten much closer to them, but in a situation where they started off as competitors, would they be able to trust each other enough in a matter of a few months? Lucas and Ophelia were still somewhat outsiders. They were acquaintances who only met every once in a while, not people who would invite each other to family gatherings. As such, August's friends were able to recover and focus on what needed to be done as soon as possible. But it was different for Ophelia. For her, Lucas was that person. He was more than just a friend or an ally to her. He was more than just an acquaintance that she only checked up on when she remembered his existence. She didn't want him to be at her wedding. She wanted him to be in her wedding, that same person that she put so much faith and trust in. Not he betrayed her so easily. For what? Oh, for power. There were plenty of other ways for him to reach his goals, so why did he choose this one? Why did he so easily accept that everyone had to die in order for him to fast track to his desired position? Right, it could only be that, from the start, he never thought of her the way she thought of him. From the start, he had only been focusing on material benefits. That fact broke her and left her in this state. She was known for her fiery personality, but how could she fly into a rage in a moment like this? The realization was too shattering for her to react as she usually did. She knew that people were going to die here. She knew that she could help prevent that from becoming a reality. She screamed at herself to get up, remembering Valerie's words before she bravely charged into the fray. However, her body would not move. Her soul could not withstand the damage it took in that moment, so here she was. One of many broken souls in this cavern. They all had different thoughts. They all had different circumstances. But, together in this small place where nobody would ever know what happened to them, they all awaited death. It was really starting to look like there was no reason to hope for anything better. Chapter 1754 Crown, 11, 5 years, 5 years too long. By the time August found himself in a state where he could confidently challenge the first Dragon Emperor and aim to land that blow, it had been 5 years since he first arrived in this realm. He was now 16 years old. He was the same age as his friends who were always far older than him. It was unbelievable, really. In the short moments of respite that he had between training and challenging, he sometimes wondered if it was necessary to grow as fast as he did. However, he knew that there wasn't another option. The situation in Aurelian was too urgent for him to slowly grow and develop into who he needed to be. He started to understand why Damien had him spend his childhood in that small village in the middle of nowhere. There, far away from his problems, August actually got a chance to experience what would have been otherwise impossible for him. When August entered this realm, he was at the beginning of 4th class but could display power matching someone halfway through the same rank. Now, however, he was far, far better than he was back then. If he had to face Eris again, he was certain that he could end their battle in 10 moves or less. That was the kind of strength he had to accumulate in order to even stand in front of the first Dragon Emperor with confidence. Time passed and passed and passed, and he got better and better and better. Now that 5 years had passed, now that his attempts were falling short by just a hair's breadth, August knew that the end of his trial would come soon. No, it'll come now. It was the same thing he said to himself every time he challenged the former emperor, but it was motivating nonetheless. Child, have you come again? The first Dragon Emperor had become quite fond of August in their short time knowing each other. He had provided a separate area for the young genius to train and occasionally told him stories of an era long forgotten to pass time. He had truly taken August as a future successor, though, until August achieved what he was striving for, he didn't need to know that he'd practically already passed the first Dragon Emperor's test. I'm back. This time, you won't be able to catch me off guard, August declared strongly. Ha! How long have you been saying the same thing? What makes you think that today is the day? They weren't malicious words. The first Dragon Emperor was truly curious about what August had planned. You'll find out soon enough. Nevertheless, August didn't speak. Nor did he utter a single thought about what he was going to do. He lost too many times because the former emperor was able to understand his entire plan through his thoughts. He merely took a stance, following Yuna's methodology to erase all thoughts from his mind. This time, it was the only thing the first Dragon Emperor heard. I will succeed, August dashed forward. If the former emperor was constantly changing his attack patterns, then 5 years wouldn't have been nearly enough time. August would have required at least a decade in that case scenario. However, the patterns were always the same. The first attack, a powerful flap of the wings. August learned how to dodge this one long ago. Incorporating the new light-based concepts into his element, August attached mana to the ends of his wings and spread them as far as possible. Xiuuu. His body created trails of white in the air as he accelerated to a degree that the environment couldn't track. A furious burst of wind charged towards him, but, rather than avoiding it, August charged directly into it. Whoosh! The roaring sound that he had become so used to graced his ears. Actually, in this moment, August found that his winged form wasn't the best option. In the past 5 years, he learned how to consciously switch between his two forms, and as he approached the winds, he did exactly that. Without wings, August's body became somewhat more aerodynamic. He rode the wind as if it was a wave of water, swimming through it with such proficiency that even a first-time viewer would know that he was incredibly skilled at this maneuver. Now, on August's call, the second attack came. The first Dragon Emperor opened his jaw wide and spat out a beam of light that could incinerate an entire city. It took August months to find a way to escape its trajectory, but once again, he eventually realized what he needed to do. Still in the air, August transformed again. He spread his wings and used the wind to pull him away from the first Dragon Emperor. He lost some progress, but he also rose high above the beam, which gave him a few seconds of time. Boom, its light was only a few inches below him. The first Dragon Emperor was already raising his head and changing its angle to chase him. As August arrived below the beam, countless smaller beams of light illuminated the sky. Thousands of densely packed light columns extended from the original beam, creating a maze that August needed to find his way through. In response, August leaned and allowed his body to naturally fall backward. He did a few spins in the air to increase his momentum and rode the side of the light beam until he was almost under it. That was enough for that particular attack. But the first Dragon Emperor's breath wasn't like any other. As August arrived below the beam, countless smaller beams of light illuminated the sky. Thousands of densely packed light columns extended from the original beam, creating a maze that August needed to find his way through. Left. Right. Left. Down. Spin. Shio. 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 August expertly avoided every single auxiliary beam. He knew exactly where they would appear. He died 43 times to learn the pattern of the first aerial alone, and another 68 times as he memorized the further patterns. The light maze was a large portion of the first Dragon Emperor's attack pattern. They would continue for over 10 minutes, tracking August so that he could never escape their golden white walls. Still, once he'd memorized it, the problem disappeared. Rather than a difficult attack to get around, this one was an opportunity for August to get close. As he dodged and whirled, maneuvering through every single beam that appeared, he got closer and closer to the first Dragon Emperor until only a kilometer separated them. Now, Vumum, August opened his own maw and gathered a ball of mana. It soon transmuted itself into water, and as a sudden unfamiliar property worked its way into the element, it took on a translucent white color like a hologram. Xiuuu, it whizzed in a high-pitched tone as its speed reached untold levels. By the time it reached the former emperor, it was also an attack capable of leveling a city in one go. Doom! A golden shield covered the first Dragon Emperor, and the breath attack faded. Okay, the first phase was over. August now had a chance to get as close as possible before the second phase began. Usually, he would only attempt to attack in the short break between the second and third phases, but he had a different plan in mind this time. The first Dragon Emperor was going to assume that he was following a similar pattern because his head was empty, but he emptied his head precisely to form this kind of assumption. The break between the first and second phases was barely noticeable, but it was a window that August knew he could exploit. Perhaps this battle would end faster than any other that had taken place in this realm. However, for the first time since his arrival, it would end in August's win, or, at least, that was the goal. Chapter 1755 Crown 12. When the second phase started, a huge omnidirectional wave of light would spread and incinerate everything in its path. To get through it, August needed to use his mana precisely to meld into the light's vibrations and phase through it. This was an intensely involved process. August could do it, but he found that he expended too much mana in the process and wasn't able to sustain himself through the rest of the coming phases. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried to attack before the second phase before, but the golden shield that the first Dragon Emperor erected was thick and unpierceable by physical or energy-based attacks. There was only a fraction of a second between when the shield went down and when the light wave appeared. If August couldn't catch the exact timing, he would be turned into ash before he could do anything. He'd tried over and over again in the past to hit that mark and evade the wave, but when he found a more reliable solution between the second and third phases, he switched his strategy. It took him 5 years to realize a simple fact that he had been blissfully ignorant of beforehand. The solution was actually incredibly simple. He was thinking about it as a battle, so he was always doing everything he could to put himself in a better position for coming attacks. But why did he need to do that? When he looked at what the trial itself entailed, he finally realized how stupid he had been. August never needed to survive, he just needed to land a hit. If he didn't have to worry about living, then he could do so much more than he could before. The strategy he was currently employing relied on exactly that. After hundreds of deaths over the past 5 years, August was no longer afraid of the feeling. He pushed himself forward with everything he had. The light-based concepts that pushed his speed, the basic concepts of water that made him nimble and dexterous, and the physique of a dragon that was naturally more versatile in the air than any other species. With all three of these things backing him, August transformed his body into a blur of light that closed in on the first Dragon Emperor in the fraction of a second his shield took to deactivate. And, as he had charged his breath as he moved, August was already attacking by the time the air around him turned hazy and golden. Those two things happened at the same time. August's attack flew past the barrier of light and made contact with its target, and his body was turned into ash instantaneously by a kilometer-tall wall of light that formed around him. In the next moment, he had already returned to the land of the living. Usually, he wouldn't be able to see the results of the previous battle after his return. However, this time was different. He heard that explosion. The wall of light didn't make any sound. It was a silent and immediate killer. So, August knew exactly where that sound came from. I did it. He grinned wider than he ever had before. Finally, with his goal accomplished, the mental fatigue of 5 years of effort hit him all at once. August fell unconscious right then and there. It would be many hours before he opened his eyes again. August did eventually awaken, and the first Dragon Emperor was waiting for him when he did. Congratulations, child. You have successfully proven your qualifications. I am proud to say that someone as talented as you will grow into the ruler of dragons. He had a wide smile on his face as he spoke. August immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you, he said sincerely, not just for the acknowledgement, but for the years of training he'd received. August thanked the Dragon Emperor. However, was this the end? He felt a little forlorn as he thought of leaving this emperor alone in this realm, waiting for the next successor to arrive. There is nothing to feel sorry about. I am merely a shard of soul. Unless a successor enters this place as you said, my mind and body will enter a state of stasis along with the rest of the realm. Even he didn't want to torture himself. The realm had been created so the burden on this small piece of the former emperor wouldn't be too extreme. More importantly, I assume you have many things to address in the outside world. Do you really want to stay here with a boring old man like me instead of returning to your people? August frowned. He didn't like the way it was phrased, but the first dragon emperor wasn't wrong. It was better for August to leave as soon as possible so that he could address the situation outside and see how his plans were progressing. Then, say no more. The first dragon emperor shook his head. Return to your world and take your throne. Focus on the future, not the past. And, if you truly do wish to honor me, then carry my legacy well. Sorry, his legacy. August was surprised by the words. The first dragon emperor never called the throne his legacy, after all. He must have been talking about something else. You will learn everything when you awaken. The emperor's record will visit you soon and explain to you the things you must learn. And, be mindful of your mind. I have left you a small present there. Feeling his body fading from the realm, August couldn't help but feel a little rushed. He felt that there was more he needed to do here, but the first dragon emperor refused to give him an opportunity to speak. This realm was made to last until a successor candidate passed or failed their trial. Only a few hours after that moment would it shut down and return to stasis, but August had spent those precious hours unwillingly unconscious. The information he needed would be transmitted to him regardless. As would the rewards he earned for his efforts, only, his conversation with the first dragon emperor ended here. Goodbye, child. May fate smile favorably upon you. Those words were the last August heard from the former emperor. His world turned black without his consent, but, no matter how much he wanted to stay, it was definitely best for him to leave. After all, if he was even a single minute late, then everyone he cared for would die. The first thing he saw was the rubble. It was confusing. Did more time pass than I thought? He foolishly wondered, but, as his vision cleared, he realized that the rubble was filled with corpses. Blood-stained pieces of rock littered the entire cavern. August's eyes narrowed instantaneously as he felt something off. The emotions he carried over from the other realm disappeared from his mind. He wasn't allowed to feel them anymore. In the distance, Wilhelm was staring at him. It seemed that he'd returned at some point. 3 Holy Clan geniuses stood around him, almost as if they were holding him back, while everyone else on the cavern's border was relatively in the same position, except Lucas. Why was Lucas over there with Wilhelm, and why was he looking at him with such a strange expression? Only at this point did August think to look at his periphery, and that was when it all sunk in. That was when his ears stopped ringing and he finally realized that the cavern was currently filled with sound. Valerie. She was pinned against a single large tree, her arms limp and her legs trembling. There were only 2 people in front of her, but there was a row of corpses leading to where they stood, all with the same blue hair. Juno. His body was already on the ground. He was bleeding from head to toe, but he gripped the earth with all of his strength to exert even a little more mana to form a defense around himself. Again, there was only one enemy in front of him, but the incinerated remains of many others surrounded him in every direction. Yuna collapsed atop a hill of corpses with a blade through her stomach. She took deep breaths as she tried to contain her life force. Michaela. She was also collapsed, but with no clear injuries on her body. Her pale complexion and empty eyes made it clear that she'd suffered some sort of mental trauma. August's eyes trembled when he saw Valerie and shook even more fiercely when they saw Juno, Yuna, and Michaela. When he looked down, though, they were practically quaking. Directly in front of him, practically in his lap, was a body with barely any breath left in it. That brown hair, that face, August knew it well. Melania. Every visible bit of skin on her body was covered in dense black lines that looked almost like tattoos. They had a slight green tinge to them, especially in the skin nearby, the only indication that it was truly an infection. A pair of eyes were sometimes called windows to the soul. They showcased such a wide range of emotions with nothing more than their expansion and contraction that it was almost like magic. August's panic and confusion, his pain was clear when his eyes trembled and quaked. However, when his mind finally put all the pieces together, when it looked at the blue hair of the corpses, the state of its allies, and the presence of that man in this place, his eyes did something entirely different. Right, they stopped quaking altogether. In a single instant, they narrowed so much that they almost disappeared entirely. It was a single word. It came out of a body that had aged 5 years in the past few hours, so it was quite raspy and awkward. yet, the chilling quality it contained, the pure hatred and rage laced within, made it impossible to take lightly. August's eyes were on Wilhelm. As the person he was aiming his eyes at, Wilhelm saw the emotions contained within more clearly than anyone else. No, it wasn't just emotion. Contained within those eyes was a single concept: death, death, and only death. The innocent and joyful appearance of August Void that people knew, the calm and tactical appearance of August Void that people knew, neither was present in this moment. The current appearance of August Void could only be described in one way: a monster. It was a thought that many in the cavern shared as they watched him, but the fact that this particular thought came from Eris Nacht made it all the more significant. Even those who didn't know fear felt that emotion when they looked at him. And before any of them could prepare themselves, he showed them exactly why. Boom. Chapter 1756 Vengeance. 1. August's return wasn't unexpected. Everyone who could turn their attention to him already had their attention on him when he opened his eyes. After all, his success in the trial was a broadcasted phenomenon. His whole body suddenly shined with light, illuminating the entire damp, dark cavern. He was like a shard of glass refracting sun rays in every direction. The light originated from both his body and the crown on his head. As the two merged into a single entity, it naturally disappeared into August's body, signifying that he'd been acknowledged as the true successor of Aurelian. Unfortunately, he wasn't in an environment where he could be celebrated. The cavern was filled with blood, not flowers. And, as he found out in his first few seconds of consciousness, everything had gone wrong. August didn't know how to feel at first. The sheer devastation overwhelmed him and made his mind go blank. As he saw more and more, something inside of him broke. His actions had led all of his friends close to death. No, even from a single look, he could tell that Melania wouldn't live for more than a few more minutes. He couldn't believe it. What had gone wrong? Right, as he didn't know about the crown's hidden realm. He thought that he could finish everything before Wilhelm returned. A single wrong assumption ended up giving his enemy a chance to end him, and as his friends protected him, they found themselves in this kind of situation. No, it was two wrong assumptions. August didn't even think about it. His mind was already blank, and as he saw the people up there standing around and doing nothing, he couldn't hold it back anymore. If even one of those geniuses stood up to help, then they would have been able to leave the cavern without a scratch. August obviously knew that they had no obligation to help him. In the first place, they were not his friends, but people chasing the same benefits that he was. Still, his mind wasn't prepared to register that yet. The only thing August felt was rage, and he knew exactly who to take it out on. August slammed his arm sideways. Water gushed into the cavern in quantities it had never seen before. It rushed towards the two geniuses in front of Valerie before they could react. They, of course, instinctually put up shields. In their eyes, once they registered the attack, it would be enough for them to survive and attack back with only minor injuries. That assumption was based on the foreknowledge they had of August's strength. He may have been powerful in the air wars, but not enough to fight them. They were over 100 years old and had trained to another degree, achieving power that August couldn't imagine yet. Boom, daughter, so they thought. The instant that wave hit them, their shields shattered. Their bodies were thrown back and ragdolled by the flow. In the end, splat, they went into the nearest cavern wall and turned into patches of blood, dead in an instant. Boom. 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 There wasn't even a moment of silence for people to process what had happened. The singular genius in front of Juno was the strongest of Wilhelm's deployed reinforcements. If it weren't for his power, which was nearing the 9 revolutions already, then Juno wouldn't have been put into such a terrible position. He frowned when he saw August flatten those two, but he didn't panic. He had time to put up his own defenses. Unlike them, he could properly block it, daughter, so he thought, right, flattened. Without an ounce of resistance, he was thrown into the wall and slaughtered like a pig. His life held no meaning in August's eyes, and his attacks conveyed that message clearly. August was focused on Wilhelm. He didn't even look at the other geniuses as he killed them. Wilhelm's teeth were gritted to the point where blood was leaking from his lips. Seeing August's expression, seeing that he was back, the other 3 backed off. Their job was over, so they were back to being observers. It was unfortunate for Wilhelm. Their presence served as a sort of protection for him. Now that they were gone, he was left to face every ounce of that murderous intent on his own. There is no way that you were acknowledged. Those were Wilhelm's first words, and that was August's first step forward. His aura grew even further. Wilhelm's eyes shook slightly as he was forced to take a step back. Stepped back. He was confounded by his instinctive decisions. He felt fear from that boy, he felt danger. When they fought previously, Wilhelm allowed August to dominate so that he could gain a false sense of security. He didn't feel danger from anything the young genius did. The only problem he saw was the difference in their bloodlines, but that was not something that could be changed. In any case, Wilhelm was stronger, so he didn't have to actually worry about August. He could toy with the young genius as much as he wanted before killing him. Don't kid me. Even if you have been acknowledged by the crown, it does not mean anything. In the end, you will be nothing more than a puppet for us to control as we, boom. He was only talking to himself in the first place, but his words were still cut off by an explosion, Eris, and the rest were forced to jump away as the entire upper half of the cavern was destroyed. Rock crumbled down as the ceiling collapsed. Luckily, the cavern wasn't flooded, but it wouldn't be able to take much more damage before the entire thing collapsed. August's friends were left behind a wall of debris and the healing water that he surrounded them with. He didn't have to summon anything new. He just repurposed the water that had already flooded the cavern while Wilhelm was blabbering. The fight would take place on this side, ensuring that they would not be harmed. This way, August could do whatever he wanted without worrying. Wilhelm was floored by his power. His words ended not because he got hit, but because he barely had time to both dodge and put up a shield to block the pressure waves of August's punch. Fast, he could no longer try to justify it with excuses. Somehow, August had gotten incredibly stronger. Even though the Holy Clans knew that there was a secret realm inside the crown, they didn't know exactly what happened within. The first Dragon Emperor always forced his successors into a pact that forbade them from spreading his existence into the world. This was primarily so that incoming successor candidates wouldn't try to kiss up to him or manipulate the trial somehow. August didn't realize how special he was to be given the former emperor's trust, but that was beside the point. The point was that Wilhelm didn't have any way of knowing that August had been away training for the past 5 years. For geniuses and dragons with their level of talent, 5 years was a monstrous amount of time. It was more than enough to surpass anyone and everyone at the same level, and as August showcased upon his return. He had done exactly that. He had only attacked Wilhelm once so far, and with a punch at that, but he made the Liqua clan genius hairs stand on their ends. Panic and fear were emotions that Wilhelm had never felt before in his life, not until this moment. And how did he respond? Chapter 1757 Vengeance 2. Naturally, his first instinct wasn't to steel himself and fight so he could escape or defeat August. His first instinct was to use any means possible to get the other genius away from him. Come out, he screamed in a panic as he backed away. August was already turning to look at him again. He was purposefully moving slowly so that Wilhelm could observe the intent behind his every action. Perhaps it was a way to taunt or torture him, but it actually worked in Wilhelm's favor. He discovered that August was still alive through a certain source in another holy clan. The information was planted for an unknown reason, but once Wilhelm confirmed it with his own people, he immediately made a plan. Rather than telling his elders so they could send someone who was overqualified to kill August, he wanted to do it himself and earn the glory. As such, he gathered many people under his command and made the expedition himself under the pretext of fighting for the crown. His plans never went awry, so he wasn't worried. Still, he had to watch out for even the slightest possibility that he would die. He brought insurance. He would not die as long as a holy dragon didn't appear, and considering how they felt about August, why would they help him? It was a simple method. It was the same method that everyone in his clan loved so much. When Wilhelm screamed, a shadow came out of the wall and manifested into the form of a person. That person's eyes were hollow, but he had an air around him that only the highest authorities in a holy clan could possess. That person was not a living being anymore. At most, he was a puppet. However, he was not a puppet that Wilhelm could create or control. Instead, it belonged to his father and contained a trace of his will. Its only job was to protect him against any and all enemies. In this case, August was the person standing on the other side. Wilhelm was already preparing to gloat when the puppet appeared, but he was not given the chance. After all, August prepared insurance too, didn't he? He specifically added a 13th person to their group with the sole purpose of preparing for the worst. Unfortunately, that person only agreed to help if he was in danger of dying. August made the assumption back then that he would be fighting alongside his people, so he figured that the enemies they faced would be taken care of in the same breath as his. That, obviously, did not happen. Still, it was enough that he was moving now. A huge sound filled the area. It did not come from nearby. From its echo, one could deduce that it was created in the underwater ravine beyond the cave system. But how did it still contain so much power when it arrived this far into the earth that Bello froze everyone in the cavern at the same time? Wilhelm's dark helper turned to face it, and, ignoring August, it chased the source. After all, it was merely a puppet. It determined that there was a greater threat to Wilhelm's life outside, so it left. Wilhelm himself, on the other hand, was left in August's hands. "What did you do?" he screamed. "I brought a friend to talk to yours." That was the extent of the explanation August was willing to give. In the next moment, he was already in front of Wilhelm with his fist extended. Wilhelm's strength had never been properly defined. Though dragons had access to the system, they didn't really use it the same way that humans did. After all, not many dragons focused on creating their own skills. They also measured strength differently. They used the same markers, but levels were meaningless in their eyes. To put it simply, Wilhelm's strength was above Eris enough to make her wary but not enough for him to defeat her without a prolonged battle. If one looked at his level, he would be somewhere around level 375. Then, what about August now that he had left the hidden realm? He could definitely defeat Eris in some minutes at most. And if his level had to be estimated, then he would already be at level 399, just on the cusp of the 9 revolutions. With his ability to fight above his class, he could display power beyond that number. What was taking place now was less of a battle and more of a beatdown. Wilhelm, who was once an enemy August could only strive to defeat, was just a doll for him to abuse now. Boom. 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 Though he could have ended it faster by using his abilities, August only expressed physical strength against his enemy. He used extreme speed to take away Wilhelm's chance to counterattack and extreme power to cause as much pain as possible. Wilhelm couldn't feel anything but pain. His vision was blurry. The cave swayed from side to side as his head was snapped left and right by August's fists. His elevation changed occasionally, but he hardly realized as his vision blurred further when his skull slammed against the roof of the cave. He couldn't make a sound other than the guttural and unreplicable sound his throat made as he was flung around. With a powerful kick, August pushed Wilhelm out of the cavern and into the system of tunnels that led there. Wilhelm's body was covered in blood. At this point, it was hard for him to even register pain anymore, but August didn't care in the slightest. With a powerful kick, August pushed Wilhelm out of the cavern and into the system of tunnels that led there. Boom! 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 Every time he landed, August appeared to kick him again, breaking his ribs and causing heaps of internal bleeding. However, August did not want Wilhelm to die yet. Even from a glance, he saw how bad his friend's injuries were. They had suffered so much because of him. August needed to make him suffer just as much. Boom! One more powerful kick threw the now limp body of Wilhelm Liqua out of the cave system entirely and into the underwater ravine. Well, it wasn't a ravine anymore. The entire structure had been destroyed. The remains of the ravine were now just a deeper part of the ocean. That was why, when Wilhelm's body entered it, he immediately started healing. August specifically used the sea's power to bring him back to full health. A physical beating was only step one. In his state of absolute rage, all of August's mental faculties were focused only on finding ways to make Wilhelm suffer for as long as possible. He who was always praised for his mind had a moral code that led him to always prioritize the safety of his allies over the damage he could do to his enemies. However, in this moment, he had lost all that qualified him to be a hero. August Void had become a spirit of vengeance, and, if he kept down this path, then it was unknown whether he could find a way back to the light. The 4 observers who followed the battle with their eyes and awareness were stunned. They had never seen August act without bounds before. They never imagined that a boy so young could carry within him a monster capable of inflicting such damage. In the end, he was still a practitioner. There wasn't a single practitioner in this world who could really live only for others, forsaking killing and pursuing reform. No matter how much August wanted it to be otherwise, he would always be someone carrying darkness within him. That kind of person could never become a light for others. That was what they thought, but were they correct? It still remained to be seen. After all, though he looked like he didn't have an ounce of reasoning left in his body, that was not true. August was very aware of what he was doing, and, even in this moment, he had a plan to save everyone. Chapter 1758 Vengeance 3. The destruction of Wilhelm Liquid took place over 3 separate stages. The first stage was physical. His body was beaten and bruised by the fists of another until even his mind could no longer function properly. The second stage was energy. August took Wilhelm into the seas and used their sheer power to once again mutilate the body of his enemy. All of the surrounding water was under his control. Even if Wilhelm was able to find the mind to counterattack, he would not be able to wrestle control away from August. This was an environment filled with his element. However, it was an environment where he had no access to mana whatsoever. In this place, water invaded his veins and polluted his blood. It went up his nostrils and into his brain, turning into multiple tiny blades that cut into the fleshy interior of that organ, slowly taking away its ability to function. In the process, Wilhelm lost his ability to feel fear, panic, and pain. He lost his memory and lost his understanding of why he was being tortured. However, that was exactly what August wanted. Wilhelm in his current state had regained consciousness. Though he could not directly feel the results of his torture, his soul was more than aware of what was happening and forced him to feel the things he could not feel through his body. One might wonder how August could possibly create a third stage of destruction at this point. Wilhelm was nearly crippled in both mind and body. His methods were already cruel and unusual until now, but if he continued at this point, he would only be tormenting a living corpse for his own amusement. That was why the third stage was a matter of the soul. August didn't have any access to the soul, so he couldn't directly target Wilhelm in that aspect. However, he had his means. Damien had equipped him with several artifacts. Some of them could be catastrophic if misused. August displayed the power of one of those artifacts to read Wilhelm's soul fluctuations. With the data he received, he precisely attacked Wilhelm on the physical plane so that his soul would enter a state of eternal suffering. Once enough trauma was induced in a person who had been driven into such a tragic state, their soul would replay that memory over and over again, as it was the only thing left for it to remember. August was violent. Far too violent to be the same person he once was. By the time he finished tormenting Wilhelm, the other genius body bore not a single resemblance to either a human or a dragon. Several of Wilhelm's organs were floating through the open seas. His flesh and bones had been restructured until he was the same kind of grotesque puppet as Damien. August was getting revenge. That much was true. However, in his mind, he was also dishing out justice, a justice that was long overdue, for the people who had been tormented by Wilhelm in his 20-something years of life. The number of victims under his belt was in the tens of thousands at the very least. August didn't even know how many others had been destroyed and transformed like Damien, but he knew just how many commoners had mysteriously disappeared for the sake of Wilhelm's experiments and whims. He didn't care if his actions couldn't be justified by such matters. He didn't care if others saw him as a monster who was unforgiving to the extreme when it came to his enemies. He did what he felt that he needed to do. The main lesson he learned from his father, the one thing Damien made absolutely sure that August internalized before he left, was to follow his heart. Whatever he felt was right, he couldn't question. If it was right to him, then others didn't matter. Not unless they were people whose opinions August valued. Did he value the opinions of anyone observing his actions? Not in the slightest, and, once he brought his friends back to full health, he didn't need to mention this particular event. August stood there and stared at Wilhelm's remains. He said all of that, but he couldn't lie and say he wasn't feeling empty. In the back of his mind, he was feeling disgusted by his own hypocrisy. How could he do something like this and act like he was different from the people he criticized? Was everything he stood for just a front to hide a madman who loved the taste of blood? It was obviously a meaningless thought, but how was August supposed to know that? Despite all the time dilations he'd been through and all the things he'd experienced, he was only 16 years old. He was questioning himself, questioning his values, and questioning the world. This was the natural behavior of a young practitioner who was still finding his way. If he had to be compared with the father he viewed as his idol when he was the same age, then, well, at 16, Damien was doing nothing but wallowing in self-pity and trying to survive. So August was definitely in a better place. Still, he had a path of his own to walk, and to do so properly. Moments like these where he doubted himself and reaffirmed his will were necessary. Nevertheless, as August's rage faded and the emptiness swallowed him, he stood blankly in the sea for several seconds. If it wasn't for his attention being grabbed by an approaching presence, then it likely would have continued for longer. Senior, August slightly bowed to that being. Since he was here, Wilhelm's helper was also dead. It wasn't like he stood a chance in the first place. In a sense, the man who aided August was also an ancient dragon, but he was on a completely different level. He had lived for several million years at the very least. His form in the water was more like that of a whale than a dragon, but his lineage could not be ignored. He, as the person who stood above all of the sea tribes as their supreme ancestor, was a being that even the holy dragons needed to be wary of. His presence was exactly what secured the seas. It took a lot for August to convince him to help, but since he was already here, he was doing his job properly. That puppet has been slain. It seems you have taken care of your enemy as well. His voice was transmitted through every ounce of water, making the molecules vibrate. August nodded slightly, his mind still focused on other things. He was lucky to have someone present to remind him of what was important. Regardless of what kind of battle you are fighting internally, it can wait. Child, do you not have more important matters to attend to? August's eyes widened. Right, he'd forgotten. He hated himself for forgetting, but that was what had happened. He needed to return to the cavern as soon as possible, otherwise, Melania and the rest would die. August put all of his mental issues aside. In the end, his doubts were just doubts. The friends who protected him and used their lives as shields to keep his enemies away were far more important. Right now, they were the ones who deserved all his attention. Chapter 1759 Vengeance 4. August rushed back into the cavern as fast as he possibly could. He completely ignored the 5 observers who were watching his every move. He didn't know exactly how to feel about them yet, so it wasn't worth acknowledging their presence. When he reached the cavern, he took a quick look around to determine everyone's situation. Juno would be fine as long as he kept healing with the water. Valerie looked okay on the outside, but her aura was much weaker than normal. That was something August needed to look into. Una was close to the edge of death, but she had used a skill to seal her blood flow. Once the sword was removed from her stomach and she was introduced to the healing effects of the surrounding water, she was brought back to an acceptable state. As long as she received proper treatment soon, she would be fine. Raoul hadn't taken much physical damage. He was merely exhausted beyond belief. As for Michaela, the healing water didn't seem to help her much, but if her issue was a mental one, then the solution to her problem was elsewhere. Still, even Michaela saw some progress when her body was submerged in the water. Her eyes were still cloudy, but her complexion was far better and her body seemed to be in good condition. The only one completely unaffected by the effect was Melania. The black lines on her skin didn't fade. Rather, she had turned a different shade of green as the poison gripped her harder. August rushed over and felt her pulse. Melania, no answer. TCH, he knew what was devouring her instantly upon feeling the flow of her blood. However, it wasn't a known poison. It had definitely been made for the sole purpose of this attack. August couldn't find a solution in the small amount of time he had. Melania really only had seconds left. Her hands were limp, and though he was right in front of her, she couldn't seem to recognize his presence. I have no choice. August put his hand to his chest, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his fingers into his own flesh. He dug 3 inches deep until he touched a piece of metal that should not have been there. This was an artifact he was never supposed to use, let alone tell people about. This was an artifact that would set the world aflame if its existence was publicized. As such, it could only be used a single time. Damien inserted it into August's body while he was asleep to ensure a painless procedure. The next morning, he told August of its presence, but he didn't tell him where it was. That was something August learned on his own as he fought the first Dragon Emperor. As he died over and over and over, his chest pulsed as if something that was meant to happen was being forbidden. The first Dragon Emperor was actually the one who told him exactly what that feeling was, and though August planned to exploit it for his own benefit in the future, he couldn't do that anymore. He closed his fist around the metallic object and ripped it out of his chest without hesitation. He ignored the blood leaking from the gaping wound he created as he created water to clean the artifact and make it pure again. The moment it was withdrawn from his body, it no longer considered him its owner. Instead, August pressed the artifact into Melania's chest. It shined as it recognized the flesh it was placed against, and on its own, it moved into her body. Instantly, her entire body was covered in the same light. The use of this artifact was simple, and this simplicity gave August an absolute certainty that it would work as intended, its one and only use, to save its owner from death. No matter what kind of situation they were in, no matter how close to a corpse they were, as long as it was in their body, they would be healed back to their peak state. It was meant to be August's life-saving card. In the rare situation where he was on death's door and Damien couldn't help him, it would be the factor that made it so August would never meet his fate before his time truly came. However, he had sacrificed that life-saving device for Melania's sake. If he had to do it again, he would do it without hesitation. The only problem was that the flesh he gouged out of his body couldn't be healed easily, as the artifact was directly connected to his life force and he forcefully removed it. His life force was currently refusing to flow into that area of his body. The wound in his chest had already blackened from necrosis, but he wasn't worried, it'll heal eventually. He knew he wouldn't die before he found his way to a proper healer. The most important thing was that the dark lines that covered Melania's body were rapidly fading. Her skin was losing its greenish color and returning to its original luster. She had not awoken yet, but it was just a matter of time before she did. August smiled wryly. He didn't realize how distant he'd become from mortality. After 5 years of not being allowed to die and an entire life knowing that he would always be saved before death, he had forgotten what it felt like to be so close to death. It was an odd feeling, an empty yet relieving one. August eventually had to stand on his own, didn't he? He spent too long under his father's protective umbrella. Now that he was an emperor's successor and someone who would lead the dragon people in the future, August needed to become self-reliant. It was definitely nice to have a backer as strong as Damien, but it could definitely be inhibiting if August decided that independence wasn't a necessity. Rather than falling into a pit that would leave him as someone who could never improve, August would much rather take a stand on his own, even if he had to fall over and over before finding success. Now that Melania's situation was secured, August could let go of his greatest worry. He moved from person to person, checking on his friends until he'd done an in-depth analysis of all of them. The only person he really had to worry about was Michaela, but even she had just sustained a heavy mental shock. With the help of a dragon with psychic tendencies, she could be easily brought back to consciousness. There was only a single remaining concern. August glanced around and placed his hand on the cave floor. Under his influence, the entire area was turned into a fortress that would protect his friends for just a few more minutes. In the meantime, there was somewhere he needed to go. After all, Wilhelm wasn't his only enemy. Wilhelm was just the most important one. Other than his 5 observers, there was only one person left who had been forgotten since the beginning of the battle, but that was because he disappeared exactly then. Just because he was focused on Wilhelm didn't mean he had forgotten the main perpetrator who allowed such a tragic event to happen. That man who stood with Wilhelm when he was meant to be on the ground with the rest. August was now going to confront Lucas Stroll. Chapter 1760 Succession 1. When the world faded into darkness, Melania thought she was dead. The last thing she saw through the small space left in her vignetting vision was August's figure covered in light. She wanted to smile and welcome him back, joking about something random as they confronted their enemies together. She wanted to have some sort of reaction to welcome him back from whatever realm he'd gone to. Unfortunately, she could not. After watching all of the rest of her friends fall one by one in her paralyzed state, Melania was sent into the blackness. Her consciousness was enveloped by the murky waters of the underworld as she unwillingly bathed in their current. If only a bit more time passed, she'd finally be able to let go of this life and pass over like everyone else. In her mind, all possibilities of survival were gone now. Melania didn't want to give up hope. She wanted to grab onto every tiny rope she could find if it meant that she could live for even a few seconds longer. However, the ropes in the sky above were all frayed. She grabbed and climbed, but all she gained was an inconsequential amount of time. Looking back at it, there was never a reason to resist. She willingly threw herself into the jaws of death for August's sake. Since she was able to see him safely return to the world before she died, she should have just been content. Most people in her situation would die before they saw if their sacrifice meant anything. Still, Melania wanted to be selfish. She wanted to be the person who saved him, but she also wanted to live and see what happened afterward. Even as her soul disappeared into the embrace of samsara, she looked into the sky, hoping for a miracle, and it arrived. Somehow, her prayers had been answered. The darkness above that could only be considered a sky because there was a sea below. In that place, a golden light shone. It formed a pair of wings like those of an angel surrounding a circular runic symbol that she'd never seen before. As its light illuminated her soul, the pieces that were fading into a haze became corporeal again. The murky water that was up to her hips by now receded along with the blackness. Warmth filled Melania's soul, and suddenly, she once again felt a connection to the physical plane, her body. She didn't realize that her soul had been separated from it until she gained it back. The tactile feeling of her nerves firing signals in every direction, of her mana flowing through her veins, and of her heart beating powerfully was an unimaginably beautiful feeling to her. She had almost died, however, her vitality told her that she was alive. The angel who saved her from the darkness assured her that she'd live. The process of cleansing Melania's body took several minutes even for the heavenly artifact. Not only was her physical body practically dead already, but her soul was nearing the border to the beyond and needed to be retrieved from the grasp of samsara. It was possible as she hadn't completely died yet, but she really didn't have any more time. With a few more seconds, even the artifact wouldn't have been able to save her. Nevertheless, to Melania, it felt like no time at all. She was so deeply enveloped in warmth that she could not register time. The only thing her mind saw was the beauty of life, the beauty of being returned to the world, and though the real world could never be as glamorous as it was in her head, none of that mattered. Melania opened her eyes and saw a destroyed cavern filled with water. It was dark, damp, and disgusting. However, compared to the murky waters of the underworld, the bloody waters of reality were far more enticing. Compared to the dark sky of that place, even the dreary rocks above had a kind of majesty that couldn't be explained. Looking down at her own hand as it responded to her desires and gripped itself over and over again, Melania smiled. I'm back. She couldn't stop the tears from falling. She hugged her knees and cried happily, celebrating her return from that place. It was scary. It was so much more terrifying than she expected. Just like August, Melania had died many times in a realm where she was invincible. As such, she had lost her fear of death. She was able to run into danger without qualms specifically because she'd done it so many times, but now that she had experienced what true death felt like, she didn't know if she would continue to be reckless. The hopelessness was completely unlike what one felt when dying in a realm like that. The realization that nothing could be done, that even having consciousness was meaningless for anything other than realizing one's own insignificance. She didn't understand exactly why she'd lived, but now wasn't the time to question it. She cried for no more than 2 minutes before she got herself together and stood up. It was only then that she noticed there was a barrier separating her from the cavern. Looking around, she saw that everyone else was enveloped by similar barriers. Melania sensed the strength flowing through her body. Her mana, which had been destroyed by the poison, was back. As such, she easily popped the barrier and stepped into the waterlogged cavern. All around, the others were waking up too. Valerie was already standing. As was Juno. Those two never lost consciousness, so they saw what August was doing from the start. Of course, August assumed that they were focused on healing, but he was not correct. The things he was planning to keep hidden from others had already been revealed. Though the two who watched didn't plan to mention it, Yuna had awoken. She checked the wound on her stomach in surprise and looked around to see everyone else. Raoul was the same. Whether it was by coincidence or design, all of them woke up and looked around to see the rest doing the same. And though August was not present, there was definitely a place for all of them to turn their attention. Valerie's hands shook as she saw the face of the friend she thought she'd lost, Melania. She yelled in shock and bewilderment. Melania smiled. This time, she was able to hear her name being called. "Yeah, I'm here," she responded warmly. It was all she really got the chance to say. After all, in that same moment, Valerie charged in and hugged her with all her might. It was a reunion both of them thought impossible, but one that was allowed to happen through a collection of miracles. The two of them, no, everyone in this cavern had chosen to sacrifice themselves to help their friends. In the end, when thoughts of escaping left their minds, they did everything they could to kill as many enemies as possible before going down themselves so the rest didn't have to face as much. In the moment of battle, all of them wondered if now was really the time to die. None of them held such thoughts, but as death filled their minds, they were forced to wonder if it was really worth it to do all of this for the sake of others. However, all of them came to the same conclusion. Standing here now, none of them doubted themselves in the slightest, right? Each and every one of them tried to sacrifice themselves for the rest. That meant that each and every one of these people was a cherished comrade and a trusted friend. For the sake of the people who would do the same for them, why would they hesitate? As everyone gathered and began conversing about random topics, glad to be alive, their last member also arrived. It had been too long since they had last talked. Wasn't it about time for August to reunite with his friends? Chapter 1761 Succession 2. It's good to see all of you healthy, he said with a smile on his face. I can say the same to you, you bastard. Juno grinned and jumped on him, ruffling his hair. I had to go through a lot of shit for you. You better properly repay me later. What do you want? August asked with an exasperated sigh. You know already, he did. There was only one thing Juno would ever ask for in a situation like this. Fine, August said. But only this one time, Juno grinned. You won't be disappointed. What are you two talking about? The rest also approached. Valerie was the one who asked the question, but the rest were also wondering. After all, August was acting like he was about to do something he really didn't want to do. It was surprising to see such a reaction from him. Unfortunately, Juno wasn't going to give them an answer. That's a secret. If I tell you all about it, then he really won't do it. Naturally, it was a statement that made the rest even more curious. But Juno was already in the process of crisis diversion. By the way, it's pretty obvious that you healed us, but what about Michaela? None of them were particularly worried. When August entered and acted like them being fine was normal, they understood that he didn't want to concentrate on his own good deeds. As such, none of them brought up Melania, who should have been dead. August had put another shirt on, so they couldn't see the black scar on his chest. He didn't plan to show it to them either. As long as Melania was fine, nothing more needed to be said. It was something they all silently agreed upon. Michaela's case was different. They didn't necessarily worry, as they'd had some minutes before August's arrival. They had also taken the time to understand her situation. A mental shock of the level she received couldn't be solved by people of their level, which was definitely not something they liked to see. However, Juno and Raoul gave the rest assurance that it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the solution to Michaela's problem was in her own clan. Her grandmother would easily be able to bring her back, so what was the use in worrying about her? For now, it was better to let her rest and cure her mental fatigue. By the time she awakened, the world would be at peace. August explained that to them as well, and afterward, he found a place to naturally segue into the elephant in the room. By the way, I grabbed him and incapacitated him to find out the truth. He succumbed eventually, probably because his backer is a corpse. I wanted to kill him when he told me what he did, but I figured it was better to leave it to you guys. He threw Lucas at them. He landed on the floor with a subtle thump. He was still completely fine in both mind and body. Only, August had blocked his ability to move or speak. The latter of those was given back to him as he was thrown. Right, this guy, Valerie frowned, he was the cause of everything to an extent. Without his betrayal, Wilhelm wouldn't have found the opportunity to catch them off guard and trap them, and he was the reason why a certain member of their team was turned useless. She was still in the cavern. In fact, she was watching them as they spoke. However, not a single other person acknowledged her presence. The others experienced it personally. August learned it through Lucas and confirmed it through the others' behavior. Ophelia had left them to die. Because she was busy pitying herself, she refused to lend a hand in such a desperate situation. She was free to do whatever she wanted. She was her own person, after all. If she wanted to sit there and die, then she could do it on her own. Just, if that was the person she decided to be, then she no longer had anything to do with their group. She lost the privilege of calling them friends. As for what she would do with herself from here on, she could figure it out herself. The only assured thing was that it would have nothing to do with them, and it would have nothing to do with Lucas. This was his moment to die. August did well to bring him in front of the people he betrayed. They had quite a few words they wanted to say to him, as the world was filled with a variety of curses and the disgusting sounds of a dragon being beaten and killed. August looked outside and began to wonder, how is it going out there? They faced many setbacks before reaching their goal. Was it the same outside? Had the sea tribes managed to push the Forsaken Dragons out of Aurelian yet? Had the larger battles already started, unknowing of the fact that there was a time dilation separating him from the outside world? That August was only just worrying about things that happened quite a long time ago. Right, when August was 3 years into his trial against the first Dragon Emperor, the battle outside had become one that needed to be viewed in terms of hours, not weeks. Hendrix was already being confronted. The holy clans were gone. The nobles had been prosecuted. Now, enough time had passed for August to exit his trial and solve the situation outside. Naturally, even more time passed in the real world. August really brought together too many powerhouses for any individual force to resist. The Forsaken Dragons were cornered and killed as necessary, and the nobles were quelled until their few hundred clans turned into a few tens instead. The nobles were a force that had been scrutinized by the world for a long time, so they couldn't escape persecution. The Forsaken Dragons had caused so much pain, but somehow, they didn't face extermination. August had two requests for his helpers. The first was to spare noble clans who didn't deserve to be killed, and the second was to only kill the Forsaken Dragons when it was necessary. Once Hendrix was defeated, the necessity disappeared. They were placed in a prison with their strength completely suppressed as they awaited trial for their misdeeds. Not many people understood why August wanted to give them a chance, but it wasn't their problem. They were just following orders. After all, the Forsaken Dragons were taken away. The nobles were gone. There was nothing else holding the kingdom back. The people had now been awakened to their new bloodlines, and with their berserk states dispelled, they were now free to do as they wished with the gift they'd received. The population rose rapidly as well, with the many dragonkin who became true dragons and joined the kingdom's people. Aurelian was in ruins, but it was more peaceful than it had been for the past month at the very least, and, to bring a true end to the crisis that struck them, a single dragon rose from the ashes, with wings that were no longer filled with holes, with a form filled with vitality rather than one that was withered. The Dragon Emperor took his place in the sky. He no longer had to fear the holy clans, that freedom meant the world to him. In order to give his kingdom something to remember him by, something other than his failures, he showed himself in front of them today, because after this day, his throne would be someone else's to bear. Chapter 1762 Succession 3. It was not a projection of him, but the Dragon Emperor himself. He did not try to hide his form. As such, he was large enough to cover the whole kingdom with his wings alone. He stood upright, using his wings to keep himself hovering in the sky. With his size, even those at the very edges of the kingdom could see him. My people, you may not recognize me, as it has been many years since I have shown my face to the public. He started with quite a downplaying statement. Everyone knew what the draconic appearance of the emperor was, even if they hadn't seen it in person. Even if they hadn't, his face had been broadcasted across the kingdom just some weeks ago, so how could they forget? Some people were still trying to find the crown he told them to chase, but his appearance now made it clear that it had already been claimed. Many of you may be wondering why I have appeared. In part, it is indeed to acknowledge the successor who has gained the approval of the emperor's crown. However, I have also come to reveal a truth to you all. A truth that has been kept hidden for dozens of millions of years. Zenith had 3 objectives in his appearance. The first was to calm the public and end the ongoing war. The second was to bring August to the podium and have him recognized by the kingdom as its future ruler. And the third was to apologize with all of his heart and tell the world about what had been kept in the shadows for so long. Dragons were never meant to be lowly beings. Dragons were never meant to have such a strict system that kept us contained within the same bubble that humans and other races occupy. By nature, we are independent, but in the past, the dragon emperors had a dream of bringing our kind together and creating a haven for it to thrive. The first dragon emperor followed this ideology, and many who came after him, such as Emperor Qinglong, who has been forgotten in history, attempted to do the same. Unfortunately, power is a corrupting force. While many emperors did try to lead this kingdom and create the utopia it was meant to be, the majority decided to instead lead it into ruin. As the common people watched, the Dragon Emperor told them everything. He revealed the schemes of the holy dragons and the holy clans. He revealed how every good emperor was destroyed and defamed, and he revealed how the people were oppressed until their bloodlines thinned into nothing. Everything that had ever been done, every bit of misconstrued history was being rewritten as it was always meant to be in his speech. It was to the extent that the common people couldn't even be angry. They listened silently as they learned the history of Aurelian. They scorned the holy clans in their minds and pitied the people who tried to do good. They wondered why it was being revealed now and what it meant for their future. Zenith knew that giving them too much information was never a good thing. If they wanted to learn, then he just needed to make the information easily accessible. At this moment, he only told them what they needed to know so as not to overwhelm them with too much world-shattering knowledge. The forsaken dragons who invaded our home, even they are nothing more than victims of the holy clans. Forced to act on an instinct placed in their body without consent, I do not mean to defend them, nor do I mean to downplay their sins. However, you all must know the truth before deciding on their punishment. It was something that needed to be mentioned, but not something that needed to be focused on. The Dragon Emperor continued his speech, saying a few more things before bringing it to a conclusion. Now, along with the nobles and the corrupt authorities of our dear kingdom, the holy clans have also been quelled. There will no longer be such a thing as oppression in Aurelian. Under my reign, as long as it will last, under the reign of those who will follow me, there will only be prosperity for dragons. I have failed you as an emperor, for I was suppressed by the holy clans and forced to watch as you all suffered in silence. I know that I cannot make up for my wrongdoings through just a simple gesture, but I would still like to offer an apology. The Dragon Emperor looked to his side, a gesture that went unnoticed by the masses who watched him. However, by the time his head turned back to face them, energy was already spreading through the kingdom. The dragon people looked down at their own bodies in wonder. The wounds they'd accumulated, both new and old, regardless of severity, healed as if by a miracle of the heavens. They couldn't comprehend how their emperor managed to do something so miraculous. But the gesture definitely helped cement his position in their hearts. Even the most average individual understood that such power could not be displayed without sacrifice. If he was willing to take that risk for their sake, why would he lie to them? Why would he mislead them? The Dragon Emperor may not have been able to support them, but they were living so deeply in oppression that they didn't realize what it felt like until they gained bloodlines of their own. Now that he had returned with such a promise, they were willing to wait and see how he delivered on his claims. I am truly sorry, Zenith said sincerely. From this point forth, I will only be your emperor in name. I will dedicate the rest of my life to training the boy who has become my successor. The descendant of the fifth Dragon Emperor, the Azure Dragon Emperor, August Void, a projection appeared in front of the world. They saw a stage that was empty at first, but within a few moments, a blue light of transportation brought a group of people to stand on it. The boy at their head, with dark blue hair and eyes, looked around in slight confusion. He was teleported in front of a crowd that had gathered around the Dragon Emperor's body. At first, he didn't know how to react, but he was lucky enough to hear Zenith's final words as he arrived. He firmed his expression and looked into the crowd. He could hear their cheers clearly. They were saying his name, screaming it with hope for the future he would bring them. Judging from their expressions, the words that needed to be said had already been spoken. There was nothing left for August to do but greet them. He smiled as he felt their embrace. The feeling that ran hot through the crowd, the feeling of finally having a chance, was intoxicating. August had big dreams for the Dragon Kingdom. He always did. From the moment he was old enough to choose his path, he was always looking for ways to improve Aurelian, so he knew exactly what to do when he became the emperor. His only worry was that the people weren't ready for change. Now, there was much he didn't understand. August was still unaware of the fact that the holy clans had been taken care of. However, seeing the spirit his future people possessed, his final worry disappeared. This was a people ready for change, a people who would actively contribute to the benefit of their kingdom. As such, there was only one thing for him to do. August bowed, the smile never leaving his face. After everything he and his friends had been through, it was an extremely refreshing feeling to come back to a kingdom at peace, only it couldn't be truly appreciated until they learned how it was. Able to reach this point. Chapter 1763 Succession. 4. August and his friends had minimal participation in the ceremony. It was indeed mostly August's effort that saved the kingdom, but that wasn't for the common people to know quite yet. The information would be released slowly as August's reputation grew. For now, it was best to introduce him and keep his feats to what he accomplished in the Air Wars. That event turned August into a voice for the commoners. As he showed a performance that surpassed all of the other geniuses in the competition, people rallied behind him and became more confident in themselves. The reason the common people were able to stand up and fight was also because of people like August, Valerie, Melania, and the rest. If it weren't for them, the spirit of hope would have never planted its seed in their bodies. August was a young genius in their eyes, not a tactical mind capable of gathering forces to suppress all enemies in the kingdom. If the fact that the Sea Tribes and Wood Dragon Clan were August's allies rather than the Dragon Emperors came out now, it would only spread fear. After all, someone with such connections couldn't just be a commoner, right? Was his presence just a ploy to gain their trust while their regime changed into one that was equally as bad as its predecessor? The kingdom had just gained a semblance of peace. It was important to retain it for as long as possible without giving any reason for evil or malicious thoughts to rise again. Nevertheless, that particular part wasn't what confused August and the rest. August's group was led off of the stage after a few minutes by a member of the Dragon Emperor's posse. He was a familiar face, as he was an integral part of the tournament administration before. Everyone present had been there when August explained the overall plan. In their eyes, when they exited the cavern, they would have to join the war and help bring it into its final stages. What was all of this about the war being over? Why did everyone look so happy? Did someone say the holy clans were gone? Just what was happening? August's group was led off of the stage after a few minutes by a member of the Dragon Emperor's posse. He was a familiar face, as he was an integral part of the tournament administration before. He took them into a nearby tunnel before he started explaining the majority of what took place. Aside from some more sensitive elements that needed to be explained by the Emperor himself, August's group was able to gain a comprehensive understanding of the events outside during the 10-minute walk to their destination, so it was a time dilation. The attendant didn't explicitly state it, but he told a story that lasted over a month, which made it more than obvious. It made sense for the war to progress more if a time dilation gave it more time to do so, but there were several questionable things. First of all, the holy clans disappeared. Second of all, the holy dragons disappeared. Third of all, the dragon emperor healed an entire kingdom's worth of people, in August's opinion. There was no possible way for these three things to take place. It didn't matter what level the dragon emperor was at. Even Alchemist Revel wouldn't be able to easily accomplish a feat like that. If the dragon emperor was capable of producing miracles, then he never would have been suppressed by the holy clans in the first place. Speaking of those holy clans, wasn't it impractical for them to be gone? Why were the geniuses that he was interacting with in the cavern not part of the vanished group? Did someone kill everyone in the holy clans? From the elders to the children, from those cruel to those innocent, August didn't like it at all. He was glad that the kingdom was in a peaceful state. But until all of his questions reached closure, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Anyway, I'm being taken to meet the dragon emperor himself, so I might as well just ask. Indeed, the original tunnel somehow opened into a grand space made fully of a white mineral-like building material. There were golden arches hundreds of feet high that still weren't able to reach the dome-shaped glass skylight that was the roof. It was an unreasonably detailed structure with countless natural mimicries making up its architectural design. It had to have taken hundreds of years to build, likely why there wasn't much furniture on the floor to fill in space. Rather, there was one large round table that could seat up to 60 people. At the current moment, there weren't anywhere near 60 people at that table. The Dragon Emperor, Zenith Aurora. He, in his human form, sat at its head. In the seats next to him were an array of familiar figures: Alchemist Revel, the executive members of all 13 sea tribes, Oscar Piena and the representatives of Bastille, and most importantly, Dad. August breathed out a sigh. He didn't know if it was relief or something else, but his father's presence pretty much explained everything. The elements that he couldn't handle himself were taken care of in his stead. He was definitely grateful, as he didn't have nearly enough time or power to take down the holy clans without being at conflict for years. However, he was also a bit regretful. In the end, he couldn't have achieved much without his father's help. Stop thinking useless things and come sit down. We'll talk about it later. Damien's voice suddenly rang in August's ears. He looked at his father for a moment before nodding and doing as he was told. Right, this wasn't quite the setting to have that conversation, since he'd shown himself here. However, it was clear that he did plan to have that conversation with August from the start, so at least that was nice. Nevertheless, as August was caught up in his mixed feelings, he and his friends were guided to their seats at the table. Most of them were confused. They didn't personally recognize the Dragon Emperor. And half of them were unaware of what his position really meant, but as they knew what he symbolized either fully or to an extent, they didn't know how they were supposed to greet him. I am Zenith Aurora, the current Dragon Emperor. It is nice to meet you, my successor. August bowed his head slightly. When they were sat at the table without the need to give anything like a greeting, they only became more confused. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? Zenith said with a warm smile on his face. I am Zenith Aurora, the current Dragon Emperor. It is nice to meet you, my successor. August bowed his head slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. He tried to be as formal as possible. It wasn't really his strong suit, but he also wasn't terrible at it like a certain person in the room. Zenith nodded. We have all come together today for reasons you are likely already aware of. You have already been crowned my successor, however, you have yet to accept me as your master. Today, before all of these people, we will host your crowning ceremony and officially grant you that position. The people close to August had been gathered, including his father and first master, in order for him to take that next step. To take the Dragon Emperor as a master it was an honor for anyone, even someone who had received as many opportunities as August. However, as August glanced around, a slight frown formed on his face. It was definitely to his benefit to immediately agree and go along with the ceremony, but he couldn't help but feel a little selfish. Sir Emperor, he started. It was definitely an awkward way to call him, but it was enough to convey respect. If it's possible, may I ask for something before we proceed with the ceremony? A request at a time like this. The Dragon Emperor was surprised, as were all of his guests. Only Damien smiled slightly as he read his son's intentions. In that moment, only a single thought came to his mind. His idea of selfishness is completely different from mine. Chapter 1764 Succession 5. A request, you say? Zenith repeated curiously. That is right. Before I accept you as a master, I want one thing from you. It was a little blunt for someone asking another for a favor, but that was just August's way of speaking. All right, then. Let us hear it. Zenith entertained his whims. After all, he wasn't the only one curious about what August was scheming. This room was filled with people who supported him. Rather than feeling offended by his request, they were intrigued by what August possibly coveted enough to use as a reward for taking the throne. August nodded, took a deep breath, and spread his arms. As you can see, I have come here with my friends and allies who have helped me immensely in my journey to take that throne. As such, I cannot possibly take the benefits quietly while they are forced to watch from the sidelines. Sir Emperor, instead of just receiving me as your disciple, could you take all of us instead? I would prefer if they received the same treatment so they can grow and achieve their own dreams in the future. It was a request that left everyone shocked, even Valerie and the rest. It was preposterous to ask a master to take multiple unwanted disciples already. When that master was someone of Zenith's caliber, it became insane. They were all grateful for August's thoughts, but they really didn't help him for benefits. The 6 of them were happy enough seeing him gain recognition like this. But to be mentioned was completely out of their expectations. To ensure that I heard you clearly, are you asking me to accept 6 disciples and raise all of you into holy dragons? Zenith asked. Yes. That is the essence of my request, August responded confidently. That is quite bold. How are you certain that I will be able to teach them all? Even you will mainly learn how to lead from me. Your strength training will mostly be taken care of by the memories of your ancestor. No, maybe, but it's enough if they have access to the same amount of resources as the Imperial Prince. You can do your best to teach, and if you find that you are incompatible with anyone, then we can just search for teachers who are. August looked at his friends with a smile. Whatever path they decide to walk, I want you to support. That is my request, rather than selfish. Wasn't it selfless, in a sense, perhaps? However, August posed it in such a way that the Dragon Emperor couldn't refuse. If he was saying that he wouldn't accept the throne unless his friends also received benefits, then wasn't it impossible to deny him? Aurelian was in desperate need of change. From the moment he was placed in front of that crowd, August had become the face of hope and change. It was necessary to have him officially become a successor and start acting within the kingdom to prove his worth. If he didn't, the Dragon Kingdom would likely start moving towards another era of chaos. Ha ha ha, Zenith laughed as he considered it. You are indeed a smart child. I have no choice at all, do I? He sounded exasperated, but it was clearly a friendly tone. Very well then. The friends you have brought with you, including, of course, the child who was taken to the medical center, will receive the same amount of support from Aurelian as you do. As long as they stay on paths that do not harm the kingdom, I will spare no expense in aiding them in their journeys. Is that enough? If it's sworn on a pact, then it is enough. The Dragon Emperor grinned. Right, it's his child, after all. This boy already has the necessary framework to lead a people. He did nothing without assurance and leveraged his worth properly in order to gain as much as possible. That was the trait of a businessman, not a ruler, but it still portrayed the ability to make decisions properly. If he could do the same thing on a larger scale to bring benefits to the kingdom, it was more than enough. Their small negotiation was over, which meant all that was left to do was carry out the ceremony and crown August on a broadcast that covered the entire kingdom. A momentous occasion was about to begin in Aurelian. It was an event that would heal, an event that would bring the people, both new and old, closer, and it was the event that would mark the start of August's reign over the kingdom. His dreams, they weren't so far away anymore, were they? The ceremony wasn't anything more than that. Even in the culture of dragons, certain official procedures had to be followed for things to be properly recorded. The ceremony gave everyone a defining moment of August being crowned to latch onto, which solidified his position. It only took half an hour at most. Afterward, August's friends wanted to barrage him with many questions and words, most of them warm, but they didn't get the opportunity. August was swiftly whisked away by the Dragon Emperor. It was something they wanted to contest, but Melania and Valerie held the rest back for one reason. See the man who was walking next to the Emperor? That's August's dad. Since there was something of a family matter going on, they saved their words for later. They had all the time in the world. After all, they allowed some nearby attendants to lead them on a tour of the palace they were in. Meanwhile, August finally received the chance to speak to Damien in private. The Dragon Emperor was present as well, but he was related to most of what they needed to talk about, so it was fine. Did you heal those people? He asked. You already knew that, didn't you? Damien responded. Since his son was older now, he was definitely more comfortable speaking casually. He really only had to watch for curses at this point. The rest of his demeanor could easily shine through. August nodded without caring much. It made sense. He was only questioning why Damien allowed the Dragon Emperor to pretend like it was his power. But there was probably some deal between them. Did you take care of the holy dragons? He asked next. Nope, Damien responded. It seemed August was a bit grumpy at the moment. He understood why, but it really was unwarranted. The holy dragons left on their own. If you remember what happened back then, the vaults of the Oryat clan were emptied out by someone. Anyway, among those artifacts are the ones that allowed the holy dragons to convert the fate of Aurelian and the lineages of its people into their own power. Those artifacts are the reason why the common populace degraded so much over time, and without them, those old dragons will die as their bodies reject their foreign souls. Okay, it was more of a bombshell than August expected. Clearly, the schemes in Aurelian ran deep. This specific one was solved strangely by an outsider, which was definitely anticlimactic, but, well, the holy dragons would eventually return in either victory or defeat, right? He just had to make a mental note to prepare for it. Then what about the holy clans? August's somewhat cold exterior was definitely melting as his assumptions turned out to be no more than that, but he stood stalwart on what he thought he believed. Damien shook his head with a smile. This brat, he obviously cared most about this point, but he refused to admit it. You could say yes or you could say no depending on how you look at it. He responded mysteriously. He could tell that his son was feeling extremely disappointed when he returned and found his main enemies gone. He had corralled the holy clans to support August's plans, but he didn't get rid of them, did he? Even he knew not to steal other people's prey. Still, he didn't like that August came back with such an expression. He had been through a lot. Clearly, the world didn't treat him amazingly. He did so much so that he could stand up to those people and rule the Dragon Kingdom on his own, both for the people and to make his father proud. He could still do that. Damien didn't want to inhibit his son's journey, but before he did that, he figured he'd try to lighten the mood a little. He looked at Zenith and then back at August. By the way, he's my subordinate now. I think I forgot to mention that. August nodded casually. Oh, the Emperor? Yeah, that makes. His words were not interrupted. He just realized what he was saying a little late. He looked at his father with eyes as wide as saucers and a mouth wide enough to fit a horse inside. Who is your what? Set of words said with such hilarity that Damien couldn't hold in his laughter. Really, no matter how he looked at it, there was no better way to react to that kind of information. Chapter 1765 Succession 6. It was information that was meant to be revealed later, but Damien dropped it suddenly to snap August out of his strange state. It was too random, after all. Plus, what reason did Damien have to take the Dragon Emperor as a subordinate? As August stared at him with the same bewildered expression, Damien grinned. It's just for safety. He's not actually listening to my orders or anything. But he can request my help if he needs it, and he will properly dedicate himself to training you and your friends. It's good to have insurance, right? August nodded dumbly. He would have done the same if he was in Damien's position. This information didn't necessarily concern him. It was just an insane thing to hear. Damien flicked him on the forehead, continuing as if it was no big deal. You brat, do you think I don't know what you want? I'm not going to run around ruining your dreams just for my own convenience. I only moved the holy clans to a different realm temporarily. The final decision on what to do will be left up to you. The final decision? August repeated inquisitively. Right, let's get back to that. If the holy clans interfered while you were gone, a lot of things would have gone to scrap. Now, they've been placed in a void where time does not flow. I'll give you 3 options now. Think carefully about what you want to do. Damien's eyes turned somewhat stern. Bringing August's mood back to a stable state. What are my options? August resigned to his father's words. In the end, it was better for the holy clans to be contained while he grew, so he couldn't be ungrateful about it. He definitely couldn't fight against ancient dragons or even the several lower dragons below them yet. If he wanted that kind of power, then he needed a lot more time. The first, though I think it's inconsequential at this point, is for me to kill them all right now. Damien started. No, I refuse. August's answer was instant. As Damien said, with August's attitude until now, that particular option had become meaningless. Still, he stated it since it was indeed still an option. The second is to leave them sealed for a period of time. I'm thinking around 200 years or so. Hopefully, you'll have enough strength to deal with them then. While August's talent allowed him to grow rapidly, nobody could say how strong he would be in 200 years. To take on the Holy Clans, he needed to properly become a god before the time limit ended. And, when they returned, there probably wouldn't be such a thing as good and bad Holy Clan members. They would all be teeming with feelings of revenge aimed directly at him. Was that a battle August wanted to fight? Was it one he could prepare for in 200 years' time? What's the third option? He didn't know. But he wanted all the facts before he considered it. Damien nodded and held up his third finger. The third option is to release them now and place them under slave contracts. Their movements will not be inhibited, but they will be forced to display absolute loyalty when it comes to you or the kingdom. In that case, it'll be up to me to turn oppressive loyalty into something true and take hold of them. August understood the choices Damien gave him well. The first was an easy way out in case he wanted to focus on Aurelian's rebirth more than anything else. The second was a path of revenge that he could take if he truly felt like he had a blood debt with them. And the third option is a way for me to gain control over them. It will be assisted for a period, but if they are forced to act against their will for long enough, it will fester in negativity that they will find some way to exert on the world. If August failed, they'd become just as much of a threat to the kingdom as they were before their imprisonment. However, if he succeeded, then he could convert those who he felt didn't deserve to die into loyal followers of Aurelian and kill off the ones who posed a threat. He would be able to conserve the majority of Aurelian's fighting power, but he would also need to put in a lot more work to bring the kingdom into a new era. The second option sounds nice. But if I choose it, then I will be no different than them. Seclusion separated from the world in an insanity-inducing darkness was the very thing that created the Forsaken Dragons. Even they who once held valiant motives were turned into belligerent beasts by their circumstances. So what would happen if the Holy Clans experienced the same? August didn't want to deal with it. More importantly, the Holy Clans were a benchmark for him to surpass and a force he needed to defeat for the sake of the kingdom. They were not objects of revenge that he wanted to dedicate his entire life to defeating, at least, not all of them. Am I confined within these three choices? Elaborate. I want to choose two of them. However, to different capacities, Damien nodded as he understood August's meaning. If it's them, then it's fine. I also have a debt to repay to Qinglong. After all, August grinned. Then, that's obviously what I'm doing. I choose the third option for everyone else. However, the Liqua clan. Let the people from that place rot until I'm strong enough to kill them myself. Wow, my son is all grown up now. Who taught you how to talk like that? Wasn't it you? Dad, you really don't hold back when you're telling stories. When was the last time you came from Damien? Likely never. After all, August was one of only a few people who could gag him like that. Nevertheless, with Damien covering the most critical matters, August didn't have many questions left that he needed answered immediately. His mood had also improved considerably now that he knew that he could still deal with the Holy Clans the way he wanted to. It was wrong to say he had friends there, but it wasn't wrong to assume that there were many possible friendships awaiting him in their ranks. People like Iridia, Sirius, Sarah, and even Eris could become his closest allies if the barrier between them was broken. Having something akin to a slave contract binding them would definitely make it harder for August to gain their trust, but, as long as he used his privileges wisely, he was confident in forming that kind of bond eventually. The Holy Clans could reform and redeem themselves through loyalty if they wanted to. If they didn't, then he'd have the freedom to punish them and help them learn their place. The plans were already forming in August's mind, just as they always did at times like this. Now, there was only one thing left to attend to before August could enjoy this peaceful kingdom: the Forsaken Dragons. His first move as the young emperor was to determine their fates, whether they'd be good or bad, whether they'd see life or death. The power was in August's hand, and, ever since he left to find the crown, he knew exactly what to do with it. Chapter 1766 Succession 7. August went off to deal with the remaining matters and find closure. He did somewhat apologize to Damien, but Damien didn't really mind, so it wasn't something they focused on. It was normal for August to lose his cool sometimes. It was normal for him to have mood swings as he grew. Damien was never going to punish him for anything like that. The only reason they didn't take the time to catch up was because there was still a lot to do. As August left, Damien also did the same, but he was headed to a completely different dimension. With August's choice made, it was time for him to enact the slave contracts he spoke of. I've been waiting for this moment. I was really hoping that he'd choose this method. Obviously, Damien gave August three choices that he could pick between, but there was only one right answer. It was exactly as August said. To separate revenge from blood debt, to properly treat others as they were meant to be treated rather than viewing them as bugs, Perhaps Damien himself didn't adhere to such ideologies, but the kind of person August wanted to be deemed that he needed to learn them. As his supporter, Damien chose which lessons to teach based on the path he was following by choice. Plus, this time, Damien had other plans as well. These few months have been beneficial. He left August to take care of Aurelian, to teach him responsibility and the value of life. Through his experiences, August learned to not take things for granted as he would have if he was coddled by his father for eternity, but he also stayed in the shadows for his own benefit. August was bringing the Dragon Kingdom under control. Damien didn't need to do much, as his main goal was to have their help when the final war arrived. With August at their head, that problem was gone. To make preparations, he only needed a week at most. The majority of Damien's time was spent in disguise. The concept of control, it was the final barrier that separated Damien from controlling true existence. The power he showcased made it seem like he had already attained it, but that was not quite the truth. Damien understood how to control existence already. He could do mystical things and his strength had already risen past the level of even a holy dragon. Only the true supremes in the universe and the unrecorded could stand against him now. However, the sixth jewel refused to manifest on his crown. He wondered why for a long time. He changed his genetic makeup and walked Aurelian as a mortal for a very long time, even making some connections to the lowly people who populated its streets. Through this ambling, Damien believed that he would find some sort of random inspiration that led him to the answer he sought. In a sense, he did receive the answer he was looking for, but it was not immediately made available to him. The concept of control, as the last piece of the puzzle, was a bit different from the others. It had to be comprehended both individually and as a whole. For Damien to gain its acknowledgement and bring existence under his control, he needed to show it everything. He needed to prove to existence itself that he was able to utilize all of its power, so that it would accept him and allow him to complete the Emperor's crown. Damien started interfering mainly for this purpose. He healed, he created, he manipulated, and he destroyed. He could feel in his own soul that he was on the verge of gaining acceptance. The matter of the holy clans was orchestrated in part so that he could accomplish his objective. As long as August chose the third option, he'd get another chance to use existence while also helping his son, and he'd reach the peak he had been watching ever since he arrived in the heavenly world. The holy clans were none the wiser by the time he arrived. They had made use of their short time in the void to create some sort of functional system through which they could cooperate and find a way out together, but it was meaningless now. Damien didn't bother to say anything. Like August, he understood that not all of these people were bad and not all of them deserved to be punished. However, that wasn't his problem anymore. August would hold the reins. If he wanted to release them, he could. If he wanted to oppress them, he could. Just as August asked of the Dragon Emperor, Damien was willing to support his son as long as he didn't stray too far into degeneracy. So, without remorse, he acted. A mana spread through the void, unnoticed by even the ancient dragons who led the holy clans. It bored deep into the souls of the tens of millions of people in the realm and established itself as a statute that could not be disobeyed. Right, they had been forcefully pledged to August Void. If they were to make any moves, direct or indirect, to damage August Void or the Dragon Kingdom of Aurelian, then they would die. Though they could not feel its induction, they did feel its presence when it appeared. The statute itself called upon them and informed them of their new circumstances. Right, they had been forcefully pledged to August Void. If they were to make any moves, direct or indirect, to damage August Void or the Dragon Kingdom of Aurelian, then they would die. A meeting was held in the void. The highest authorities of the six clans came together and called all of their people collectively to relay the news. These statutes were not to be interfered with at any cost. For they, who had the power to glance into their own souls, understood that there was no undoing the shackles they were now carrying. That statute was more powerful than an ancient dragon, more powerful than a holy dragon. Even if all of the strongest powers of their clans came together and worked for countless millennia to find a solution, they knew it would be impossible to do so, not unless they could reach a level that no dragon had ever stepped foot on. Naturally, there were a few who tried regardless. Still, it was only a few. The scene of their bodies turning to ashes in an instant as their existences were wiped was enough to scare anyone who had similar thoughts. Only the Liqua clan was separate. As a matter of fact, where was the Liqua clan? It was a concern that could not be given any attention at the moment. A sudden disappearance was characteristic of their people, and there was a far bigger problem at hand. The holy clans had quite some time to rationalize what happened and cope with their situation in the void before they were returned to the world. After all, Damien was also going through something at the moment. The statute he placed on their souls was extremely complex in its own right. The amount of particularity necessary to create a shackle that wouldn't randomly destroy its bearer or easily be released with some years of research was massive. On top of that, to influence the souls of tens of millions without their knowledge was almost impractical. Especially when some of those people were ancient dragons, it should have been impossible. Control, in the sense of the concept. It meant control over the workings of existence. But it could definitely mean something like this as well. There had been many grand events in the past few days. Most of the time, grand events were accompanied by phenomena. The world was quite adamant about announcing everything and being actively involved in such celebrations. However, on Damien's level, the world was no longer worthy of producing phenomena. As the sixth jewel formed on a crown that technically did not exist, as the six jewels melded in shared energy to become six different faces of the same concept, a definitive change took place in the core of Damien's being, existence, one of only two great forces under the void. Manifested under his reign, it was truly a perfectly timed entrance. Chapter 1767 Succession 8. The holy clans were eventually released from the void, but that happened much later. As Aurelian first needed to reach a state where they could be brought out and people would trust that they were truly under control, they were left behind for the time being. August was given access to the void so that he could connect with them until then and figure out what he wanted to do, though. That wasn't the only reason why Damien gave him access to that realm. He would be needing it for a long time in the future. After all, the Liqua clan would be stuck there, and rather than letting them rot and releasing them later, he thought it would be more fun to let August fight them whenever he wanted. From now on, that entire clan was fated to be his training targets. They'd slowly be picked off or killed at once as he pleased, and the entire time, they'd be suffering the repercussions of betraying the Azure Dragon. It would be even more fun when their holy dragon ancestor himself ended up in that realm as well, but that was also a story unrelated to what was happening now in the kingdom. August chose to follow Damien's method in dealing with the Forsaken Dragons. Obviously, he couldn't create the kind of slave contract that his father had access to, but he had Raoul by his side, with the Bastille genius help. He was able to dispel the remaining madness in the Forsaken Dragon's blood lineage. At that point, he had a heart-to-heart with Hendrix. He didn't want to kill them, but he wanted them to atone for their sins. The best way to plead forgiveness from their victims was to stay in the kingdom and aid it, becoming its loyal protectors once again. It wasn't a bad deal for the Forsaken Dragons. They would be able to return to the light and live the lives they sought from the beginning, only, they'd be under the complete control of August Void through the pact he was proposing they sign. If they were able to change the people's perception of them and reform, they'd be granted freedom. Even before he fought Alcarist, Hendrix was already regretting his decisions. It didn't take long for him to agree to August's terms. One by one, the members of the Forsaken Dragon clan were taken into the main palace at the center of Aurelian, which was no longer separated into a secret realm, and made to take the oath in front of notaries to verify their identities. In that way, August was able to gain another considerable force to support Aurelian. The Forsaken Dragons who attacked the kingdom were only those physically able. They started with millions, but there were only a few 100,000 left. The rest, another few million people, were the brains behind their clan. The innovators, the architects, the potion makers. Those people also exited their cave once the agreement was made and joined the ranks of August's forces. The people from Bastille were properly organized and finally given time to adapt to the world they'd barely come to know. The Wood Dragon clan and Sea tribes were given proper status in the kingdom to celebrate their achievements. Those straggling geniuses from the holy clans. They also ended up with statutes in their souls, but they were never transported to the void. Instead, the group of them arrived at the palace to confront August about it. He was very busy with the kingdom, but he definitely needed to inform them that conversation was not a smooth one. But, in the end, he got them to agree to staying in the palace for the time being. A lot of things were sorting themselves out. The new population of true dragons promoted from dragonkin integrated themselves into society, and within the first few weeks, Aurelian was already showing a great change. Their new society would bear almost no resemblance to the one of old. There was plenty for the citizens to get used to and plenty for them to cope with, but they were prepared for this. Now, unlike ever before, the common populace also wanted to be part of the change they wanted to see. This was all accomplished under August's sole control, with his elders and masters acting only as guides to show him the way. However, Damien wasn't present to witness it. After all, he left just a few days after he gained control over existence. To everyone else, it was a sudden disappearance that came out of nowhere. August was seemingly left behind. It was strange to see that he was the least confused out of all of them, but, looking back at it, it wasn't a surprise. The only person who knew Damien was leaving was him, and naturally, Damien wasn't going to leave without saying goodbye to his son. They met again while others were busy dealing with their affairs. Unlike their last conversation, this one proceeded without tension in the slightest. It started casually as August told Damien about everything he'd been through. They spoke about Aurelian, about August's dreams, and about the future. Damien gave August a few life lessons while mainly acting as a listener to the son who wanted to be praised by his father. The topic of Damien's departure was kept tucked away for many hours, but it had to come at some point. "Dad, you've never told me about the outside world," August said. They sat on the palace roof, staring into the stars as they spoke. Damien often told stories of the heavenly world and grand heaven's boundary, but he always refrained when it came to certain matters. August caught on to it early, but only after seeing the chaos in Aurelian did he begin to understand why his father was doing it. "There's something you have to do, isn't there?" Damien smiled wryly. Something like that. Damien definitely got the urge to rant, but the kid didn't need to know that the fate of everything in existence as he knew it was in the hands of his father. If Damien couldn't kill the enemy in front of him, he would be giving up everything. It was a battle he could not lose by any means. "I have to get back there. Just like you, I'm a person who is responsible for a lot of lives," he said. Leaving it at that was enough. "Have I never mentioned it? You may be the future Dragon Emperor, but as it stands, you are also a direct descendant of Void Palace, the strongest clan in the heavenly world." "Void Palace?" August repeated. "You've told stories about it. It's the clan Grandpa created, right?" "That's right. It's the place where your family is. I know you can't leave Aurelian at the moment, but as soon as you have an opportunity, I want you to visit so you can finally meet everyone else." It was August's turn to smile wryly. "If you're saying that, then you must be leaving soon. It has to be that way. If I could stay longer and see how you improve this place, I would love to." "Unfortunately, now isn't the best time." Damien stood up. It was a difficult parting for sure, but it was never meant to be permanent. The realms that separated them could be easily traversed. If they wanted to see each other, then the only thing stopping them was their individual obligations. "One of these days, I'll need your help," Damien said, turning back to look at his son. "My help?" August echoed. "Correct," Damien replied with a grin. "I don't know when it will be, but I will eventually have to call on you and the people of Aurelian for help. Will you come to my aid?" He extended his hand. August only looked at it for a moment before grabbing it and standing up. The chance to help his dad. It was an offer laced with danger. Anything that Damien needed help with could not be simple. However, it was also an opportunity that August had been looking forward to ever since he was a child. He grinned and looked his father in the eye with an unwavering expression. "Call us at any time. We'll be ready." No matter what it was, no matter who they were facing, the people of Aurelian would always stand by Damien's side. That was August's promise to him as his son. Chapter 1768 Succession 9. It was an extremely extended farewell. August didn't want to let go, and though Damien knew he had to leave, he didn't want to do so without entertaining his son's whims as much as possible. It had only been a few months in real time since August was just a 10-year-old boy who left home with dreams of majesty, but for him, it had been over 6 years of fighting and struggling for his goals. He missed his father. He was still in his formative years, so Damien's presence in his life was important. If Damien had the chance, he would have at least left Alexander in Aurelian so he could maintain contact with August. But he didn't have access to the sanctuary, which took away many of his conveniences. Plus, August probably wouldn't like it if he felt like Damien was giving him too much protection. So Damien went with a different method. He erected a tower in the center of Aurelian. As long as August wanted to contact him, he would be able to do so from the tower. Distance wouldn't matter. Time wouldn't matter either. That was the best he could do, and once the tower was created, there weren't many excuses left to keep Damien in the kingdom. Damien was never much of a hugger, but in that moment, he felt the opposite. He hugged his son dearly and told him how proud he was. He told him that he would always be there and that he was excited to see what he could accomplish in the future. He told him that he would miss him, and he told him to visit whenever he had the time, as frequently as possible. When that conversation ended, there was really nothing left. That night, as August slept, Damien disappeared from the kingdom, and his life went back to its usual routine with just a slight emptiness left in his heart. "Just you wait, Dad," August thought to himself. Next time we meet, I'll surprise even you. August had big plans for Aurelian. Though it seemed like he was being a little arrogant, there wasn't a single ounce of falsehood in his words. The next time Aurelian became prominent in the eyes of others, it would be a completely different kingdom than it was today, and August, well, the rest could wait until the time was right. After all, that moment wasn't all too far away. The heavenly world had gone through many changes since Damien left. It was far more than anything anyone in Aurelian could imagine. After all, the main world was flowing at a speed that far exceeded all of the hidden realms incorporated into its folds. Selena was able to find a method to interfere in worlds that she could not sense. But it was naturally to a lesser extent than the main world. The few months that passed in Aurelian could be equated to around 3 years in real time. For the heavenly world, however, it had been almost 20. Under Void Palace's influence and with their support, the people of the world were able to train at an unbelievable rate and gather great power. A new influence rose in the north to fill the void left by the Stria clan, which just so happened to be fully created by Irisia Luminous. Rose generally understood that the array was being created, so she was aware that the heavenly world would have changed by the time she returned, but she really wasn't expecting this place that looked like a utopia. Void Palace was too strong for another major enemy of the world to rise. There were still petty criminals everywhere, but without real obstructions, society was able to progress at a magnificent rate. Resources were available to all people, which led to revolutions in the many fields of research surrounding mana. Even the smallest villages were equipped with systems that would have been considered advanced 10 years ago. The world was now united under the palace's banner. The other influences were still present and had control over their individual regions as a sort of division of power, but Void Palace did have the final say in all important decisions. As such, even the palace was no longer the same as it was when Rose left. It had been upgraded and improved several times. The overall aesthetic was still the same, but it was almost impossibly bigger and more technologically and magically sophisticated. The most surprising thing, though, was the realization that her quest actually amounted to nothing. Well, the artifacts she stole seemed to be pretty valuable, so it was still worth robbing the dragons. But shouldn't someone have told her that Dante Void was awake? She was only told about it since she was part of the inner circle of the palace that only contained real family members. Damien's other wives knew, but they happened to be invested in their own tasks at the moment, so they didn't find the time to inform her. Nevertheless, it was surprising to meet her father-in-law before his own son had, but she left a good impression as she delivered everything she'd taken. When Dante saw those treasures, a grin lit up his face. Those old bastards are still at it? Well, that's good. I was just craving dragon meat. They would undoubtedly arrive at the palace soon as they traced the signatures of these objects. And when they arrived, they'd promptly be dealt with. Those pesky lizards were always holed up in the world they created so they could pretend to be the strongest. Now that their auras were present in the heavenly world, did they think things would be the same? There was a time when dragons were stronger than humans to the point where they could only be feared. However, that was long in the past. A dragon had never become unrecorded. Humans, on the other hand, had 3 verified members of their race who attained the unattainable. Confidence was infectious, and the spirit of Void Palace even more. 10 years had produced enough improvement in the world's population to give everyone surety that they'd be well prepared in 100. However, would they really receive the time they worked so hard to earn themselves? Before even Rosa's return, there were machinations influencing the universe from beyond. 100 years had been given, but they could be taken away just as fast. From beyond the veil, the dark god sneered as he sensed the change in reality. He peered beyond the nothingness of the void and watched time change in the heavenly world. Foolish little things, he snickered. It was a sound made by countless voices that mixed into one, echoing through the starry sky and shaking the surrounding planets. It was a respectable maneuver, but a foolish one nonetheless. You have had your time. Did they want to find a loophole in the 5-year promise? Well, unfortunately for them, Mimic, he spoke a single word to the existence he controlled. A black fog spread from his body as it was forced to obey. The time flow in the sacred abyss universe changed and changed and changed until it matched the true void perfectly. 5 years. It was meant to have increased into over 100, but it was no longer so. The two cosmos had never been perfectly aligned before now, and, with 5 years passing multiple times in both places in tandem, the dark god no longer had a reason to hold back, did he? An army was summoned from nothingness. They readied themselves for war and opened portal after portal. The war that was meant to be far in the distance was already beginning, and Damien wasn't even slightly aware of it. Chapter 1769 Return 1. Right, while they gained a little bit of time while the dark god laughed at them, it wasn't anywhere near what they wanted. before even Rose returned, the world was once again plagued by dimensional cracks, through which great enemies constantly flowed. They were mostly vanguard forces, however, many newly created foreign nobles also appeared one after another. Even those who were killed always found a way to return. The heavenly world was not enveloped in war, but that was only because they were prepared for the invasion already. It came far earlier than expected, but the basic provisions were enough to keep chaos at bay. There were several zones throughout the world, each of them tens of thousands of kilometers wide. They were clearly delineated by the cool blue barriers that separated them from the general populace. Several was the wrong way to number them. In reality, there were millions of them. They were all locations where cracks opened in the fabric of reality. Through the array that now covered the world, the palace was able to find them before they appeared and secure the area. These zones were heavily infested by foreign races. Practitioners would enter them and go to war in those specific areas. Their efforts kept the enemies at bay so that the entire world wouldn't be immediately doomed. It was only for this reason that Rose could return and not sense anything too different about the world. However, when Damien arrived, he immediately noticed. He left Aurelian a little after he said goodbye to August. At the end of the day, that was his son. Even if he made it seem like he wasn't feeling too heartbroken by their separation, it did hurt to see him grow further away. Nevertheless, August had a life path he wanted to follow, and Damien knew that he would never forget about his family. As long as August was doing fine, he had nothing to worry him over. He could cope with his own sadness alone. He watched over the development of Aurelian for around a week before returning to the heavenly world. It was a good thing because he got some time to sort out his mood before he returned, and it was instantly darkened. His eyes turned cold. His sense of perception was already far separated from the norm. As long as he willed it, any and all information in the true void universe would be made available to him. As such, he instantly sensed the existence of every single foreign being in the world, the barriers that entrapped them, and Damien stood in the sky of the empty western region, staring into the horizon. Others couldn't see it. Even for him, it was still vague. When Damien attained existence, it felt like something he'd always had was completed. He stood at a peak that nobody in his cosmos had ever reached, but even then, he saw someone standing at a peak above him. That person who was peering beyond the veil naturally heard his comment. The fact that Damien could sense him was a surprise, but it was nothing too unexpected considering that Damien was already close to this level when they last met. "I knew you liked to scheme, but this is a little much, isn't it?" he said, not expecting a response. However, he did receive one. Just, in a form he wasn't expecting, words manifested in front of him in a deep black light. "I merely evened the playing field. Did you believe that you would be allowed to exploit loopholes while I did not? Our promise was 5 years. That time has long passed. Do not get cocky, Damien Void." Damien sneered. "I'm not the cocky one between us." He took his attention off of that person. He would always be watching since he had nothing better to do with his miserable life, so there wasn't a point in entertaining him for too long. It's good news. Though, the Dark God chose to send a message instead of communicating directly. It was a clear indication that while his power allowed him to easily observe the heavenly world, he couldn't influence it at will. He wasn't strong enough to directly crush the true void universe before Damien could put up a fight, and that was certainly comforting. They got 10 years. It wasn't a bad amount of time, but it still wasn't enough. If he wanted to help the people of this world survive the coming cataclysm, then he needed to earn them more time to train. "I'll have to eliminate all of the pesky bastards on my own for now." He wasn't around August anymore, nor was he in a place where he didn't necessarily have a say in the lives of the people. He was the young lord of the palace who was pretty much just its lord at this point. This world, unlike Aurelian, belonged solely to him. As such, he would not allow its people to die in vain during a war they had no say in. "I just got to this level. It would be fun to test my power on strong enemies, but those don't exist anymore." Damien shook his head. Either way, slaughtering a mob is fun too. Damien had always been a fan of intricacies disguised as commonalities. Most of his attacks were like that, manifesting in common forms but containing huge webs of interconnected concepts that produced results that others couldn't replicate. He was always someone who theorized and tested his techniques before using them in actual combat. Most of his training as a young practitioner was geared towards this particular aspect. However, all of that was robbed from him. It was a sort of bittersweet realization, but that was just the truth of the matter. Now that he controlled existence, complexity could not exist in front of him unless he allowed it to. Even in this moment, he did not have to gather his mana or control its circulation. He did not have to infuse it with laws and weave them together. He didn't even have to make a gesture, but he did it for effect since he knew that his audience of one would be more irked if he did so. Damien raised his hand and snapped, making direct eye contact with the dark god. That was it. His mana didn't explode outward or even acknowledge that it was used. The source of energy was practically infinite in Damien's circuits now. From his point of view, nothing happened. That was only because the swath of land around him was isolated and empty. The heavenly world felt the weight of that snap far more than him. Everywhere, no matter how remote or close to civilization, at the same time, hundreds of millions of living beings turned to ash. Every hostile foreign being in this world was eradicated with a single snap that nobody knew about but the two people who watched it happen. The playing field that Damien and the dark god saw was far beyond the comprehension of even the greatest minds in the world. The battle they were fighting was of a completely different weight class, foreign beings. It was a blanket term that described every single individual or object in this world that did not originate from the true void universe, and when hostile was used as an adjective to describe them, the victims all became followers of the dark god, gods, demigods, 9 revolutions masters, and 4th-class practitioners, artifacts with the power to alter reality, dimensional cracks. It didn't matter what the actual level of those affected was or what kind of qualities they had, as long as they fit the criteria Damien set, they died in a single instant. Once again, Damien sneered at the dark god. His actions were something of a warning. "Do not think this war will end so easily," he said with his eyes, and as he turned his attention away from that being, set on returning to his home, his eyes turned another shade colder. The adventures in Aurelian were a good break. Those few months gave him a lot of mental clarity. Now that he was back, it was go time, the final war, the war to determine the fates of both the true void universe and the sacred abyss universe. It begins now. Chapter 1770 Return 2. Every time Damien returned from a long journey, he would be a different person than he was when he left. He had a habit of growing when nobody else was around, so the people around him were forced to get used to never actually experiencing his growth. This time, however, he was not the one who left for a long time. He only spent a few months away, but for everyone else, it had been 10 years. They grew and changed with the time, and he was the one who had to realize what it felt like to be in their position. When he returned to the palace, it was in an especially large outroar. After all, the phenomenon Damien caused was a huge deal. To him, it was nothing more than subtle provocation. But others didn't see it the same way. Even supreme gods couldn't cause that kind of widespread damage to kill every single foreign being in the world. At most, they could go from zone to zone and individually take care of each one within only a few seconds. Obviously, the people of the world had no interest in antagonizing a being who could create such a scene, but they had to find out his identity. He was too dangerous to be treated casually just because he was powerful. The people who served the palace now stood at the head of the world. When something of this caliber happened, it fell on their shoulders to find a cause and inform the people. It was a little funny how Damien's return went unnoticed in the chaos. But it was probably better that way. They couldn't have a huge celebration every time he came back, right? He walked through the halls of the new palace, smiling as he saw how it had evolved since the last time he was here. He scanned the vicinity for signs of his family or his wives. Unfortunately, Iris, Elena, and Ruyue were all still away from home. Rose, however, was still present. It was the same for his siblings. Only Hestia remained. Presumably, the rest of them were on the battlefield directly leading the forces of the world. Hezata. She was a small girl when he first met her. She didn't have much knowledge and the extent of her personality was the shyness she always displayed. To see that she'd grown into an adult and was commanding all of the palace's war efforts even at this moment made him extremely proud. Damien's sense of time had truly been ruined. He had been thrown around in time dilations for his entire life. Most of his aging was done in places where time didn't match the outside world in the slightest. His heart had become somewhat dead to the feelings related to time. Seeing Hestia, seeing Rose, seeing the geniuses he personally chose all those years ago in different forms, he only felt a slight tingle in his chest. If anything, he was proud of what they could do in only 10 years' time. Only, his own lifespan was not great enough for him to say something like that. Was it? He lost count at this point, but he couldn't have been more than 100 and something. He was 200 at most. To him, 10 years was still quite a considerable period of time, just, his mind had experienced so much more. He had seen millions upon millions of years of memories. He had the experiences of countless others living in his own mind. It was a miracle that he was able to maintain a sense of self, but even that was only possible because Damien experienced hundreds of thousands of years of change when he was still in his 20s, with existence under his control now. His physical form had lost a lot of meaning. He could change his age so he was as old as the universe itself. Or he could revert to his childhood appearance and power. Existence always followed him, and as a fabric that supported the fabric of reality, its influence would not be removed from him even if he destroyed every power vessel in his body. So, the current Damien was someone who manifested more as what he envisioned himself to be. There wasn't an aura around him. He was still the same purple-eyed genius, but there was an odd quality that was not present in normal people. The ordinary observer wouldn't even be able to register his face if he passed by. Only those who had deep personal connections with him could still feel the weight of his existence. He was disappearing from the world. No, rather, he was surpassing it. Nevertheless, the part of Damien that was still human cared deeply for his people. Only for this reason could they sense him no matter how he changed. Damien put his thoughts to the side. Anyway, he didn't care how he changed as long as he remained the same in his core. The fact that he could still recognize his love for his family was enough. He approached the inner palace and went to what could be considered a family room. It was the main place where everyone gathered. Though it was usually for serious matters, it was outfitted so it could be used casually as well. Damien sat on a sofa and summoned Persia's encyclopedia. As he read its pages, it told him everything that had occurred since he went to Aurelian. It's mostly good things. The plans at hand were more than enough to protect the cosmos. If the Dark God hadn't interfered, then it would have been perfect. But it was stupid to think he'd just let it be. The Dark God was arrogant. Arrogance would usually be displayed by letting the enemy grow. This was what he was doing with Damien. When it came to the common populace, on the other hand, his arrogance shined most clearly in his desire to toy with them. They didn't know that their enemies were infinite in number. They couldn't know, or their spirits would be shattered. Will he force us to fight here, or will I be able to push into his territory? Hypothetically, fighting in his own realm was more beneficial. That was only when his own realm was empty of innocent civilians. The sacred abyss barely had a population of real living people. It would be a better place overall to have a reality-shattering battle. I have to plan that out, but I guess this comes first. The heavenly god plane. Damien muttered it to himself, but he raised his head in surprise as another voice joined him. His eyes immediately dilated. It's usually incorporeal so that only souls can enter, but every 10 million years, it becomes corporeal for but a few days. It's a place that every divinity wants to enter, since it's filled with countless treasures and a special energy that makes ascension and training far easier. As the rumor goes, anyone who enters will leave a god. But this time it's a bit more special than that. A man stood at the entrance of the room, leaning against the doorframe. He smiled at Damien as he took a few steps into the room. It's nice to finally meet you in person. His blue eyes shine like sapphires. His face, a face that looked too familiar to belong to anyone else, made an expression of warmth. My son, 2 words, with the power of 2 words. Damien's mind was blown. Was that really Dante Void? Chapter 1771 Return 3. His body was moving before his mind finished processing it. The surrounding environment changed and turned into an open field perfect for battle. And Damien's fist arrived in front of Dante Void. A huge outpouring of energy raced the realm, immediately turning it into a wasteland. It was a punch that guaranteed the death of the person it was aimed at. Well, as long as that person was not Dante Void. Not the nicest way to greet your father, is it? Dante smiled wryly from the sky. My bad. A younger me would never forgive me if I didn't do this. Fair enough. Let's get it out of your system then. The raised environment changed again. Rather than land, the two of them stood in the folds of space surrounded by the starry sky. I've also been wanting to see what level you've reached. Damien grinned, frankly. He didn't have any hard feelings for his dad anymore. The grudges he held had been dispelled from the moment he learned that everything his father did was forced. Hell, how was Damien going to be mad at him for leaving when he ended up in a prison made by the Dark God himself to protect his family? Obviously, Damien's rational mind won over the childish desire he had already lost. Just, after saying that he'd punched the sky for so many years, he couldn't just go back on it, could he? This battle was just a way for them to break the ice between them so they could interact properly as father and son. With both of them being so hard-headed, it was the best method available. Dante said he wanted to see what Damien could do. But that didn't mean he was going to stand still. He instantly recognized that his son had moved them into an imaginary space and took control of it to make it best suit his abilities. In the starry sky, Damien also once sought his abilities continuously enhanced. However, he didn't have that sort of benefit anymore. No matter where he was, his power would be the equally dominating. Boom. 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 Damien immediately went to work attacking. He formed several suns and stars that collided with each other and created massive explosions of light and heat that rocked the framework of the simulated universe. A wave of pure energy struck at Dante like lightning. In response, he merely smiled. He raised his hand in the air and swished it in both directions. The entire space changed. Several layers of dimension sublimated through the starry sky and isolated the energy wave from reality. Damien found himself in a mirror dimension that was a far more sophisticated version of the mirror realm he once used as a domain. Every inch of reality was a different dimension. If Damien tried to move, then he would be sucked into one after the other until his entire body was separated into multiple different realities. Spatial cracks tore through the void, opening a path to a land between. Those were once objects that provoked great fear in those who came in contact with them. Their force was enough to rip anyone to shreds no matter what their skill level. This kind of mechanism remains somewhat true in the heavenly world as well. Normal spatial cracks couldn't inhibit divinities, but a spatial practitioner with enough strength could create one that touched upon the barrier to the void itself. It didn't need to be said why that was deadly. Damien's mobility would have been effectively limited to a range of only a few meters if he were any other expert. However, he was not just any other expert, he merely took a breath. When he exhaled, the imaginary space transformed and the effects of Dante's attack were completely dispelled. That's just unfair. Dante complained with a smile. If that's what you feel, then do something about it. I already am. The quip came surprisingly fast. Dante opened his hand and Damien immediately sensed the change in space. Once again, several rifts appeared, but they themselves were not an offensive maneuver. Damien's eyes widened slightly. That's possible. What he saw coming out of those rifts was an interpolated form of his own energy. The energy he used to create through the laws of existence had been repurposed. Seeing Damien's expression change for the first time, Dante's grin widened. It's obvious that you've reached that place. Your strength has definitely surpassed mine. However, I saw it too, you know? Dante formed a ball of mana in his hand. At first glance, it looked like the same spatial mana that characterized Dante's power, but there was an entire universe contained within. It may be a little less than what you can do, but don't look down on me too much. Dante accepted that his son had surpassed him from the moment he learned that Damien was the one who saved him from the celestial prison. Having several months after he awakened to cope with that and learn to be proud rather than ashamed was helpful. Now, Dante didn't mind being the weaker of them. He only wanted to be a good father to the child he was forced to abandon. If the first step of that was to fight, then he wasn't going to hold back. He also wanted to show his son why he was once considered the strongest person in the cosmos. The universe in Dante's hand expanded until it took the place of the imaginary world. Both he and Damien were enveloped by it, where life and light meant completely different things. Damien marveled at the ability. Sure, he could do it too. That wasn't the point, though, was it? Damien had always been a person who could never see others display the kind of talent he had. He was always the one with the extremely powerful and esoteric abilities that left others unable to compete. These kinds of scenes were just normal if they came from him. It was a completely separate matter if they came from someone else. He knew that Dante was strong. He acknowledged his father's talent long ago when he realized that Dante had also touched upon the peak of the unrecorded. But this isn't just touching upon it. Dante was able to create to an extreme level. For Damien to feel vitality from this universe meant that it was entirely possible for this place to exist on its own in reality. This level of skill could only be displayed by a person who had done a great deal of research into the concepts of existence. Only, life could potentially exist in this universe, but it didn't. It was as if Dante knew exactly what he needed to do to progress further, but there was something blocking his path. Whatever the case, Damien would find out in detail soon enough. After all, this fight wasn't close to over yet. Dante summoned the universe to showcase his power, but in a sense, it was an attack in its own right. Damien felt the pressure it put on him. This was the weight of an existence controlled by someone else. He had only ever felt this from the Dark God before. So, to encounter it in a non-hostile environment, this was the best possible greeting that Damien could have ever hoped for. Chapter 1772 Answers. 1. Dante and Damien both showcased the strength of the existence they controlled, but the main fight took place in close combat. Damien's young fantasy was not surpassing him or making him proud. It was the sole desire to put a fist to his face just one time. Damien could learn how to fight another user of his esoteric abilities from Dante as much as he wanted in the future. For now, he just wanted to satisfy that urge. Boom. 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 They went blow for blow, fighting a fast battle that was also relatively slow. They charged at each other, threw punches, and flew back as they received each other's force. They were both trying considerably hard, but without killing intent. Neither of them could really do any damage to the other. Their bodies were both evolved to a level beyond what ordinary people were capable of. If their mana didn't passively regulate it, both of them would have weighed as much as stars. It was looking like their battle would continue infinitely since they were in this imaginary world where they were relatively unreachable, but that was incorrect. Boom. 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 Damien's eyes widened as he peered through the energy around him. Dante's power really was like the starry sky. His energy was purely spatial, however, its ferocity mimicked the properties of so many other elements. He was able to mimic all factors inside the universe, as he had understood how to create one himself. Even for Damien, this kind of power was difficult to deal with. Now, that didn't mean that Dante had a chance of winning here. However, unless Damien used cheap tactics by abusing existence, this battle wasn't one he could easily win. If Dante's goal was to say that he wasn't soft just because Damien was stronger, then he'd done more than succeed. The grin on Damien's face, the pure spirit of battle flowing through his veins, wasn't something that could be roused so easily anymore. That feeling of pride Damien had when he learned of who his father truly was back then, he was feeling it again. Dante Void, the man who had once united the entire heavenly world, the man who reached existence without any sort of external aid, and the man who made even the dark god wary as he sensed the threat of that being before anyone else. To be the father who sired a genius as amazing as Damien, he had to be substantially amazing himself. The two of them were enjoying themselves in the moment. The battle turned into something of an exhibition of skill instead, where both of them tried to do something cooler than the other just for the sake of it. In the first place, it was a meaningless battle. They gave it the meaning that they thought fit it best, and as they continued to trade blow after blow, the ice that separated them as estranged father and son who hadn't met for over 100 years was shattered. They both had smiles on their faces, and the lack of injuries on their bodies was quite telling. Both of them were of the mind to continue this for a few more hours so they could thoroughly enjoy it. Just the few minutes they'd been fighting already weren't enough. Unfortunately, their battle wouldn't be able to continue for too long. After all, there was an invader in their imaginary world. In this cosmos, there was only a single person who could walk through both Dante and Damien's power without fear. What do you two think you're doing? A voice cut through the simulated universe. Dante and Damien were just about to clash again, but they both froze when they heard it. Their mana subconsciously reined itself in and every offensive force in the entire space was dispersed. The two of them turned their heads to the source of that voice like robots. There stood a woman there, glaring at them with eyes of death. Two sound transmissions flitted between the two men as they resigned to fate. How did she get here? I don't know, but we're fucked. Stop talking in your heads and come down here. Now. Yes, ma'am. They both landed on the ground at the same time with their heads bowed. The imaginary space faded and they were returned to the family room. Standing there with the power to somehow interfere with existence itself despite not even knowing that it was a controllable force was Claire Elowen, the only person in the world who could make both of them quiet down in a single instant. Let me ask you again. What do you two think you're doing? The two of them glanced at each other, speaking with their eyes. They needed to find a way out of this situation. It hardly ever happened, but Claire was also someone who could get mad. She hid it well behind her calm exterior, but if she was given a reason, then she turned into a monster. Neither of them wanted to face an angry Claire. But neither of them wanted to be the one to calm her down. You say something, no, you say something. That was the very logical conversation they had with their eyes. But Dante was the one who lost. Damien hit him with a critical, "You're her husband. It's your job," which put the final nail in his coffin. Dante said, scratching his head. Father-son bonding, huh? Are you going to say the same thing? Me too. Damien sighed wryly as he was forced to share the blame with his father. I mean, that's just how we are. It was the wrong answer. Exactly. That's the problem. Claire stomped forward and grabbed their ears, pulling them out of the room with her. Why do you always have to be so bullheaded? Sit down at the table and have a conversation like normal people, you idiots. Dante just smiled wryly as if this was something he was used to. Damien, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. He had seen his mother angry before, but she never spoke like this. Her tone of voice was always somewhat bleak, which made him feel guilty for making her mad in the first place. Her current method of chastising was filled with life. She was furious, sure, but there was an underlying happiness there that allowed her to speak freely in a way that Damien had never experienced. She's happy, her husband was finally back, and her son was back as well. Her daughter was healthy and growing up well. Her broken family was whole again. Claire was now happier than she'd ever been, so even as she nagged at Dante, she had a smile on her face. It made Damien smile too. Yeah, this is why his mother had only been able to recently gain a smile like that. He wasn't fighting the dark god for his own sake or just for something as vague as saving the world. A smile like that, the smiles on his father's face, his mother's face, and his family's faces, they could only now be expressed so clearly, and Damien wanted to do everything he could to protect them. Chapter 1773 Answers 2. Claire was really just going to find Dante since dinner was ready. Dinner was something they were doing now that Dante was back. It started as a way for him to get closer to the family he had been taken from, but it had become a tradition that kept them all grounded in times of war. Finding herself arriving in a random universe when she followed his presence to the family room was strange, but seeing Damien there was even stranger. At first, she wanted to let them resolve their differences in whatever way they wanted. As long as they didn't actually harm each other, it was okay, but they were taking too damn long. Dinner was ready and everyone else had gathered. She couldn't let them hold everyone else up, could she? They could talk it out like real men later. She only acted mad because she knew how to exploit her advantages. Since they were both afraid of her, wasn't it the best way to bring them together? She almost wanted to smile when she saw them interacting, but she was forced to hold it in at least until they returned to the table. Like that, Dante and Damien joined Serena, Hestia, Rose, and Claire for their dinner. Unfortunately, the rest of their family wasn't present, but most of them were already on their way back. Damien had a short mental conversation with Rose where they greeted each other, but they could talk more later. Even Rose knew that Dante came first at a moment like this. Still, I saw what you did in Aurelian. It was pretty amazing to watch. That line caught her off guard. Right, Damien was operating there when she was, right. I saw a certain name that I ignored because I thought it was a coincidence. Her eyes turned a shade colder for a second, but she hid it behind a wide smile. What did I do this time? Damien shivered. What did I do this time? Well, he would have to find out later. But he got the sudden feeling that his life would become another degree harder quite soon. Nevertheless, Damien heard about everything that was happening in the heavenly world again through his family and told them that Aurelian would also participate in the war effort. There were a few hours of banter and food that was honestly better than he'd ever tasted. Granted, Damien hadn't had food in quite a long time. When the dinner ended, Damien followed Dante to another room so they could finally talk. You said something about the heavenly god plane, right? What is that event? Damien asked, starting the conversation. He definitely wanted to start with something deeper than this. He wanted to know Dante's story and the answers to the questions about his father that he'd had for so long. But, it was better to get current events out of the way first so they could spend more time on matters that needed to be focused on. Dante nodded, understanding. It is mostly just as I said. The heavenly god plane will become corporeal in the coming days. Only divinities are eligible to enter, but that is all divinities who have access to this realm, which includes the dark god's forces. They can enter it too? I thought they didn't have access to that plane. They don't. And, since you definitely killed them all when you got back, it seems even more improbable for them to be able to reach that place, right? Dante said. Damien nodded. That was indeed what he thought. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Since they have a connection to our realm, it will invite them as well. It is an unbiased system, after all. As long as one is a divinity, one has the opportunity to chase its benefits. Most people will immediately rush towards treasures. It is a chaotic event, but not one to be worried about. The main issue now that the foreign races are invited is the potential massacre of our strongest forces. The heavenly god plane opening was really no different from any other secret realm opening. However, in the current situation, too many gods and demigods couldn't die. They were the most essential fighting force against the dark god's armies. After all, you said that the energy there helps with ascension as well. Right, Dante nodded in affirmation. If you stay there for a long enough period of time, then you will inevitably ascend. There is no doubt about it, Damien didn't have much interest in secret realms anymore, but this case was special. It could be so easily forgotten since he was already unrecorded, but the universe still regarded him as a demigod. It was funny, right? All of that about edicts and ascension was inconsequential to him because existence already brought him past it. However, Damien encountered something odd. He already had the keys to non-existence, but for some reason he couldn't use them. As he looked at his soul, he found out why. He still had the soul of a demigod. But his void soul allowed him to carry the weight of existence regardless. If he wanted to add non-existence as well, however, then he needed to ascend to true godhood and expand his soul space. It wasn't like it would be hard for him to do so. Only, having the right environment was always important. A few months of effort could be transformed into only days, especially if the environment was as good as the heavenly god plane. I guess I have to participate too. When does it start? Judging by the spatial chaos, anywhere between today and 3 days from now. Dante responded, that's perfect. Damien could get it out of the way before anything serious happened and focus on comprehending non-existence once he had properly unlocked the door. His fight with the Dark God was fated to take place when he achieved a level where both concepts were equal. After all, the Dark God wanted to fight him when they were at the same level. It won't be a waste since I can also take care of the idiots he sends. Rather than taking measures so that the fewest number possible die, I can preserve all of our divine forces in a single move and instill some more loyalty in them while I'm at it. There was no reason for him to miss it. Letting others chase treasures and gain the benefits of that realm also meant that the heavenly world's fighting power would increase. Damien closed his eyes for a moment. He could see the end of this road already. All he needed to do was walk it, and with that knowledge in his mind, he put aside the heavenly god plane's matters to focus on something he actually had an interest in. The mood changed a little, so Dante also seemed to know what was coming. Damien asked without hesitation. He knew that his father wanted to tell him the story just as much as he wanted to hear it. What happened to you, Dante Void, a tragic hero? His tale was one that truly deserved to go down in history. Chapter 1774 Answers 3. Most of it had already been said. Dante was born in the heavenly world and fought it in order to gain talent and become great. He eventually did, establishing Void Palace and becoming one of the strongest people in the world. When he was at his best, his enemies targeted him and his family and forced him to run. Well, that was what others thought. Otherwise, there wasn't a way for him to find a way to the lower universe to bring Damien into existence. I died back then. Damien raised an eyebrow. It was something that would floor anyone else, but Damien had also died, so it didn't hit him as hard. Damien, have you heard of the firmament board? Damien shook his head. This was obviously not going to be a story about Dante's life, but he was going to let his father speak anyway. One day, you will sense it. For the rest of us, it was the moment when we truly became unrecorded, but as you have attained that level before godhood, you must not have felt its call yet. Another mechanic of the universe. Damien didn't think there was anything else he didn't know about the world. As he had even scanned it with his existence when he returned, he thought that everything was within his expectations. Even the matter of the heavenly god plane was something he already knew about. Dante's explanation merely gave him more information on it. However, clearly, the firmament board was something different. It was something that was beyond existence alone. Dante summoned another energy. Only 2 other people in this world knew that it existed, and that number had now become 3. The firmament board is the reason why I have lived until today. In essence, it is nothing more than another form of the universe's acknowledgement. If you can gain its attention and carve your name onto its surface, then you will officially surpass the bounds of the known power scale. It is what gave me the ability to sense existence, and more importantly, it granted me a gift. Dante summoned another energy. Only 2 other people in this world knew that it existed, and that number had now become 3. This is the energy of boundless samsara. Damien's eyes widened in true surprise when he sensed the contents of that energy. It was perfect. It was an exact representation of life and death. Damien felt clearly from that energy the same thing he felt when he was facing the wheel of samsara itself. This physique is not something that should be possible, Dante said, his eyes hardening. It is a physique that makes me immortal. True immortality was not possible for anyone. Damien did not have a lifespan anymore, as he controlled existence. Hypothetically, as long as the true void universe existed, he could constantly return his existence into being. However, nobody else was truly immortal. Gods could be killed, and if they weren't killed, then they'd eventually die even if it took trillions of years. Damien was a unique case. He never worried about immortality as a curse, but it was indeed his curse if it was something he had to possess alone. It had always been his goal to make everyone he loved immortal as well. As he always said, he didn't want to stand at the peak alone. To find out that Dante was also immortal, he was a little happy, but mainly just confused. If you're immortal, how did you die? It was an easy question to answer when the previously shown energy was taken into account, but Damien asked regardless. You're funny, Dante responded with a smile. It's as you think. If I ever die, then I will be reincarnated. I live with only an instinct to train until 4th class and then regain my memories of the past. I died 39 times in the heavenly world before I was reborn in grand heaven's boundary. There, I spent almost the same amount of time as the Saint Emperor, you know. A mention of the Saint Emperor at this time was not something Damien expected. That means you were in grand heaven's boundary near the inception of the Nox. Dante nodded. They were created to hunt me, in the first place. Their goal only changed after I was located and the gods of the Stria clan found me. Wow, none of the memories Damien consumed said anything about that. That means it was like that only at the very beginning of the universe's timeline, at a time when even the universe itself did not have memories. Dante was there, struggling. It was around that time when Earth existed. Sorry, oh, I guess there's no way for you to know. The Earth you were born on was just a copy. I made that to mimic the world I was reborn on. Come on. Earth was a pretty normal place where people didn't even know that mana existed. It had a good run for a few billion years, but it was swallowed by its own sun a long time before you were born. I recreated the world later when I realized that your mother's soul had followed me to the lower universe. There, she was reborn and I was able to meet her again, and there, you were born. Damien certainly didn't think he'd hear answers to questions he'd forgotten by now. The mysteries surrounding Earth, which was a far more mystical planet than it was ever meant to be, were all the doings of Dante Void. As he continued to speak, Damien learned that the original Earth was pretty much the exact same as the new one. The only difference was, the legendary heroes of the Earth that Damien knew were all different faces of Dante. The myths in their history were Dante's creations, made to resemble figures and places that existed in the heavenly world and the greater grand heaven's boundary. It was a place that was almost specifically made so that Damien could be born. Obviously, the timeline didn't line up. It was caused by the same time difference that allowed Damien to have a younger sibling despite his father being captured eons ago. The heavenly world was a place where the time flow was never stable between regions until Serena aligned the time flows for the sake of her array. The lower universe, as a much smaller body that had an even more chaotic time flow, could never align with it. As time passed, their flows separated further and further until a million years could be equated to only a few thousand. How long was Dante's struggle? He moved from one to the other and back, experiencing millions upon millions of years in both places. He was only focusing on the important parts, but beneath it all, Damien found a struggle even greater than his own, one that provoked immense respect. The heavenly god battlefield, the firmament board, the secrets of the lower universe. Dante had spilled many secrets since he started talking, but the latter two topics were left unfinished. There was still more left to be said. Dante hadn't even told him why he brought up the firmament board yet. The two matters had to be connected somehow, and once Damien learned of that, his quest to reach the absolute peak would resume. The key to everything was Dante Void, so, for many reasons among which this one was just a small piece, Damien was very happy that his father was back. Chapter 1775 Heavenly God Plane 1. Dante continued to talk, expanding on what he had said before. However, his main point came back to one thing. Damien, the firmament board is your chance. As far as I have seen, it is entirely unique to our true Void universe. I was only able to etch my family name onto its surface, which gave everyone related to that name a boost in talent. If you can put your full true name on there, you will attain something that the Dark God never can. He mentioned it solely so Damien could prepare for its arrival. It would absolutely approach him soon, especially since he was already stronger than Dante. When it did, if he could gain the most possible benefits, then his path would be secured. The lower universe was no more. Damien couldn't access it, so it was a shame that its benefits couldn't be reaped by him. Still, Dante didn't just talk about the lower universe so he could tell his story and explain how the boundless samsara physique tied together his broken timeline. He mentioned it because Damien didn't understand just how many legacies Dante had left there. Many of them were for Damien's sake, but many more were there because he wanted to leave a remembrance from each life in the folds of reality. If those legacy sites were properly utilized, then one could become a god within the lower universe before even ascending. It was a monstrous level of resources. techniques, and plenty of other things that could easily turn an ordinary person into a divine. However, as Dante knew how dangerous it was to leave such legacies in open places for anyone to find, they were all hidden in the deepest recesses of the universe. Grand Heaven's boundary was gone. It had been destroyed by the tests of time. Damien could only save the worlds within and have his sanctuary's universal core devour the one that wanted to die. He couldn't save the universe itself. When he told Dante this, he thought it would elicit disappointment, as all of his hard work had been destroyed, but Dante didn't respond like that at all. Do you think I didn't prepare for such a situation? Every legacy of mine is connected directly to the universal core. If it is as you say and your own universal core devoured that one, then they will all be present in your personal sanctuary as I left them. It was a bit nonsensical to be so thorough, but only when the universe one lived in wasn't always on the verge of destruction. Grand Heaven's boundary was the last part of the lower universe that still existed. It was the literal boundary between the lower universe and the heavenly world. If Dante existed there since it was still a part of a larger universe, then he would have been aware of its eventual fate from long ago. Damien didn't ask him why he didn't do anything about it. Even back then, Dante had lived for a period of time that would turn anyone else insane. He wasn't of the mind to solve other people's problems. He was too busy preparing for a return to the heavenly world and creating a path for his son to walk. How was he supposed to know that the dark god had prepared for him? It truly was unfortunate. If things went a little differently for Dante, then he would be standing in the position that Damien currently held. He didn't mind, since it was his son who surpassed him, but it was still a shame. Nevertheless, Damien could sense Dante's subtle desire to live vicariously through him. He wasn't put off by it. Rather, from his childhood, he always wanted to make his father proud. That emotion turned into a burning desire to surpass him when it was tainted by malice. Now that he and Dante had made up, it was able to return to its original form. Damien wanted to show Dante the future that was robbed of him. The heavenly god plane comes first, and the firmament board comes second. It was enough to be a clear game plan. Damien spoke with his father for a while longer. They went from serious topics into more casual conversation as they closed the gap of 100 years that stood between them. They didn't have a hard time at all. Dante and Damien were already pretty similar people. Damien grew up to be the spitting image of his father. Without hostility and with joint effort they connected over many things. When Damien left that room, he had a smile on his face. He understood why his mother looked so happy. The feeling of having a complete family after years and years of being apart or separated by circumstances was unreal. Even Damien, who was becoming more indifferent to his humanity, was reveling in its warmth. He was definitely glad to be home. He was even more excited for August to visit. Speaking of, I guess the holy dragons became fodder. It was a bit unfortunate, but if they followed Rose to the palace, then that was their only fate. After all, this was a place that was ruled by an unrecorded. No matter how supreme they were, what could they do against Dante? If he pulled out a universe like the one he showed Damien, then they had to have died in a single instant. That kind of pressure couldn't be resisted unless one had control over one's own existence. There was a bit of disappointment in Damien's mind when he realized that they'd just vanished. But what could he do about it? They died when August was still fighting for the crown. They died with their existences wiped from this world, so the news didn't even reach the clans they supported. Well, it was going to happen anyway. The fate in Aurelian was recaptured by the crown when the artifacts were taken out of the realm, so their lifespans were doomed to end. That was why Damien knew they would chase the artifacts to the palace despite the risks. They chased life with such ferocity that they ran right into the jaws of death. The only disappointing thing was that August wouldn't have any holy dragons to use as training dummies, but Damien could find a solution to that problem if he needed to. Putting all of that aside, Damien returned to his own abode where Rose was waiting for him with her arms crossed. So, August void, huh? Those were the first words he heard. He smiled wryly. Right, there was that. His wives didn't know that he now had a son. As for how he would explain it, well, it was simple, right? It was, but it took a lot of time. Damien wasn't the same young guy anymore. He was more than content with what he had, so the chance of him coming back with a new wife was non-existent at this point. Rose didn't doubt him. She knew it well. Just IT was definitely something she needed to know, wasn't it? She sat Damien down and heard the whole story about what happened in Aurelian. She definitely nagged him about August, but rather than criticism, it was more along the lines of, why didn't you bring him home? Are you telling me he doesn't even know that you're married? Damien did mention his wives to his son, but it was always in passing, so I don't really know if August knows they exist. Rose was certainly pissed about that specific aspect, but it seemed like most of her feelings were directed elsewhere. By the time they finished talking, she was already staring at him intently. "What is it?" Damien asked as he sensed something off. "No more delaying," Rose responded without giving him a chance to say anything else. "We're making a baby." Chapter 1776 Heavenly God Plane, 2. It hadn't been that long since Damien last saw his wives when looked at from their perspective. Sure, he spent 10 years raising August and whatnot, but in the original time flow, only a little bit of time had passed since Damien and his family took a break from the world to enjoy their time together. However, when it came to having a child, Damien was always hesitant. There were several factors influencing his decision to wait. First off, the state of the world. It was too chaotic on a large scale to selfishly bring a child into this world. To be raised in an era of chaos could be a boon for some, but Damien wanted his children to experience peace. Secondly, his own state, as he was too busy dealing with the fate of the world, he barely even had time to spend with his wives. They were all pursuing their own ambitions at the moment, so he couldn't even see them when he returned. If any of them had a child, then the rest would obviously want the same. Not only would this put a halt to the things they worked so hard on, but wouldn't it leave his children with an absentee father? He wanted to be in their lives supporting them. He didn't want to be a father that they only saw every few months or years. He could go on to a third, fourth, or even fifth reason, but they didn't matter. These two were enough to solidify his decision to wait and have children after everything had been solved. It was definitely respectable. Rose wasn't going to force him into having a child that he couldn't also enjoy raising. However, he had to think about it from her perspective as well. She had been with him for over 100 years at this point. All that time, she stood by his side and loved him without wanting anything in return. Obviously, he loved her back just the same, but she was often the one who had to respect his wishes and put her own to the side as he was dealing with such important matters. She understood his concern. She knew exactly why he was holding back, but she at least wanted him to consider it. Gods took much longer than humans to give birth, as the baby needed to be supplied with mana and talent as well as the foundational elements of life. By the time the child was born, wouldn't Damien already have the time? In the situation where that child never gained sentience, then wasn't it the same whether they had one or not? Regardless, if Damien lost, the true void universe would turn to ash and that child would never have to suffer the pain of losing its existence. Rose wanted to carry that child. It was something she'd been dreaming about for a very long time. Unlike the others, she only trained for the sake of it. Her real dream in life was ordinary. She wanted to stay at home, raise her kids, and live a life like the people she saw when she went to Earth for the first time. Their small mundane lives were ideal to her. They were filled with a kind of beauty that she was never able to experience as the child of a royal clan. Rose did take Damien hostage for the next few nights. Her urge to have a child wasn't the only one that went unsatisfied over all these years. After all, however, she left the decision to him. She only wanted to put the thought in the head for him to seriously consider now that he was already experienced in fatherhood. In essence, Rose was jealous. She wanted her and Damien's first parenting experience to happen together. More than that, she wanted his first child to be hers. Obviously, when it came to biology, she could still hold that title. But she never wanted to exclude August, who was her son by default, from their family. That held true even though she'd never actually met him before. Damien was hoping that the Heavenly God Plane would open sooner rather than later, but as he sensed the changes in the world, he realized that it was still several days away. As such, he spent the rest of his time with Rose. She told him about what Elena, Ruyue, and Iris were up to these days. She also let him know where they were so he could visit them when he was free. It seemed that all of them were making unbelievable progress. Iris had raised an influence with similar strength to a great clan in a matter of a decade. Elena had chased her lineage to its core truths and was currently working on rebuilding the foundation of the Valkyrie race in the heavenly world. Ruyue hadn't yet conquered her quest to find her emotions, but she had already started to see a miraculous change that she didn't think was possible. Slowly but surely, she found herself experiencing sensation in a different way than she had ever since she ascended to divinity. It had been 10 years, so her progress didn't seem that great, but she was fighting against a binding vow of heaven. It wasn't an easy task to regain the emotions she sacrificed for power. Damien wanted to see them all immediately, but he refrained. He only went to see Iris and spent a day with her. As for Elena and Ruyue, he was planning to visit them after the Heavenly God Plane's matters. He didn't want to take their attention away from what they were doing quite yet. After all, he was back now, and his existence was affecting the heavenly world. he purely and utterly wished for their good fortune, so he knew the universe would respond and give them a fulfilling gift. Damien learned a lot about existence from Dante. Though he had a higher comprehension of the concept itself, Dante had been using it for longer, so he knew some tips and tricks that helped Damien learn to experiment properly with the power he had. The 3 nights were spent with Rose, but the daytime was occupied by Dante. He and Damien sparred, talked, and spent time together. They, who had always wanted to be a part of each other's lives, were making the most of this little respite. Damien learned a lot about existence from Dante. Though he had a higher comprehension of the concept itself, Dante had been using it for longer, so he knew some tips and tricks that helped Damien learn to experiment properly with the power he had. Basically, he fully prepared himself to ascend to godhood in these 3 days, raising all of his abilities to their peak states. The opening of the heavenly god plane was a big moment for the cosmos. It was rare for a secret realm to be specifically geared towards divinities. When an opportunity like this appeared, all of them were rushing to take a hold of it. There wasn't an opening, per se. The heavenly god plane was a realm entirely disconnected from the plane that the cosmos resided on. Instead, when that moment came, the divinities in the true void universe and the divinities in the sacred abyss that was connected at its hip received a sort of message. It appeared in their minds, shining in golden light and sparkling as if it was made with fairy dust. Do you wish to enter the heavenly god plane? All they had to do was answer yes. Every single person who answered yes to the prompt was promptly transported out of the heavenly world, including our very own beloved protagonist, Damien Void. Chapter 1777 Heavenly God Plane 3. This event actually meant something to everyone except Damien, so it was beneficial to view it from their point of view as they raced and desperately chased treasures. Unfortunately, since Damien was present, this event was going to be a short and uneventful one. What was the Heavenly God Plane supposed to look like? In its ethereal state, it more or less replicated the environment of the outside world. People who entered in different places could meet, but since it was harder to travel the further one got from one's soul, even gods were limited to a specific area. It was usually assumed that the world was generated depending on how large it needed to be. Unless one attempted to move away from one's physical body in that plane, it would remain a dark nothingness. When the divinities of the world found themselves in that place, they thought they would encounter an empty version of the heavenly world, a sort of shadow of their home. However, they were led wrong from the start. After all, the heavenly god plane was its own realm. It only mimicked the environment so gods could battle in the place they decided as their battleground. The heavenly god plane's appearance was important as it was a 1 in a million chance to see this realm in its true form. And it lived up to every possible expectation. It was a land where the air itself was a color of gold. It shined in a way that made everyone believe that it was truly heavenly, and its scenery helped to further support that belief. Huge, lush mountains floated in the sky, connected by bridges of vines and trees, a ground made of pure white clouds populated by creatures just as pure. There was an ocean as well, somehow. It flowed through the sky, twisting in the air as it separated into thousands of sky rivers that flowed into a waterfall that crashed off of the edge of the plane and into the great beyond. It was a large area where even the great number of summoned divinities didn't meet each other immediately. And, aside from its beautiful nature, there stood many remnants of a society that clearly didn't exist anymore. Perhaps through the traces they left in this realm, something about their story would be revealed, or, if that was too hard, just using existence and scanning the place was enough. Wow, so someone really connected this place to the true void universe randomly. Damien raised a brow as he looked around. He appeared at the top of the highest mountain, floating in the sky above everything else. As it turned out, this place was its own cosmos at some point. It met a natural end long ago, and some passing individual decided that it should be connected to this world. That should be a more surprising revelation, though Damien didn't feel that it was too crazy. After seeing someone like the Dark God who could use his cosmos as a vessel to invade others, he didn't think much about it. Obviously, that man's intentions were curious, but if this had been a system for so long and nothing had happened, then did he have intentions at all? Damien was more than familiar with the whims of an unrecorded. He himself had spared and saved the 4 evils who once served Stria because of the same kind of whim. As such, he didn't remain curious about it for very long. In the end, his actions benefited the cosmos, so it didn't matter why he chose to act. The society that lived here was an extremely magical one. It developed without studying the scientific aspects of the world and instead fully indulged in producing the same effects through magic alone. They thrived for a very long time and fell as they were eventually fated to. If it wasn't for the individual that connected this realm with the true void universe, it would have experienced the same fate as grand heaven's boundary. Eventually, all things would return to the void. There was no question about that. Damien appreciated their lives for a moment as he looked to see where everyone else had spawned. Unfortunately, his wives weren't here, but he was planning to go see them soon anyway, so he put that aside as well. The foreign races and heavenly world denizens were relatively separated at first. They appeared on two different sides of the realm as they were teleported from different places. They would definitely clash. It was impossible for them to keep to themselves and focus on getting stronger, especially since the foreign races were literally mass-produced and didn't need to work to get stronger. I'll focus on myself first and let them use those guys as target practice. I just have to make sure they don't die, right? Damien could create new life, but reviving someone wasn't a possibility with his current abilities. In order to keep the heavenly world's divinities alive while he finished his ascension, he needed to do something a little more involved. Damien created a clone of himself that separated from his body. It contained a portion of his consciousness and power and operated separately from his main body. As he sat down and closed his eyes, the clone did the same. Only, while he was focusing on himself, the clone was splitting its attention and providing hidden shields for every single allied divinity in the realm. It wouldn't protect them from damage, nor would it protect them from injury. However, if a situation arose where they found themselves on the border of death, it would be assured that they would not die. Such provisions allowed Damien to act freely. He sunk into his own mind, claiming this mountaintop as his sanctuary, and began the process of ascension. What was that process, by the way? It had never been explicitly mentioned. Ascending to godhood was different from any other rank up that a practitioner experienced on their journey to power. It only partially had to do with level, but after a certain point, it could be done at any time as long as one had the qualifications. The first necessary factor was the complete control over one's element and the realization of one's divinity. Damien easily gained this qualification even though he had many more elements than anyone else. When he was acknowledged by existence, all of the abilities on his status screen reached 100%, his divinity was that of a hegemon god, so obviously he reached it at the same moment. That left him with two more qualifications to fulfill. The first was his legend. The ranks themselves were never clearly identified. The specific words used were determined by the individual. It was said that after 5 changes, one would be ready for godhood, but Damien's legend changed 10 times before he felt that he'd attained what he needed. His legend was now called Rising Sun, likely a reference to his status as a budding emperor. He was not far at all from becoming an emperor above all. The final qualification was something more vague. It was a question: are you worthy? Beneath its weight, no practitioner could lie or bloat their ego. They would be forced to answer honestly, not from their own standpoint, but from that of the universe itself. This was the question that most could never answer. They could never look at the world from that perspective above the clouds and honestly say that they were worthy of more in their current state. Eventually, they would devolve and devolve until ascension became impossible. That was the end of many people's journeys. Damien, on the other hand, was not even questioned. The cosmos snickered at the thought of posing that question to someone who had almost ascended it. The only reason Damien didn't have godhood was because he never tried to get it. Now that he was making an effort in that direction, it came to him without question. Within minutes of his arrival in the heavenly god plane, the golden energy around him started to swirl in a vortex around his body. Really, was ascension supposed to be this easy? Chapter 1778 Heavenly God Plane 4. The energy in the heavenly god plane had been constantly enriched by the society that once called it their home. It turned golden to exemplify its purity. It became fog in the world as if to show others just how much it had grown. Their findings allowed their society to thrive in a way that many others couldn't. Death, disease, and destruction were problems they eliminated, but even then they faced extinction at some point. The energy they left had become a ground for other practitioners to receive the final push that took them to a level they could never reach before. In a sense, their efforts went to a good purpose. Damien quite liked how it felt as it enveloped him. The energy was warm and inviting. It knew only peace and was never made familiar with the struggles of chaotic times, so it held an innocence that the man Damien knew did not. It poked at him warily like a curious animal. It sniffed him, became familiar with his aura, and lowered its guard to allow him to absorb it. Ascension was only as grand a scene as one imagined it to be. The imagery in the world was for personal satisfaction only. It was a celebration of one's lifelong achievements, so it would naturally resemble one's personality in how it manifested. Damien saw godhood as something he only wanted to achieve out of necessity. so there wasn't anything like a grand scene around him. This was characteristic at this point, as even the scenes Damien created were too outside of perception to manifest in the folds of the world. However, the internal change was massive. His soul expanded greatly and became a universe of its own. His body shed all sense of mortality, becoming absolutely ethereal and untethered to the mortal plane. He now truly could not die unless his existence itself was wiped from the fabric of reality, along with any sort of memory or legacy of him that remained, that set him apart from other gods. Sure, but was it really something that mattered at this point? More importantly, as his mana changed and as his body became even purer, the empty space created in his void soul became a shade darker. Non-existence had found the space in his body to grow. It did not need to enter, as it had already placed a seed inside of him long ago. That tiny blackness was enough. When Damien sat down with it and started actually understanding its unintelligible insanity, he would gain exactly what he hoped for. The time for that, unfortunately, was not now. It took over a day for Damien's ascension to end. Despite the process being quite streamlined, it took time to establish such powerful changes in the body of a single man. He finished ascending to godhood just as quietly as he began. The swirling energy calmed down, but it subtly clung to his body in respect. He stood up and looked at his hands. I don't feel much different. Naturally, his power wasn't boosted. Nothing really happened at all. He just officially achieved a status that he already possessed. The only thing of note was that there was now a place in his body to contain nothingness itself. How was he supposed to feel that? The entire point of the concept was that it was absolutely nothing. It was the undefined. It was made up only of things that the human mind could not comprehend. Damien would need to put serious effort into comprehending it. From his rough estimate as someone who had just felt its presence in his body for the first time, he figured it would take at least some years. When he got home, he needed to put the world's matters aside and focus on only this. However, was that really possible? I'll have to find a way. The first step is obviously keeping these people safe. He looked upon the realm again and watched the race of greed. The divinities already figured out that they were invincible for some reason and were using that benefit to aid them in their looting. It was meant to be used against the foreign races, but okay, Damien really didn't care what they did with it as long as they stood up properly for the real war. If they didn't, then they'd die by the enemy's hands, so that was also something he didn't have to worry about, for now. Damien gave another order, and on a much smaller scale, it happened once. Again, every foreign being in the heavenly god plane was exterminated from existence. The heavenly world's divinities were left to fight amongst themselves for the benefits of this realm. Well, that was easy. Damien accomplished everything he came here to do in that short period of time. Now, all that was left for him was to kick back and relax until he was sent back to his home cosmos, and he did exactly that. Atop that mountain where he was unreachable, he laid in the fields of energy and enjoyed the peaceful ambience of this realm. Things were going well. He'd reached a place where other gods were meaningless in front of him, so he was confident in protecting the cosmos until the time came. However, it was never that easy, was it? There wasn't a single chance in hell that the dark god would let Damien do whatever he wanted. He learned that lesson once again the very moment he left the heavenly god plane. It wasn't meant to be open for long in the first place. The heavenly god plane was technically connected to the true void universe to boost its fate and create a battlefield for godly battles. Its appearance here truly was a rare and unplanned phenomenon. It was solved in a matter of days and returned from whence it came. Those who chased its benefits were thoroughly satisfied with their spoils, especially a certain Damien Void. The next few days were spent in the same way. Damien would enjoy his life at home and occasionally wipe all of the foreign races off the face of the earth whenever they appeared, but that was bound to cause problems. Just 5 days after the heavenly god plane closed, a peculiar individual arrived at the palace gate. He was dressed up nicely in the kind of tuxedo a butler would wear, and he had a monocle covering his eye as if he was some sort of old bank teller. However, he didn't try to hide his identity as a foreign noble. He was not someone Damien recognized, so he must have been created solely to make this visit, and he didn't come with malicious intentions. Instead, the briefcase in his hand seemed to be filled with documents. What kind of scene was this? His appearance was definitely strange since his gray skin and exotic features were too different from the way he decided to dress. This was especially so for the people who experienced Earth. As this kind of clothing was specific to a single era of that world's history, it must have been some kind of peace offering. An extension of a hand that wanted to seem relatable. "I come in peace," the strange man told the gatekeepers who obviously didn't believe him. "I would like to have a word with your young lord." Damien Void, a mysterious visitor from the sacred abyss, one who claimed to be docile. His arrival could never mean anything good. Chapter 1779 Agreement 1. He was granted entrance in the end. Obviously, Damien was curious about what a man like him had been sent here for. The Dark God wasn't stupid. He knew that Damien could slaughter this envoy if he so chose. But the message he wanted to relay must have been something that needed to be handled with an official process like this, so it was worth listening to. The envoy sat in an isolated meeting room in the palace reserved exclusively for untrustworthy guests. Damien sat on the chair across from him as he laid some documents on the table. "I am presenting this to you in this manner so it is familiar to you," the envoy spoke clearly. He made sure Damien knew that his attire and methods were only the way they were because the Dark God wanted him to know that he could read his past. Damien wasn't fazed. Sure, it was difficult to get a read on where he had come from since Grand Heaven's boundary no longer existed in this cosmos. But it wasn't impossible. It was a little bit concerning that the Dark God could find that kind of information in the folds of the true Void Universe's existence, but it wouldn't be a problem anymore as long as he reached the same level and peered into the sacred abyss. Damien didn't say anything, merely watching the envoy as if to tell him to continue. A head of sweat dripped from the envoy's brow. Frankly, he was terrified. He was created by the Dark God only recently, but he had the memories of someone else who had existed for a long time. He knew clearly the threat that the man in front of him posed. If he said a single wrong word or upset him, nothing could save him from extermination. He looked at his position with woe, but as he was fiercely loyal to his lord, he could not do anything but accept it silently. "I have come with a message from our lord. These papers are documents that you may read if you feel inclined that detail the offenses in question and the settlement we wish to reach." The envoy forced himself to look into Damien's eyes as he spoke. It wasn't that he thought he deserved to stand equal to him, but that he had to look brave for the sake of his lord's image. Damien looked down at the papers for a moment before glancing back at the envoy with a bored expression on his face. Get to the point. He could very well scan those documents and know exactly what the Dark God's intentions were. But he wanted to hear it from the person in front of him. What was the point of him being here if he didn't do anything but tremble in fear? "All right," the envoy said hastily. He steeled himself again. It was hard to believe that Damien wasn't doing anything to make him feel this way, but it was the truth. The people of the heavenly world could still look at him as the same Damien Void because they didn't know that he was the one behind the destruction of the foreign races. On the other side, everyone knew him just as his people knew the Dark God. He was the terrifying force that could not be approached at any cost. Wasn't it natural for the envoy to feel such crippling fear? Still, he was created with this sole purpose as the basis of his existence. Even under immense pressure, his core processes forced him to continue as if he were some kind of robot. "Your mass destruction of our troops will not be tolerated. There is no point in a war like this. If you continue these rude and disgraceful actions, then we will be forced to respond in kind." Damien raised a brow. Rude and disgraceful was surely an interesting way to phrase it. If he was fighting against actual common soldiers who had lived for years and trained for the war only to be exterminated by an untouchable entity, then he would understand. That wasn't the case, was it? The foreign races that invaded the world were all just creations of the Dark God. Souls that had been immortalized in his battalion. Those who still lived, those like the Gehenna tribe, did not fight for the Dark God. They were never given the chance to become powerful. "Respond in kind, you say?" Damien said with a smirk. "And how are you going to do that?" He really was curious, but this was not a curious matter. Suddenly, all of the envoy's fear vanished. The look in his eyes changed as his irises darkened into black blobs floating in a white void. "I will intervene." The voice was still the same one that Damien had been hearing thus far, but there was a familiar darkness oozing from the words. "Can you intervene so freely in my domain?" Damien replied. His eyes now icier than the coldest parts of the world. "That is for you to decide," the envoy replied with a sly smile. "However, can you truly say that I cannot?" He couldn't. With everything the Dark God displayed until now, with all of the machinations he had in this world and the plots that spanned billions upon billions of years, Damien truly couldn't say that he didn't have the power to intervene. If the Dark God started to respond with the same tactics Damien used, if he decided to mass exterminate each and every being that was under Damien's control, then this world will also lose its soul. There would be nothing real left here but him. The realization served as a reminder that the only reason the true Void universe had a chance of survival was because of the Dark God's whims. If he personally acted upon it from the start, then it would have been swallowed before Damien was ever born. No matter how the situation changed, the most important thing was to keep the Dark God's attention on him, not the cosmos as a whole, and it seemed that his actions had resulted in the opposite. Damien frowned and crossed his arms. Fine, I concede, they were words he didn't say often, but in this circumstance, he really had no other choice. I will keep my hands off of your people. However, Damien looked the envoy, no, the Dark God directly in his eyes. Just as you stand behind them and control their every move, I will be allowed to do the same. I will cease my direct involvement in the war only if we both agree that we can still participate indirectly. The Dark God raised a brow curiously. Oh? You wish to fight a battle of generals against me? His sticky smile widened as the expression on his face became convoluted. Very well. This will be fun, Damien void. The envoy's face started to melt. As his body was turned into a puddle of biological fluid, he extended his hand to the table. The documents vanished, replaced by a single sheet of golden papyrus that outlined the terms of their contract. Damien looked at it, paying no mind to the dying envoy. A battle of generals. As long as he signed that pact, he would not be able to directly aid his people anymore. They would once again have to struggle, but it would not be in vain, for he would do everything within his means to help them get stronger and win. The most important factor of that agreement was the same factor that had been most important from the start of this conflict: time. With this, Damien could buy time, and with that time, I can win this war. Chapter 1780 Agreement 2. Damien and the Dark God would both be disallowed from interfering in the war actively. This meant that other than each other, they were not allowed to fight anyone from the other side. A binding vow to the heavens meant nothing to either of them. The heavens could not contain them anymore, so those vows were meant to be broken. Between them, the pact had to be placed into the folds of both existence and non-existence, ensuring that they would lose everything if they chose to disobey. Damien didn't know why the Dark God was catering to him so much. This was not the same as the Saint Emperor in the slightest. That man catered to Damien first because he dreamed of taking the void physique for himself, and later because he understood that his role was meant for Damien from the start. The Saint Emperor ended up entrusting Damien with his legacy, as he raised him for that purpose even when he himself was unaware. The Dark God had no similarities to that man. He didn't care about the void physique. Hell, Damien doubted if he even knew of its existence. It wasn't that he didn't have an interest in swallowing Damien, but it had nothing to do with his overarching plan. Unlike the Saint Emperor, the time he put into this cosmos was inconsequential. This was just one of his many conquests that he was especially having fun with. He was raising Damien because he wanted to see him suffer and fail. Those words he spoke when they first met made that part obvious. Just the why of it all just didn't exist. Not from Damien's perspective, at least. I can't read his existence yet. It was more of a problem than expected, but there are more important things to do now than worry about it. The Dark God could definitely just mass-produce gods to wear down the heavenly world's defenses, but he would not do that. He wanted the entire world enveloped in war. From the common people to the supremes, he would provide them with enemies so they could struggle for their lives. That doesn't mean we won't be overwhelmed by forces. They also needed a way to mass-produce gods. A way that came naturally, not something like enslaving souls. Okay, Damien closed his eyes and reopened them. His mana etched itself into the piece of papyrus that proceeded to float in the air and meld into the folds of reality. The corpse liquid of the envoy vanished, and Damien stood up. First things first, he had to inform his people about what happened, and after that, it was time for the general public to learn the truth about everything. It happened just like that. Damien informed his family about his deal with the Dark God and his exclusion from the war. Claire and Serena instantly went to work. As they were the ones who had been most involved in the palace's matters in recent times, they had also become its face. It was better if they, gods trusted by all as the strongest in the world, were the ones to break the news. To learn that the world was going to end if they didn't win this war would be a fact that not many could rationalize. However, with the current state of the world and the people's loyalty to the palace, it wasn't a question if they'd rise to the occasion. Damien entrusted such tasks to his family members. He would be there when the most important moment came, but until then, he had to focus on himself. His personal growth was the most integral factor affecting the outcome of it all. Now that he had a sufficient opportunity, he was going to enter seclusion and train quietly. In the meantime, he could send a clone into the world to manage the armies, allowing him to multitask efficiently. The next few months or years would be very, very busy. So, before everything started to spiral, Damien wanted to see his wives at least one more time. Within the next week, Damien traveled across the world to meet his wives where they were. He had already visited Iris and he'd been spending most of his time since coming back from Aurelian with Rose. As such, he decided to visit Ruyue first. She was the one he hadn't seen in the longest time. And she was the one with the least definite path at the moment. Ruyue was definitely stronger than the rest by a large margin now. But, without her emotions or feelings, she couldn't feel comfortable with herself. Only when Damien was present did she find herself able to express anything. Being trapped in a cage of her own mind, forced to yearn for the emotions she once felt, she had suffered. Originally, she was sent out for a different reason. Damien, knowing that she would be leaving the palace for the first time, guided her just slightly. He convinced her to stay out, so when she finished dealing with the Stria clan back then, she was able to go on a journey of self-discovery. What did it lead to? Well, there wasn't much for Ruyue to find. Her emotionless state allowed her to analyze herself more bluntly than ever before. She was able to perfectly categorize herself and gain control over her sense of self. She was just looking for emotions, she didn't know how. She was just experiencing life and hoping they'd return to her. The path to fight against her curse was actually simple in the most difficult possible way. All she had to do was become a being above the heavens so the pact she signed with them would be nullified. Just, now that Ruyue also had to chase the undefined and become unrecorded, she was lost. She and Elena were the two who actually had a desire to reach that level. Iris was more than content with stopping as a supreme god and Rose didn't care as long as her lifespan was secured. Elena already had her path. Whether she'd become unrecorded or not depended entirely on her own effort. But if she kept moving the way she was, then with a little push from Damien she'd be able to touch upon the base of that level. After all, Elena was an empress now. She had found the remnants of the Valkyrie civilization from which her bloodline originated. She found the traces of her parents, gods of the past who did not have the same fortune as Damien's parents. Rather, they were crippled and fell to the lower universe and had no possibility of regaining their power. They chose Earth as the appropriate world to leave their child after sensing Dante's presence there, but after exhausting their energy to do so, they lost their lives. What they left behind was a hollow civilization. Elena had taken its mantle and was already working on reviving the Valkyrie bloodline through the gifts she attained in the ruins of the old Valkyrie world. In the past months, she had been gathering descendants of the Valkyries and creating a kingdom of her own. Through her endeavors, she learned a lot about the administrative duties she usually left to others and the leadership ability she lacked. She naturally became more powerful as well. Her bloodline finally had its opportunity to shine. Her advantages were less than Damien's, but having divine parents and a strong lineage were very important factors that would contribute to her rise. Ruyue, well, she wasn't alone. Ruyue and Rose had the lowest status among Damien's wives in terms of ancestry. Rose's indifference to power made it a non-issue, but if Ruyue wanted to continue on a path to becoming unrecorded, then she needed more than just the Shueclan lineage and unique talent that took her this far. Damien wanted to help not only her, but all of them on their individual paths as he once again left them for a long period, and he knew exactly how he was going to do it. Chapter 1781 Agreement 3. Damien spent several days with each of them, satisfying their cravings as he satisfied his own. He told them what he'd been doing and learned what they'd been up to. And he talked to them about the future, about their plans after all of this was over. It seemed like everyone had reached a consensus. They were far past retirement age. It was about time for them to settle down and stop working. One day, they would have a condo far away from anything else, a place where they could enjoy peace. They all awaited that moment when they'd achieved everything and could finally stay together as a family. Damien wanted to do something for them. As mentioned before, Iris was making a new influence similar to the prismatic sun Holy Land to establish more influence in the heavenly world for herself, Damien, and Void Palace. What she needed most was exposure and status, which could be easily given. Iris' sect was already the greatest influence in the northern region. If he just lent her a little bit of aid in clearing up the region and making it completely safe, she would excel. For Rose, it was already clear as well. She wanted his child. She was otherwise content with her life, so what more could he provide her but himself and their future child? It was a big decision he needed to make. For the moment, he chose to wait and see how long it would be before the real final war started. Elena didn't want any help. She was more independent than the rest, after all. Damien still wanted to give her something, but the most she would accept was his enhancement of the Valkyrie lineage in her possession so she could make better use of it. It was hard for Damien to show affection to Elena with material things. She and Rose always liked to argue, but they were most similar in the way they were happy just spending time with their husband. Ruyue came last. She was the happiest seeing Damien at this time, as she had been longing for him since they last parted. She was also the one Damien wanted to help the most since her path was filled with too many thorns, for Ruyue, who always quietly stood by his side and showed him the side of her that was invisible to the rest of the world, he wanted to change the world. He wanted to change the laws of heaven so that she would never suffer again. However, she resolved herself to follow the path of an unrecorded. Rather than resigning when she learned what was in store for her, she committed to suffering for her success. If she hadn't set foot on that path, then Damien would have easily solved all of her problems for her. Since she did, he could only help her to an extent. After all, if he did too much, her chance to reach that level would be robbed of her. Damien gave Ruyue lineage. He gave Ruyue a talent that surpassed her own and a bloodline that could support her until the very end. It was just a small change in her foundation, but it was what granted her the qualifications to aim big. Even for Dante Void, the barrier that kept him only knowing a few aspects of existence instead of rising above it was his foundation and his previous practice. He missed a lot of steps that he needed to take, and that was precisely what blocked him at the very last moment. Damien only ensured that Ruyue wouldn't face the same roadblock. The rest was up to her, just as she wanted. It was good that she had purpose now. Damien didn't like it at all when she was walking around like a ghost when he wasn't around. He refused to take away the motivation she'd gained and the dreams she chased. An entire week passed as Damien spent a few days with each of them. The fabric of the heavenly world was already changing as the dark god prepared for his siege. Damien soon separated himself from his clone and gave it enough of his mental capacity to control and lead the people while using existence to help them. Meanwhile, he, as the main consciousness, entered a secret realm of his own creation to train. As long as his other half was in the heavenly world, he would always know its situation. In fact, even the concept of a main body was inconsequential at this point. As long as Damien decided it his main body, he could switch between any form of himself without problems. Nevertheless, the heavenly world was put on the back burner in his eyes. Non-existence became the only focus in his mind. Non-existence was more than just everything that doesn't exist. That was its original form, the complete opposite of what existed. However, as nothingness was redefined through the eyes of those who attempted to perceive it, it was given another face, improbability, that which disrupts the fabric of reality. Concepts such as revival were included in non-existence because they went against the order on which existence functioned. These concepts were a starting point Damien could use to further his comprehension. At a certain point, however, his mind would enter a plane that could not be explained through words or imagery. He would be left to his own devices and tethered to reality only through existence itself. He wasn't there yet. Only after traversing that realm for a long enough time would he be able to say that his existence and non-existence were at the same level, the highest level they could possibly reach. Damien closed his eyes as he wondered where to start. Revival? It was related to life and death. By interpreting samsara in reverse, it was easy to reach its most basic aspects. The problem is that I don't know if that will lead me to its connection to non-existence. In the first place, it was a concept that had never been comprehended before despite being the long-standing wish of so many people. Is it right to delve into it? Damien sighed. He didn't think he'd find himself feeling like this after living for so long. Things were moving too fast. It was like Aurelian was summer vacation, and the instant he went back to school in the fall he was faced with final exams. This kind of scenario wasn't meant to come so fast, was it? Damien almost wanted it to slow down so he could enjoy more experiences. But what was there left to do? He'd come too far in this short amount of time. If there was anything to blame, it was the urgency of the situation and his own talent. Neither of which could be helped. Whatever. I just have to put my head down and do it. The part of him that was always searching for a new thrill was hesitant, but the other part of his mind that yearned for a quiet life with his family thought differently. While they battled it out for supremacy and tried to lead him in different directions, Damien closed his eyes and delved into his own soul. Non-existence, a state of nothingness. Not only was it the next step in his path, it was the exact thing he needed at this moment, because for the first time in many, many decades, his mind was incredibly loud right now. Chapter 1782 Seclusion 1. Damien honestly thought it would be an easy time. It would be time-consuming, sure, but in practice, it was nothing more than sitting down and comprehending a concept, something he'd done countless times before. However, what he thought was not the reality of the situation. When it came down to it, there was more in store for him than a boring time alone in a dark place. Damien spent several weeks trying to interpolate the concept of revival into a facet of his own power. With his knowledge of samsara, finding the root of revival was actually relatively simple. Once he put his mind to it, he had no trouble theorizing about how it could be achieved. However, he still needed to gain a foundational understanding of what non-existence truly was. In short, he had to bring that which did not exist into the light so he could conquer it. That was just as hard as it sounded. When Damien realized that none of his research into the concepts of non-existence that were created by living beings could get him to its core, he was truly stumped on what to do next. Existence was everything. That had to be said once again. Everything and anything that the human mind could comprehend was a concept of existence. Only those things that were out of that realm of understanding, things that even Damien couldn't imagine, were under the umbrella of the concept he had opened the gates to. It was impossible to comprehend. That was exactly why it was a barrier that barely anyone crossed. Perhaps across the myriad cosmos and the infinite void, there were many people who had reached the peak of existence. There were even some like the Dark God who had gone even further than that. However, barring those few, none could ever reach the starting point to comprehend non-existence. None of them could do anything with the power once they gained it. But, if Damien started to think about a massive void where countless cosmos spanned infinitely, a place where the number of living beings was just as infinite, it didn't make sense for there to be so little chaos. If people were running around using their cosmos to invade others, the true void universe would have been gone a long time ago. Sure, the Dark God was a conqueror, so his presence could be deemed as the reason why no other dared to approach. But what if it was something different? What if those people aren't able to do the same things he can? There had to be a barrier to entry that everyone faced. Once one had access to existence, it wasn't necessarily hard to recognize its counterpart and gain the qualifications to comprehend it. If everyone used the method that the Dark God exploited, challenging others and devouring cosmos, then they'd progress through that stage quite rapidly. Non-existence ran rampant in those final moments of a cosmos, after all. Even if one couldn't imagine its depth, one could slowly mimic that energy until one's comprehension saw a substantial increase. What if there's something, a mechanism that keeps people from using that method to comprehend the concept? The Dark God may not have reached his status by devouring cosmos. It was entirely possible that he decided to start that conquest after he had attained a level near where he currently was. Damien changed his approach after considering this branch of thinking. It was all hypothetical, but without the energy that represented it, non-existence would be the same. It didn't matter if he was reaching. Any branch of thought had to be followed until the very end. Even if they didn't lead him in the right direction, they'd lead him somewhere. He could use them as learning experiences regardless. Weeks and weeks passed. In the heavenly world, dimensional cracks once again started opening in stride. All over the world, forces were prepared to deal with them. A war with the fate of the world at stake began. Damien's other half commanded the troops as best as he could. Cooperating with his siblings and his wives, he had a comprehensive understanding of the entire world's situation that he could use to determine how he was to act. The first step was a merit system like no other. Every being in the world who was willing to fight received a pin that sunk into their skin. That pin registered every achievement they made in battle and out to determine their number of merit points. Up until this point, it was simple. However, the actual rewards were the wilder part. Direct rank increase 5,000 merit points, godly comprehension 10,000 merit points, mythical bloodline infusion 15,000 merit points. Above the regular rewards like elixirs and training materials were rewards that nobody could imagine. 5,000 was a small number of points for a god, however, it was massive for a third-class soldier. If those people saved up for long enough, they'd be offered a direct promotion to 4th class. People didn't believe it at first, and some still didn't since nobody had attained that particular perk yet. But, when everything else was true, why would only a few of them be lies? The divinities of the world fought fiercely for 10,000 merit points. A few of them reached that point, and they received exactly what they were promised, a godly comprehension of their specific law. A way for them to improve far more than even the heavenly god plane allowed, was presented to them. It was a method that allowed for the rapid growth of troops without shattering their foundations and future potential. And, it was the most motivating system in existence. For those who wanted power, it offered power. For those who wanted money, it offered money. Even for those who wanted status, it presented ways to improve that aspect of their lives once this war ended, such as the funds and location to build a new sect and an exclusive title from Void Palace itself. It worked better than expected. All classes of society, all people from weakest to strongest, were given a reason to fight in this war with their lives at risk. Firstly, the foreign races were kept at bay. They were constantly being produced, but there were blessing sites all around the world that suddenly appeared all around the world that replenished the stamina and energy of all allies fighting within their bounds infinitely. Damien wasn't thrown off by the fact that he could not directly attack the enemy. No, there were so many ways for him to help his people fight for their own glory that this method was actually more preferential to him. His population was alive and free-willed, while the dark gods was oppressed and enslaved. The way they fought was different. The desperation they showed was different. In the few months that passed immediately after Damien entered seclusion, the world changed significantly once again. However, only his second half was there to see it. The main body, the body that was busy training to reach the dark god, he had been whisked away to a place far, far away. A place that nobody else in this cosmos could reach. Chapter 1783 Seclusion 2. How did he get there? It wasn't on purpose, but everyone in his position experienced the same thing as long as they gained their power through proper means. Damien eventually decided to try and summon the energy of non-existence. He couldn't control it and he could only slightly perceive it, but it did exist in his body. It was an aura that manifested in the way he wanted it to. For most people, it would turn black, but that was a color that represented the void in Damien's mind. Existence was a formless power. Damien viewed non-existence the same way. As such, when he summoned it into the cave abode, it didn't necessarily appear. The air became several degrees colder. Not because the temperature was decreasing, but because the air was being banished from the room. Non-existence had a noticeable effect on the world even in such a small quantity. The cavern was a little dark from the start, but it was plunged into an eternal blackness the instant Damien summoned the energy. Existence itself was being denied and rewritten. Damien's eyes sharpened as he wondered if the effect would be contained or if it would consume the world if left alone. To corral it, he had two options. The first was to put the energy away, and the second was to summon existence as well and feel what it was like to control both sides of the coin. This was something that everyone and anyone would eventually do. It was too tempting even if it didn't come out of a place of curiosity. The two energies didn't meld. They were direct opposites and could not logically interact, so they formed a state of yin and yang around Damien's body. The problem was that there wasn't an equilibrium between them. Existence took up too much space and naturally suppressed its counterpart, which non-existence could not accept. It gripped at Damien's body and forced out more power than he could handle. His eyes widened. He used existence and attempted to suppress the energy as he returned it to his body, but it was no longer listening to his orders. Damien's entire body was covered in it. It went up his nose and in his mouth, polluting his system entirely. His eyes rolled into the back of his head. A feeling very similar to what he experienced in death filled his body and soul. Damien's head lurched back like he was possessed. He tried to utter a guttural scream, purely the result of the oddity he felt with the energy around him. It was like pain, but it was not pain. It was like pleasure, but it was not pleasure. It was a feeling that didn't exist and could only be related to existing emotions roughly. The only factual thing was that it was a feeling that made Damien scream. His form turned into a black fog that dispersed into the cave abode. That was the last Damien saw of the heavenly world for a decent amount of time. The fog took him to a different plane. It wasn't another cosmos like the sacred abyss, nor was it a remnant realm like the heavenly god plane. It was completely different from anywhere else Damien had ever been. It's a realm that does not exist. His eyes narrowed as he looked around. This place. How do I explain this? Everything looked relatively normal. It wasn't even a particularly beautiful scenery, but there were traces that the more beautiful areas were further away. Damien was in a field of rolling hills. The only thing he could see in the distance was a dark lighthouse. The sky was a dark blue color like the ocean. It could have just been a strange feature of the realm, but it was what caught Damien's eye first. Second was the massive black ocean that surrounded the island he was on. He could see other islands in the distance, but that sea seemed to be strange as well. It's fake. All of it, his instincts told him clearly. Everything he saw felt real and looked real. There wasn't a single clue that supported his theory. However, wasn't it enough that he couldn't access existence? It's different from the energy being blocked. This is as if there isn't existence anywhere near me. If that was the case, then logically this realm did not exist. Then, how was he here? And what were those auras he sensed in the distance? Damien turned his eyes in that direction and immediately saw 5 men approaching. They were flying in a strange way and surrounded by a red and black energy that oddly resembled non-existence in its aura. First of all, was it possible for a group of 5 people who looked like bandits to actually have an aura of nothingness? Damien clenched his fists and fell into thought. It might be dangerous. My power isn't working properly. But judging by their auras, I should still be able to win. His physical strength could probably take care of them. That was his first thought, but maybe it's better to wait it out. If he played it safe and acted like the victim, he could gain some information that was otherwise unavailable to him. Damien was practically immortal with a godlike body now. Without existence to provide him with all of its conveniences, his life immediately became another degree harder. Still, he was able to adapt quickly. Even this was a situation with clear cause and effect. Non-existence brought him here. With his previous train of thought as a basis, he could determine that this place was likely the very barrier of entry that he was wondering about. If this was a place where all people were taken when they reached a certain point, if there was a condition that had to be fulfilled for them to leave, then everyone here, at some point in time, had the potential to be better than me. However, everyone here was still here. They were not back in the places they came from. The 5 bandit-like men approached closer and slammed into the ground before Damien. With ill intentions in their hearts and eyes, they stepped forward. Look, we got a newbie, Kiki. It's our lucky day. Newbies don't come that often anymore. Well, we gotta show him the ropes. Yes, we do. Damien raised his brow. What was this shitty dialogue? Anyway, he let them continue for the sake of it. As they babbled, they stepped closer, brandishing the weapons in their hands. Kid, you must have been pretty big wherever you came from, but you're nothing here. Since we're your seniors, think of what's coming as a life lesson we're giving you at a very small price. Their leader spoke with a stern expression. The black and red aura around him focused itself on his club. It'll be good for you. Really, Chapter 1784 Seclusion. 3. Damien kept his gaze sharp. He stepped back as they stepped forward as if intimidated by their presence. His eyes stayed not on them, but on their aura. It was difficult to dissect it with his awareness alone, but it was necessary to try. The leader seemed to be telling the truth about his whole life lesson thing. He was somewhat sincere in his intentions, though his plan was still to beat and rob him. It wasn't too surprising. If this was as Damien presumed, then all of these people once had great stature. They were beings who could rule the cosmos with their power alone, so they couldn't naturally possess the demeanor of a street thug. Instead, if they chose to take on such roles out of necessity, then it was natural for a little bit of their original character to shine through. Damien didn't act scared. There was no way he'd be scared in this situation. He looked more like a cornered tiger who still wanted to fight despite knowing his disadvantages. The bandit leader approached, not saying a single word, and raised his club. The red and black energy swirled and turned into a manifestation of some sort, but Damien couldn't recognize its form. Perhaps it was a creature from that man's original world, but to Damien, it was something that didn't exist. Oh, despite his situation, Damien was pleasantly surprised. Right, non-existence was also subjective, wasn't it? If a person was ignorant, then wasn't anything outside their sphere of knowledge non-existent, because Damien was on such a high pedestal. There wasn't much that didn't exist in his world. That made it hard for him to imagine the things he could use to get closer to the concept, but this was a method. In this way, he could absolutely strengthen his comprehension. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time. Damien watched the club approach in slow motion, contemplating whether or not he should let it hit him. He didn't know until a second later that it was never fated to land. Bang! Before the energy reached Damien, it was blocked by another. It was similarly dark but did not have the same red accents. Still, it smelled of non-existence. What do you think you're doing? A powerful voice came from behind. Hearing it, Damien really felt like he was 20 again and in a world where everyone was his senior. An aged man with a thick beard approached from behind, looking at the 5 with furious eyes. You idiots. Do you know what it means for someone new to come here after all this time? And you treat him like this? Blasphemous, H. Harold. Wait, I was just trying to help him out, my ass. I know it's getting hard for you, but don't stoop this low. The bandit leader gritted his teeth and glared at the man named Harold. Try it, Harold sneered. The bandit leader gripped his club harder, but he wasn't allowed to take a single step. That slight sign of aggression was enough for Harold to swipe his arm, creating a cloud of black wind that devoured the group of five whole. They'll come back. Only, they'll be a little weaker next time. Harold glanced at Damien with a smile. Follow me, boy. I will take you to a safer place. This was indeed a place created by non-existence, and there had to be a condition that needed to be fulfilled for them to leave. Damien nodded without hesitation. I was right. He followed Harold, but he didn't need all of the information the man was willing to provide. Damien was certain that his thoughts about the realm were correct. This was indeed a place created by non-existence, and there had to be a condition that needed to be fulfilled for them to leave. The good thing is that time is probably fake here too. I'll be back the same moment I left when I get out. The bad thing was that depending on the condition, it could take an unreasonable amount of time for Damien to get back to that moment in the first place, but as long as I do well here, I can leave with more comprehension of non-existence than anyone. It was a huge opportunity, but it was clearly the opposite for the people who stayed here. Nevertheless, Damien followed Harold to learn about the specific mechanics of this place. He also wanted to hear the stories of the people who called this place home. It wasn't yet clear if Harold was an enemy, but Damien got the feeling that he at least didn't want him dead. That was enough for now. Harold took him to the lighthouse he saw in the distance when he first arrived. There was a small town around it, made up of shabby log houses that looked to be recently constructed. They were built millions of years ago in our perception. However, one must reach a certain level of proficiency in the concept of the abyss to gain time to build. Those of us still on this island are unable to do so, Harold commented, including you? Damien asked, unfortunately, yes. Despite my time here, the abyss has not come closer than it was near when I first arrived. Damien didn't question what the abyss was. Every cosmos likely had its own way of naming non-existence. It was only called as such in the true void because he decided that existence and non-existence were what stood between creation and destruction and the void. For someone who spoke as if he experienced the construction of these cabins, to say that he made no progress was more concerning than any sort of difference in names. Harold didn't take him into the lighthouse, but to the closest house to its entrance. Once they were inside, he motioned for Damien to have a seat and poured a strange concoction unlike anything Damien had seen before. This is erbet, a common beverage consumed by the people of my home. Feel free to try some. Harold sat down across from Damien, placing their cups on the table. Now, newcomer, allow me to inform you about this realm, the land of nothingness. Harold's expression was stern. His eyes were empty, as if this story was one that haunted him during every waking moment. The land of nothingness, otherwise known as the land of the forgotten, it was a place where the unrecorded went to die when they became too arrogant, a place where experts perished like flies. It was a prison for people who could not reach the extent of their potential, and a paradise for those who could. This place was the exact reason why the void wasn't filled with cosmos at war. It was the place that confined the people who had the potential to cause that kind of chaos. However, it was never meant to be a prison. Instead, this was the test of qualifications that Damien skipped when he became a god. This time, like everyone else, he had to struggle to reach the heights he dreamed of. However, he was prepared for it. His time as a supreme being didn't erase all of the experiences that got him to that point. The spirit inside of him never died. It merely went into hibernation as it was no longer needed. As Harold talked, as he learned about the truths of this realm, Damien's eyes lit up with the flames of burning determination. He was going to conquer this place and return to his own cosmos, and he was going to do it faster than anyone else had done before. Chapter 1785, Land of Nothingness. 1. The Land of Nothingness was not created by anyone or anything. That made its entire existence an impossibility. It was entirely outside of the realm of possibility, to the point where even those who had reached a state above the heavenly order of their individual cosmos could not comprehend how they could possibly experience it. As the other side of the coin, did non-existence also have its own laws and functions? Did it have its own sort of existence that went unrecognized? These were the questions that everyone asked themselves when they first entered this place, but they'd come to find out that nothing they did could possibly comprehend these sorts of mirror laws contained within non-existence. This place was the only reason they could be hypothesized in the first place. And this place that seemed filled with clues was not forgiving in the slightest. The land of nothingness was made up of 5 islands separated by a sea of nothingness. That sea could not be crossed through ordinary means. Instead, one could only progress to the next island after reaching a certain level of comprehension in non-existence. The islands became progressively more advanced as their population gained more control over the realm. This one, as the first island, was usually a place where only the newest people would stay. Its population was no more than 30. Only that many people were unable to make it past this place. Including Harold, as Damien guessed, a condition needed to be fulfilled at every island to move on. On the fifth island, one would face a final test that had to be passed in order to return to the world. It was said that almost nobody had passed that test. Rumors like those reached even the first island. After all, every time someone left this realm it was a grand showing. Everyone could see that the individual in question succeeded, so for there to be no such showings for so many years, it was obvious that the test was nigh impossible. Harold couldn't tell Damien everything, as he spent all of his time on the first island. However, he could spread the necessary information for a newcomer to learn the ropes. Harold seemed different from the rest. People like those bandits Damien met earlier had succumbed to their imprisonment and were acting out some sort of society to cope. Harold also didn't have the talent to reach the next island, but instead of resigning, he decided to guide newcomers so they didn't share his fate. He told Damien the rumors that plagued this land, the theories that had been collectively created about the concept they were all trying to comprehend, and the rules of this place. He gave his junior enough knowledge to survive on his own, so those guys weren't being bandits for no reason. On the first island, it was just about energy accumulation. It was a simple step that could be taken by 90% of people. In this place, one could accumulate energy in many ways, but the easiest was obviously to steal it from others. Unfortunately, with this island's population being so small, it was rare for one to have the opportunity to steal from others. When Damien arrived, he was a clear target for the most desperate of people. Even his small amount of energy would be something meaningful to those who could barely accumulate anything. For the first step, the meaning behind non-existence has been removed. This is meant to make us treat it like just another energy and to take away the mystery around it that makes it hard to grasp. This was the very issue Damien struggled with most as he tried to find a first step to comprehending non-existence. It's a funnel. The entire mechanism was meant to help them get closer to non-existence. It just funneled out those unworthy in the process. If Damien could treat non-existence like any other concept, then he would be able to conquer it without a problem. Hell, he had the same problem with existence back when he first came to the heavenly world. If it weren't for the unrecorded setting him on the right path, he would have never progressed past the point where his father was halted. That was why Damien never looked for the other legacy sites of the unrecorded. He left them for any potential absolute who would rise in the future, so that they would have the guidance they needed to reach past their bounds. This realm of non-existence, a place that seemed to be created by the concept's own desire to be recognized, was the same kind of guide as the unrecorded. Harold allowed Damien to use the extra room in his home until he got his thoughts together. By the time a day passed in Damien's perception, he was already ready to leave. "Thank you for your kindness." "I won't forget it," Damien said as they bid farewell. "It isn't anything like that," Harold said with a smile. "I just want to be able to say that I helped in the creation of a supreme being." Damien smiled as well. He could say it however he wanted, but it was true that this man had a surprisingly pure heart for someone who reached this point in power. Perhaps his stay in this realm changed him. "I saw that you have an interest in drinks. Since you allowed me to taste the fruits of your homeland, I have also left a concoction of mine for you. Enjoy it while you wait. I'll make sure you can brag all you want in the future." Damien couldn't guarantee anything to a man like Harold. For now, Harold was stronger than him and more knowledgeable than him. As the islands didn't allow one to move backward, only forward, he wouldn't be able to share his findings with Harold to help him progress his power. The most he could do was give him a gift and a promise. A promise that he would see the light of ascension coming from the fifth island sooner rather than later. Damien and Harold shook hands with matching smiles. That was the last time they'd ever see each other. It was a brief encounter with a man who wanted to be a guide, but it was meaningful only in its finitude. There wasn't a particular direction Damien wanted to travel in. The island was uniformly made of rolling hills. It was definitely not small, but it wasn't large either. Still, with the awareness of an ordinary person, it was massive. Damien couldn't fly anymore, but relying on his physical body, he could run incredibly fast. He allowed his feet to take him away until he ended up on the island shore, looking out beyond the sea of nothingness at the second island beyond. Okay. He was calm. It was a surprising situation, but that was the end of it. From start to finish, Damien had that kind of mentality. He would either succeed or lose everything. No, it was impossible to lose everything. He wouldn't allow it. he had to succeed, there was no other option in this life. For the sake of the ambition that had been driving him since the very first instances of his journey as a practitioner, he would succeed, even in places where everyone else failed. Chapter 1786 Land of Nothingness, 2. So, accumulating energy, according to Harold, it could be done in multiple ways. The easiest aside from stealing was still stealing. People died often in this realm. Sometimes, people would even commit suicide and erase their memories so they could be reborn as entirely different people. No matter how they died, they would always revive. The concept of death didn't exist in this place, but one's existence could absolutely be wiped by the world itself. It didn't happen often, but if a practitioner tried to touch things they weren't meant to touch, it was a method the realm would occasionally enact. If a practitioner died without having their existence erased, their energy would disperse into the world. The fifth island especially was filled with this energy. It was a battleground for the ancients who apparently reached the level of non-existence easily. This was where they killed each other and ruined the prosperity they had experienced until then. To this day, as the environment remained unchanged, as change was not a concept that could exist here, that energy remained, Damien sat on the shore and looked out into the sea of nothingness because he believed that this place had the thickest energy across the entire island, and he wanted to see it for himself. Harold said that if I touch the water, I die. It was genuinely a manifested nothingness, so obviously anyone who had not dominated the concept would die if they came in contact with it. Even to leave the island they needed to use the energy they collected to fly across the sea. Hoping they had enough to take them the entire way, if their energy ran dry and they plummeted, they'd be wiped from the world. Most of those who stayed on the first island did so out of fear of that outcome, or so it was said, but Damien didn't buy it. Isn't this a place without convention? If even change doesn't exist, then why would distance, the sea of nothingness, made sense? If it wanted to be separate from existence yet still a concept that could be comprehended, then the sea of nothingness had to exist to give people a tangible thing to grab onto. However, hypothetically, any amount of energy should have been enough to cross it. Isn't it just a matter of perception? If Damien had to pick what the core concept of non-existence that he'd learned in these few months was, it was subjectivity. Non-existence changed based on one's position in life. One's experiences dictated what the concept could mean, and the concept responded by incorporating those aspects into its form. To a child who never saw light, light did not exist. To a person who did not perceive distance, distance did not exist. Damien stood up somewhat subconsciously and hovered his foot over the sea, his eyes dilated, and as the environment blurred, he saw the foot of the second island approaching him. Non-existence. Damien frowned. Is it even a thing? Did it even exist? It seemed like a stupid question, but if it didn't exist, then there was nothing to perceive. Then, non-existence is only what you make of it. It is the same kind of impossibility that existence represents, but it fills in the gaps in its peer. It was never meant to just be the opposite of existence, was it? They came into being at the same time. For one to exist, the other had to be present as well. Since existence took everything that could be perceived and its weight increased so much, non-existence was forced to follow somehow. In order to balance existence, it took on everything that existence considered impossible and turned itself into a true concept, that kind of concept. It was the hardest to understand, but the easiest to understand. It was impossible to comprehend until the moment one realized just how simple everything was at its core. But that's not really simple, is it? It sounded easy saying it out loud, but how was one to come to that conclusion without context? It was simply impossible, just like everything else related to the concept, for Damien to reach it this soon. Perhaps he was just talented. Nevertheless, despite seeing the second island right in front of him, he didn't leave immediately. It may be useful to accumulate a little first, it may have been, but why don't I want to? Damien immediately took back his decision to accumulate. Something told him that it was the wrong thing to do. As he thought back to the non-existence the bandits and Harold controlled and examined their differences, he realized that absorbing the energy of others would not be the best course of action. It was fine for other people, as they just wanted to comprehend non-existence in any form. They consumed it in any form they could find. By doing so, they got stronger much faster than they would have otherwise, but their paths would be constrained. They would become like the Dark God, people who controlled both concepts separately because they refused to come together. Damien wanted more than that. He wanted his own perfect non-existence that melded perfectly with his existence. After all, his goal was even grander than theirs. He didn't just want to control the two. His final goal was to control the void itself and reach the potential he was birthed with. would he attain that by absorbing other people's energy and allowing their comprehensions to pollute his own? Even in the past, he seldom made use of the comprehensions of the beings he devoured. When he did, he interpolated them into his own techniques. This was the same. Instead of letting his power be a mesh of several other people, he wanted it to be purely his own, and if my theories about non-existence are correct, then accumulation is useless from the beginning. It was never a necessity. Perhaps the mechanism was only put in place to help people reach the same conclusion Damien did. He had retracted his foot before, but it was already hovering over the water again. Distance didn't exist, death didn't exist, as all of the things standing in Damien's way were banished into non-existence. The second island approached until there was no water separating him from it at all. He took a step that the 30 people on the first island were unable to take, and he left them behind. The first island had been conquered in just a single day. However, if that was the tutorial area, then this was the main game. The following 4 islands would be progressively more difficult until the trial was almost impossible. Still, Damien stepped onto the second island with far more confidence than he had before. Technically, he'd only realized one little thing. That one little thing seemed small from an outside perspective, yet, that one little thing was more important than anything else the realm would teach him. With it in his grasp, he felt like he could finally make use of non-existence, and, as long as Damien Void had access to a concept, he would absolutely comprehend it. That was the legend he created as the Hegemon God. 1787 Land of Nothingness. 3. Damien didn't have to look far to see how different the second island was from the first. Rather than small wooden cabins, the buildings here were made of stone and concrete. There were several castles across the land that were built by the many people who had come to this place over the years. There were established roads, and Damien couldn't see the end of the island with his eyes. It was clearly much, much larger than its predecessor. There was also a considerable difference in the aura of this place. It was definitely filled with the same energy as the first island, but it was also filled with the aura of life. Already, the population had ballooned in comparison. There had to be several thousand people living on the island at the very least. It was a little bit soul-crushing to realize this kind of scale. All of these people also reached existence, all of them were also aiming to reach non-existence. This was supposed to be a sacred seat that not just anyone could sit on. But looking at the crowds of people Damien could see walking the roads despite just arriving, he couldn't really think of it the same way. Was it really that easy to reach the place he had to struggle so hard to climb to? No, it wasn't easy. Not in the slightest. Damien's struggle could actually be considered nothing compared to what someone without his inborn talents would have to go through to reach the same height. Merely, the land of nothingness was a realm without time. People did not age, and people did not die. Everyone here had been here for a very long time. According to Harold, it had been millions of years since they saw their last newcomer, which meant that these people were millions, billions, or perhaps even trillions of years old. They came from different points in time that would never align, as the cosmos they came from would never interact with each other. If the true void universe was relatively young, then some of these people could potentially be older than its birth. And it didn't stop there. Some of these people, in a sense, came from the future. They came from a time that Damien hadn't experienced yet and then spent millions of years in this place. The entire timeline was inconsequential, as anyone and everyone who tried to wield the two energies of existence and non-existence together would be brought to this land. It wasn't that Damien's path was easy. Damien's path wasn't common either. None of these people ever thought of reaching the void. They only thought of controlling the two forces most powerful under it. After all, anyone who experienced the void would understand that it was too unfathomable for anyone to control. All existing concepts and all non-existent concepts became null yet were at the same time fully supported. The pure juxtaposition and dichotomy presented by an all-encompassing entity like the void simply could not be grasped by the human mind. I need to stop doubting myself. I know it's only happening because I've come so far, but seriously, it's getting old. Regardless of the justification, doubt was not something Damien would allow into his life. Not at this stage, not in the future. He took a few more steps onto the second island. It wasn't as hilly as the first island, but the landscape was similar. There weren't too many trees, but the ones that existed came in all shapes and sizes, none that Damien recognized. I shouldn't bank on finding another guide like Harold. That's a newbie exclusive experience. The second island was definitely going to be more competitive than the first. The first island's small population forced it to be calm. This place had a large population, all of whom were in competition. people like the 5 hooligans from before would show up everywhere. However, Damien would have to deal with them himself if a new group ever appeared. It's a little annoying, but it was a good time to experiment a little. How am I supposed to find somewhere to experiment around here? He didn't know what kind of currency they used, if any. He didn't want to be in a place with too many people in case his movements attracted attention from unsavory characters. Unfortunately, this was not a mountainous region, and Damien highly doubted that there was any sort of underground ecosystem. I guess I can figure something out. Not having access to any sort of mana was extremely inconvenient. However, even this was a good chance for Damien to practice. This must be why they built those castles and stuff. Using their power on this realm to influence it is extremely beneficial to their training. Damien went over the crest of the hill he was on and into the small valley between it and the elevated land where the closest road was. Putting his hand against the geological structure, he attempted to use non-existence to his advantage. Barriers do not exist. Anything that barred him from his goal was banished into non-existence. Suddenly, a large hole roughly 10 feet tall and nearly as wide opened in the hill. The hill itself also changed as it was forced to accommodate Damien's creation, so that works. Damien thought with a smile, then, can I be bolder with it? He willed it with his body, forcing those things that blocked him into non-existence. In some sort of twisted way, he was able to use elements of creation with the new energy. A shoddy cave abode was the result of his efforts. It was large enough to fit him and didn't alert people to his presence. He couldn't necessarily conceal himself from other non-existence users, but it was enough if he just moved covertly and kept his energy quiet. He gathered an invisible aura around him. It did not have a particular quality or quantity. It could not be felt or seen. It was merely there, as it formed a barrier around him, a territory that it could influence. He enacted the laws of non-existence. Ignorance does not exist in my mind. It was something he firmly believed. He always knew exactly what was happening in the world as long as he wanted to know. Ignorance was a concept that was not allowed to affect him anymore, and he used that belief to power his energy. The goal of this move was obvious. Damien wanted to stretch the limits of conceptual energy manipulation, and he wanted to see just how much he could twist things in his favor. Ignorance, the concept that could be equated simply to the lack of knowledge, when it was removed from the territory entirely, well, the realm itself was forced to give Damien any and all information he desired. Non-existence was not a power with levels or progression. In the first place, those concepts could not dictate such an esoteric force. Non-existence, once attained, would mold to its users and allow anything they could possibly imagine. As such, the limit to one's power with the concept stood only with the limit of one's creativity. Damien was never such a creative person, but when he was put in contact with such a nonsensically broken form of energy, everything changed. His mind was burning with ideas, and his body was burning to test them. First, however, he needed to focus on the condition of the second island. Chapter 1788 Land of Nothingness. 4. The goal of the first island was just as plain as the first in context, but it was definitely more involved. After all, to achieve it, one needed a considerable understanding of non-existence. That statement was already contradictory, but the challenge for this island was just the same. There were so many castles because the goal was to create as much as possible before moving to the next island. One could easily pass the trial by building anything out of materials like stone or concrete. However, the more one did, the more benefits one would receive on the third island. Still, the most people could build was castles. They were intricate inside and out and had to be completely created through methods similar to carving statues out of blocks of marble. Non-existence couldn't create. It was a concept diametrically opposed to the facets of creation. However, even Damien managed to understand how to maneuver around that handicap. It took a lot of finesse to perfectly manipulate non-existence to be able to do something against its nature. One would have to use several different skills, banishing specific concepts into nothingness to allow other concepts to shine. Complicated, right? It really was. All Damien did at first was dig a hole and make the hill a little bigger, but even that took 4 different steps to execute. What he accomplished in that hole was a bit more extraordinary though. A lot of people were able to think of similar things. To banish ignorance and gain all possible information was pretty much an idea that came to each and every person who attained the same enlightenment as Damien. However, it wasn't as easy as he made it look. With existence under one's control, banishing anything into non-existence was possible. They could directly manipulate their minds so that their beliefs were absolutely true no matter what. In that state, everything could become nothingness. Say Damien tried to banish his love for his family into non-existence because he was going through an emo god phase. No matter what he tried, unless he altered his own memories to make it true, he wouldn't be able to accomplish it. There simply wasn't a way for him to believe that he didn't have love for his family. It was impossible for him to distance himself from them. In this realm where that kind of mind alteration was impossible, it was equally impossible for Damien to have that emo god phase. It was a crude example, but it worked the same way for everything. It was nigh impossible for anyone to convince themselves that they weren't ignorant. Unless they had absolute confidence that bordered on insane arrogance, how could they say that the entire world was in their grasp? For people who used existence, it was a little different, as the entire world was in their grasp, but after spending years on the first island acclimating to the fact that existence was unavailable in this place, they had all lost the blatant arrogance they received from the concept. They could no longer fully believe that it was impossible for them to be ignorant. After experiencing a twisted realm like this one, it wasn't that Damien was the only different one, but he was definitely different from the norm. Firstly, he hadn't been on the first island for more than a day. His mind hadn't been tarnished by its conditions. Secondly, unlike most who only received such abilities when they gained existence, Damien spent a long time devouring, whether it was power, memories, or existence. Damien was accumulating other beings inside of his mind for a very long time. Because of that, he established a unique sense of identity and mental fortitude in this specific aspect, and he developed a specific confidence in always being informed or having the ability to gain information. As such, when it came time to banish ignorance from his reality, Damien was able to attain exactly what he desired. To an extent, really, that's it. Unfortunately, he only gained a little bit of information. He saw the trial of the second island, and he saw the lives of the people who lived here in the past, present, and future. But that was it. He wasn't able to pierce the secrets of the realm, but that was not possible in the first place. Information on the realm didn't exist. And, with the sea of nothingness blocking him, he couldn't access anything about the third island and beyond. Seriously, this was a realm very unfriendly to the people within. Not that it doesn't make sense. When everyone who ever came was a supreme being, going easy and allowing easy ways out was silly. These were people who needed to remember what it was like to struggle so they would never forget the feeling in the event that they became absolutes in the future. Damien stayed in the cave for a decent amount of time. He didn't do much else after trying to gain omniscience, but he wanted to see if he had properly concealed himself from the masses. Several minutes passed and nobody appeared. When several hours passed, Damien knew there was not a problem. It takes me back, being this cautious, in a plane where he didn't know what others could do, he couldn't walk around arrogantly. He once again had to conceal himself and slowly grow so that others couldn't challenge him. It wasn't just about the limits of creativity. It was about the bounds of one's ability. Damien had only discovered the basic side of non-existence. He could banish concepts into non-existence as long as he properly willed for it. However, could he bring things out of non-existence? Could he use the energy itself without a medium? He was absolutely sure that he didn't have enough control to call himself strong in this realm yet. Plus, his physical power wouldn't be enough now that he was surrounded by people who could make better use of nothingness. If someone banished his physical strength, then it would not exist on their battlefield. Without existence, Damien wouldn't be able to counter and bring it back. I can worry about that situation later. The second island is relatively calm. Territory battles only happen if people try to build inside each other's land. If I just pick a relatively secluded area, I'll be fine. It would be nice if he could avoid fighting for as long as possible so he could learn. Once he got a little more comfortable with non-existence, he could have some more fun. Before that, he left his cave abode and followed the roads. There are 2 cities on this island. They were on opposite sides. Most people decided to start in the cities where they could use small plots of land to practice their creation skills. If they were able to succeed by the skin of their teeth, then they'd leave the island from there and their presence would be immortalized in the structure they built. It was a bit more difficult for people who wanted larger plots of land. Technically, the entire island had been divided up. Every inch of it was owned by individuals who said they would build castles but never actually became powerful enough to do so. If anyone tried to build on their empty land, they would raise a fuss. When they raised a fuss, usually it started a war until one person died too many times to care anymore. As the people who owned the island had been living on it for longer than those trying to steal, they were able to defend their claims easily. Damien either had to challenge them for a claim or find a piece of land that they did not yet know of, and of the two I don't really know which one is easier. Well, that was for him to find out from now on. But he really didn't think he'd be able to avoid fighting for too much longer. Chapter 1789 Land of Nothingness. 5. How long did it take Damien to traverse the island on foot? That was a good question, and he was on a quest to find out. He used the roads at first to get to the eastern city. The two locations were never given names because their entire existence was impermanent. He was only planning to pass through to get to the very easternmost coast, but he wanted to at least see how others were living. The island told him that the cities were filled with people showcasing their own forms of non-existence as they worked on their creations. Was that not something he'd want to see? Damien followed the road on his own 2 feet for a decent distance. There were a lot of travelers like him. Not many had forms of transportation. Those who did were obviously using them to earn money. The currency of this place was energy. To gain convenience, one was forced to sacrifice the fruits of one's efforts. Naturally, 90% of the population refused to fork over their hard-earned energy. They would rather walk the long distances, even if it took months or years to get from one side of the island to the other. It didn't matter at the end of the day. Without time, they could spend as much as they wanted without having to worry about when they'd return home. Damien was the same. The Dark God had no influence here. He couldn't change whether Damien came back at the same time he left or too late. The other Damien was still in the heavenly world leading things. Even if the timeline wasn't frozen, everything would be fine. He would arrive right then and there, just a few months into the war. And he would return as an entirely different person. He smiled as he thought of this as another vacation, but it definitely wouldn't take as long as Aurelian did. Regardless of how safe he was here, he couldn't just leave the Dark God behind. He needed to get rid of that threat as soon as possible so he could live happily in the real future. This was not a place where he wanted to get used to being. Nevertheless, Damien spent the next few years traversing the second island. He didn't build anything, but he became familiar with its situation in general. Many people saw him and acknowledged him. He was the only new person here in millions of years as well, so he stood out a lot. As he was not trying to do anything at all, people assumed that he'd given up and was trying to find a way to accept that this world was his new home. Many of them sympathized with that feeling, so Damien was treated well. Whenever he went places, people often helped him out and gave him free meals or lodging. Of course, that treatment would change when he started building, but he didn't mind it. Everyone here was talented. It was worth making friends with the ones who didn't change. By the time his few-year-long journey was over, Damien found himself back in the same place he started, sighing. I mean, it exists. There was indeed a piece of land unclaimed by anyone. The problem is that I'll start a war if I take it. That land was in the northwest of the island. It took Damien quite a while to reach. It was one of the most nature-filled areas that even had its own ecosystem of living beings. They were just manifestations of nothingness. They were also the reason the territory remained unclaimed. That place, Death's Hold, was exactly as it was named. Anyone who tried to use that land to build was forced out. Those who refused to leave would have their existences erased. Damien visited it himself during his travels. The beings there were curious, but they did not meaninglessly attack anyone. He didn't try exerting his power, but he assumed that was the key to their aggression. It'll be difficult to build there even if there's no opposition. The problem lies with the fact that Death's Hold is extremely desirable. All things considered, the people who had been here the longest, the lords who lived in the many castles strewn across this land, had been eyeing the land for eons. They were never able to conquer it, so it had been disregarded. But what would happen if Damien randomly arrived and succeeded where they'd failed? Still, it's really the only option. They'll all come after me eventually, so it's not like it's worth anything to delay it. At least if he chose Death's Hold, he would have a decent amount of time before anyone discovered what he was up to, and if I can actually make use of the environment, if Death's Hold properly became his territory, then he would no longer have to worry about opposition. Would anyone be brave enough to intrude on a land guarded by beasts that antithesize their existence? No. They won't. In fact, Damien was already back in Death's Hold by the time he finished thinking about it. There were conveniences within non-existence as well. If he just negated the distance he traveled. Then with time and change being non-existent, he could teleport himself back to a location he'd already been. The forest was dark. It was filled with a purple mist and even the trees all had dark purple or black colors making up their form. The beasts didn't stand out. They were made of the same colors as if to blend into the environment and catch their prey off guard. Damien could tell that he was being watched by many. They would not move unless they were provoked. How do I start building without pissing them off? There had to be some sort of secret in Death's Hold. Death's Hold existed. That was enough proof. In a landscape filled with emptiness and nothingness, a unique area meant the world. Why were the highest authorities obsessed with it? What value did a land of nothingness have? Nobody knew, but everyone could assume, whether it was treasure or comprehension, it was worth finding. Many adventurers were attracted to the location when it was first discovered. They'd only stopped because so much time had passed and the number of new people was nil. Damien sat down amidst the eerie scenery. He closed his eyes and tried to connect his senses with the environment. Once again, he was attempting something that others failed at time and time again, only, he didn't necessarily have any advantages here. The only thing he could rely on was his unique thought process. That was the same thing everyone relied on when they came to this place. As he closed his eyes, all Damien felt was darkness, a deep darkness beyond even what the sea of nothingness contained. Is this dot really supposed to be on the second island? Damien glanced into it and immediately felt himself getting overwhelmed. His prior thoughts were confirmed. The non-existence he contained now was meager in front of the real thing. The people on the third, fourth, and fifth islands would slowly show him forms similar to or more powerful than this. Damien's brow furrowed. He needed to put in real time on the second island. He couldn't just skip past it like the first. If he tried, then he would probably be screwed, right? Chapter 1790 Land of Nothingness 6. Damien's first step was to understand once again. It was the most important thing in this realm, but he was doing it a little differently this time. He wanted to know what this place was purely out of curiosity. Sure, he wanted to exploit it, but that was meaningless to his current efforts. He was being sincere and honest with the world in hopes that it wanted to see that from him. In most cases, those with pure intentions would always flourish. Human emotion polluted the connection between people and the world. That wasn't necessarily always a bad thing, but when trying to reach the world to this degree, it was better to empty the mind of such thoughts. In essence, entering a state of nothingness. It was a little bit of a coincidence for Damien to choose this direction. However, it was indeed what he needed to do. The deep blackness he saw changed and morphed into the figure of a woman in a white dress. She had incredibly pale, almost translucent skin and a pair of eyes hazed over by clouds of gray. She glowed just slightly like an entity with no physical form. Perhaps it was because she didn't exist in the first place. Damien immediately understood that the woman was just the physical manifestation of a concept. The changes taking place in her were meant to be interpreted by those who witnessed them. The woman walked, her bare feet causing ripples in the ankle-deep black water. She didn't seem to have a direction, but the further she went, the more the environment changed. Trees of the same color as the water rose from the blackness. They were only a shade lighter than the void of nothingness, so they were difficult to perceive if one wasn't paying attention. Before Damien's eyes, the pure white woman moved through the pure black forest. As she continued, the water crept up her legs and hid them from the world. For a moment, they continued to shine subtly, though they were eventually consumed by the blackness. The water turned material and climbed up the woman's body, wrapping around her left half like vines. The vines sunk into her skin, tainting the purity of her appearance. In only a few seconds, she had become a picture of yin and yang, harboring a deep blackness along with her original self. The two halves of the woman's body fought. The whiteness tried to keep its form as much as possible. The blackness tried to take as much as it could, greedy for more regardless of how much it had. It seemed like the woman would be consumed by darkness at any moment. However, it never happened. The blackness and the whiteness fought for a very long time, but eventually, they settled in their own halves of her body. Unfortunately, by the time it happened, the woman was already dead. The two sides panicked as they lost their host. They understood their power and understood that they wouldn't have any purpose without a host. The woman's corpse shined with two opposing lights. They stayed together, unable to break apart, and found themselves unable to exert power unless they did so in tandem. The matter of the woman's body was broken down and reconstructed. A new being rose from the ashes, half black and half white. It no longer had a gender or a pure form, but it had a different kind of beauty that had to be acknowledged. It walked. As it walked, the black forest changed. Half of it turned pure white, and the other half turned an even darker shade of black. The world gained a sort of equilibrium, but only at the expense of that innocent woman. However, her corpse no longer existed. Her mark on the world was erased, replaced with only those two forms. The illusion faded away from Damien's mind. Once it returned to the familiar darkness that represented his lack of thoughts, he opened his eyes. So that was something. Damien took a breath. In a picture like that, it was easy to see the darkness as the villain. The whiteness had existed in that woman from the start. It was easy to see it as an innocent entity in the entire story. Even when the woman died, it was stuck with the blackness and led along into a new form. If one was biased towards the whiteness from the beginning, then the story could be interpreted entirely differently. Perhaps Damien would have possessed a similar outlook if it was a different situation. However, if the story was like that, how could it possibly relate to Death's Hold? Damien tried to view it through a different lens. Say that woman was once ordinary. Say she was just a vessel. Say the whiteness possessed her a very long time ago. Say it was the very thing that led her into the blackness in the first place. Say the blackness and the whiteness were always meant to be one. What if the woman was merely used as a conduit for that union? The way Damien interpreted it, the scene seemed to depict something like order and chaos. Two opposing forces of the universe without defined forms that realized they needed a host to continue functioning. It was a story about the beginning of everything. When existence decided to manifest itself as a world that could be viewed, while non-existence remained a black forest that melded into the background and went unseen despite being the other half of the picture, it was curious. The formation of everything definitely didn't happen like that. Existence never found non-existence through a medium. They were born together as two halves of the same entity when the void decided to define itself. Who created this storyline? What was its purpose? The Black Forest has to be the same as this one. The form is different, but the nothingness I saw when I first connected to the environment is the exact same as that one. Hell, the scene itself manifested inside of that nothingness. It was hard to realize or distinguish it from any other blackness as it had no aura, but since Damien recognized its particularity, he never forgot. So, then, if this was a forest created through the events of the story, if it was the mirror of a forest that called existence its home, what does it even mean? Right, there was no way that was enough information for Damien to garner anything, but it was a good start nonetheless. Damien stood up from there. He looked around, meeting eyes with the beasts that watched him. They growled menacingly. Their voices were deep and guttural, striking fear in the hearts of the fearless. This was the exact point when others who tried the same thing died. They interpreted the story in a specific way and decided to act upon it. When they made the wrong decision, the Black Forest rebelled. I'll die too. Damien was once again mortal in more ways than one. Here, even he could die. Well, that's if the void doesn't want to save me again. Considering that it was for the sake of the physique's awakening, I doubt it's willing to do it a second time, he joked to himself, but he was known to stay jovial. He had to make his next move very carefully. He had to act with absolute certainty that his interpretation of the story was the right one, otherwise, he would be no different than any of the rest. He, in all forms, would be wiped from all existence. Chapter 1791 Death's Hold. 1. Damien walked the forest for a long while. He didn't know how long he spent walking, but he was subconsciously looking for the water that woman waded through. He felt like he could find something there. Even if it wasn't a vestige of what once was, it would be something. The Black Forest didn't have the same eerie atmosphere as it did when Damien first arrived here. Perceiving it through the lens of the story instead of the rumors of the outside world, Damien felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He didn't know why. He tried to analyze it as he searched for the black water, but an answer didn't come to him. There wasn't a single logical reason for him to feel sorrow of all things. Sympathy, maybe. Curiosity, maybe. Sorrow, however, was not an emotion he could feel towards the Black Forest. It existed because it existed. There wasn't anything sorrowful about it. While existence was a wide expanse of perceivable space, this was the only possible location where the black half of the forest could reside, so its location also was not unfortunate. At the end of the day, it also received the means to have its existence acknowledged. Though it was more difficult, it was more meaningful as only the most powerful men and women in the entirety of existence could find it. It was not necessarily a sorrowful existence. Not unless it had a mind of its own. That thought led Damien down another lane. What if the sorrow I feel is not my own emotion? Through the story, he learned that a vessel was necessary for the whiteness and blackness to gain meaning. The whiteness that characterized existence already found what it wanted. It birthed everything that was known, and every achievement made was attributed to it. Every life and every death was attributed to it. In every waking moment, it was given praise. What about the blackness of non-existence? If Damien had to say whether it achieved things or not, he would definitely say it had. However, was it satisfied with just that? If existence and non-existence, concepts created by the void so everything else could be born, also had subtle spirituality and the ability to at least somewhat recognize emotion. Would it be satisfied seeing its counterpart achieving everything it could not? Did this sorrow originate from the fact that it was feared by all? Was it caused by the misunderstandings that existence unintentionally created about it? Non-existence seemed like a concept too far separated from living beings for it to ever be touched. Any and all beings with consciousness feared nothingness. They looked at nothingness as the end, as the unknown, as death. They associated it with all of their most negative concepts and thoughts, and that became its definition. However, did the people know non-existence was more connected to them than even existence? Existence had set laws. The people worked hard to comprehend them. And those who succeeded to a greater degree were rewarded with their comprehension's addition to the world's existing laws. If the people never tried to touch existence, would it have ever responded to them? Non-existence was different. It was just like the human mind. There was no real form to it in the beginning. It was created alongside existence and many other things that served different purposes, large and small. Realistically, it was meant to follow a straight path for the sake of survival, but that was not the case. The human mind had an unbelievable potential for growth that no other mind could replicate. It took the world in stride and granted countless paths to follow. Free will to become whatever it could possibly want to be. That was what the human mind possessed that others couldn't fathom. Non-existence was no different. It never had a form to begin with, but it took on infinite paths as it wasn't constrained to the same conventions put in place by existence. It grew through the thoughts of people. As other concepts were related to it, it grew and evolved, becoming something impossible if it weren't for their accidental recognition of its form. If nobody dreamed of what didn't exist, non-existence would still just be a small black forest. Was that why the concept fell in love with them? Was that why it felt sorrow when it realized that it would never be able to truly interact with them? Nobody understood. The people who came here always assumed they needed to slay the beasts in death's hold. They always acted without thought, so they died. Those who had a bit more sense tried to interpret the story, but only saw it as a portrayal of good and evil. They viewed non-existence as a weapon. They viewed it as the power they needed to complement existence and erase their enemies and woes. Nobody saw its true value, so everyone died. When they tried to build on its origin while disrespecting it, wasn't it normal for the concept to lash out? So, in the end, what did non-existence want? Did it want recognition? Did it want respect? Was it chasing a futile dream to become like existence? No, all it wants is to be recognized. Damien understood well. He never quite worried about it. He was always too focused on getting to whatever goal he was chasing to pay attention to it. However, didn't he suffer alone for a long time? In the first dungeon, he went insane and came back from the depths on his own. That was the start of it. He met many people who helped him in many ways. He gained connections that he never would have reached this point without. However, when he truly struggled, he was always on his own. Nobody could match his progress. Nobody could move at his pace. He found himself going from place to place. Almost every time, he made friends and acquaintances. Still, none of those people could ever accompany him to the depths he traversed. It was always too dangerous for others. It was always he who had to do the most difficult things, and he was fine with that. That was never the problem, but it was tiring. It was tiring to struggle and fight to survive, to come from nothing and become something and have nobody know his story. It was tiring to see how people interacted with him, telling him how much he was this or that without realizing how much pain he'd gone through to stand where he stood. When he saw the true faces of Grand Heaven's Boundary and the Saint Emperor, he felt a sort of warmth from them. They were people who had been watching from the beginning. They understood how he became who he was at the time. Grand Heaven's Boundary acknowledged his struggle and made him feel something familial, which is why he had to save the universe at all costs. The Saint Emperor was an enemy who fought him not because of old grudges or misplaced greed. At the end, the Saint Emperor fought him because he saw Damien as the only person who could surpass him and achieve what he couldn't. He acknowledged Damien's struggle in his own way. There were a few more examples in Damien's life that kept him able to deal with the more tiring interactions. He had a support system that allowed him to struggle in silence without minding that others would never know how much he did. What about non-existence? Did it have anything like that? Did it have the ability to stop struggling in silence even if it was tired and filled with sorrow? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Not even in the slightest. Chapter 1792 Death's Hold. 2. Damien never found the river the woman walked. Perhaps it was imaginary. Perhaps it was meant to represent the rift between the blackness and the whiteness, the area that no man had ever traversed. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be here. It was a bit of a shame for sure. Damien didn't necessarily need to see it anymore, but that water was symbolic. He wanted to experience it at least once. He understood the source of the sorrow in his heart now. He also felt a deep sympathy that he didn't feel from the story alone. He was understanding something too filled with emotion for it to be untrue. The further his thoughts went down that path, the more the sorrow in his chest grew. It felt like non-existence was crying out, screaming into the void as it came face to face with its emotions. He couldn't doubt and say that his perception of the scene was wrong anymore. Did anyone else ever feel this emotion? If they felt how deep and tragic it was, how could they not understand what non-existence wanted to tell them? Perhaps Damien was unique from the start. More unique than he expected. After all, rather than non-existence, Damien saw existence as his weapon. His ability to control everything, both material and immaterial, was enough. Why did non-existence have to be a weapon as well? When Damien entered this realm, he only knew what non-existence was on a very surface level. He didn't have any preconceived notions about it in the slightest, other than his thought that it would allow him to achieve the impossible. He felt its grandiosity from the dark god, and rather than being fearful, he started anticipating the day he could also control that force. His lack of preconceptions made him a blank canvas to be influenced by this realm. He could find out what he thought about non-existence by interacting with it, and, frankly, after a scene like that, he felt more of a connection towards it than existence. Existence really was like that, wasn't it? It merely existed. If it weren't for Damien's advantages and his path, then he never would have come in contact with it. He had to work to find out how to control it on his own. It never gave him clues or acted friendly in the slightest. He comprehended it because he wanted to, not because it wanted him to. Obviously, non-existence was forming more of a personal connection with Damien than its counterpart. Not because it wanted something from him, but because that was the approach it developed through its love for living beings. It was not resigned to being a silent observer like existence. It wanted to touch them, feel them, and become one with them. Damien just needed to give it that opportunity. It wanted to receive that chance purely. It didn't want it to be a business relationship. It wanted Damien and every other person to recognize its pain and offer to save it, but that was just a way to interpolate its emotions. At the end of the day, its emotions were never so complex. It had a similar level of sentience to the void. Sure, it could make decisions against logic, and sure, it could act on its emotions, but its feelings would always remain at the basic level. Fundamentally, these concepts did not have the ability to think and make complex assertions. However, in non-existence's case specifically, the deep and simple emotion it felt was relayed through human experiences that had been attributed to it. It used those experiences to convey the depth of its feeling rather than the complexity. Damien was ready to make a genuine promise to the concept. His heart was clear, rid of all extraneous desires. This was a different matter from the Second Island's challenge. This was a promise he needed to make to non-existence for the sake of their future cooperation. No, this is how I bring the concept under my rule. If Damien was one thing, it was good to his subordinates. He always ensured that the people under him would live well and attain the things they dreamed of. It was the same for his concepts. He would use them as much as they wanted to be used, and if he wanted to become absolute in the future, I can absolutely make non-existence into a concept that is recognized as much as existence. The Black Forest had been moving with Damien as he walked its grounds. It synced with him after he saw the vision, reading his thoughts and understanding his intentions. It judged him and related to him. It finally felt like it found someone who could see its meaning, so it went deeper and deeper into his mind. It saw his past and struggle. Non-existence noticed that Damien had come closer to it than anyone else, and as it went into the deepest recesses of his mind, it saw itself housing Damien's ego as the wheel of samsara pulled away his soul, and it saw how a certain manifestation appeared within its body to save him from that place and bring him back into the land of the living. Despite an experience like that, Damien never seemed to attribute death to non-existence. No, rather, the kind of death he almost received was the same death he always dreamed of. A death that was both rebirth and true death, where his ego was laid to eternal rest and his soul was gifted to the next person. Non-existence liked Damien a lot. And when it realized the origins of the manifestation that appeared during Damien's death, it started to trust him as well. Damien raised his hand gently until it was parallel to the ground. His fingers calmly drooped as they naturally did when he didn't actively try to control them. A drop of water appeared at the tip of his index. It slowly became bigger until it was large enough to be perceived by the human eye and stopped, falling away from his hand. Its trip towards the earth was perceived in slow motion. It was the first time Damien exerted his power in Death's Hold, but rather than an aggressive assertion of his dominance, it was a gentle request for acceptance. The Black Forest reacted instantly. The growling of beasts once again filled Damien's ears. They approached closer with auras of hostility. But they did not yet attack. Their wariness was obvious, as was their desire to consume him. They were only waiting for the affirmation of their creator force to act. The forest shook. The trees seemed to turn to face him. Everything seemed to turn to face him. The pitch-black leaves that drifted in the wind froze. The wind itself froze. The creatures froze, the sound of their growls fading below the sound of that single drop of water. It was the only thing that continued to move. Even Damien himself remained frozen. In the still world where Damien stood at the center, a miracle happened. Whoosh, a huge sound filled Death's Hold, and a gushing river filled the gaping hole in its heart. Chapter 1793 Death's Hold 3. The water was black, dyed by the surroundings. It was a part of Death's Hold, but it wasn't always that way. Merely, when it accepted Damien, it changed. From past to present to future, if one looked at one's memories of this place, there would always be a river. Damien smiled. So you accepted. He knew the concept couldn't communicate with him, but he was glad it accepted his sincerity. It might have seemed improbable for him to be the only person to recognize the emotional aspect of the story in the eons that this realm existed, but it actually wasn't. In the first place, supreme beings did not consider emotions very often. Damien found his humanity drifting further and further away from him with every passing day. He was still able to recognize emotions so well because he valued them. Putting aside his love for many people and the emotions they brought him, emotions had always been important to Damien. He remembered the depression he felt before he fell into the first dungeon. There was a kind of raw yet naive hopelessness in his system that had never afflicted him again after that day. When he first fell into the dungeon, he felt desperation and fear. As he progressed through it, he lost many of his emotions to madness and bloodlust. In a Pyron, he gained them back. In the cloud plane, he gained an opportunity to get rid of them over and over again after that, from his adventures in the human domain to the tales of grand heaven's boundary and beyond. Emotions had been a big part of his journey. However, each and every time he worried about it, ruminated over it, and overcame it, he always managed to keep those emotions safe, even if they had to be confined to a single aspect of his life. If it weren't for his emotions, he wouldn't have reached this point. He couldn't remember how many times the pure indifference in the core of his soul threatened to eat away at all of his emotions. However, each and every time he worried about it, ruminated over it, and overcame it, he always managed to keep those emotions safe, even if they had to be confined to a single aspect of his life. As someone who had such a connection to emotions, when he reached a place above the clouds where even human life was nothing to him, he did not lose those emotions and ascend in mind. Most of the others here did. Before they entered the land of nothingness, they allowed indifference to be the core of their character. They permitted it to rule their lives. Sure, the land of nothingness that turned them forgotten changed them and reintroduced them to many of the emotions they lacked, but was that enough? It was like they were given new life. The emotions they felt were heightened like their hormones were imbalanced. They made impulsive decisions regularly and needed to consciously understand how to keep their emotions in check and feel them only to a moderate level. Maybe people like that existed on the later islands, but they definitely weren't here. On the second island where the true bottom tier of the Forgotten resided, emotions dictated everything: pride, greed, and lust. Anger, joy, and sorrow. Within the swirl of human emotion that each and every one of them felt, it was impossible to distinguish the woes of non-existence and sympathize. No, in their reckless states, they'd take the scene at face value and die before they had a chance to reconsider from a more mature perspective. Some of them may have even been overwhelmed by that sorrow. It mixed perfectly with the sorrow they felt being stuck on this island and amplified it. Maybe this place was called Death's Hold because it was the place people went to succumb to exactly that. Nevertheless, it had nothing to do with Damien. The life he chose to lead was what allowed him to reap benefits like these. He didn't feel remorse, guilt, or sympathy. Instead, as he stared down at the black water running over his feet, he wondered about something else entirely. What should I build? People went with castles because they were easier to build on a larger scale. They were symmetric and the exterior structure was extremely simple to create. Once they had experience making the exterior, they could then the interior into a much more ornate space by focusing on smaller areas one by one. It was a good strategy to both grow and create something lasting. Every castle in this land was unique, despite there being thousands of them. However, it wasn't Damien's style. He wasn't really a castle person. He liked Void Palace architecturally because of its intricate inner space that was like a maze of different dimensions. It was ingenious and unique, a feat that forced others to admire it. The exterior was a masterpiece, but it was still similar to many other palaces because their base structure always had to be relatively similar. With what he'd experienced in claiming this land, he didn't just want to populate it with a regular palace like any other. He wanted to do something special with this place, something that would truly honor non-existence's origin. He started building without a goal. Just seeing where his thoughts would take him. Oddly enough, what came from his energy was not necessarily a man-made structure at all, rather, it was nature. The Black River was soon surrounded by small critters and creatures who were not afraid of its current. The beasts who originally lived in the forest approached warily, captivated by their harmless appearances. The ground was just black and filled with debris similar to wood chips. That changed immediately. A sprawling display of flora populated the ground and created space for a thriving environment. Sure, it was all the same black color as the rest of the forest, making it difficult to discern, but that didn't matter. The beauty of this place was not meant to be recognized by anything other than the concept it was created by. As Damien's power continued to thrive, Death's Hold itself began to expand. A huge clearing was made in the middle of the forest, from which a tree more massive than any other was born. It rose high into the clouds, branching out into a complex canopy that looked more like a labyrinth than the top of a tree. The trunk was lined with steps that spiraled it from top to bottom. They didn't serve any purpose but to make the tree accessible. There was nothing built for those steps to lead to. The forest's vibrance was far beyond what it was before. It continued to grow as non-existence accepted Damien's interference. He focused mainly on the environment since he wanted to see Death's Hold transform, but if he wanted to keep others from ruining the sanctity of the area, then he still had to create something here that signified his ownership. Then, what could he create to scare away intruders while still maintaining the sanctity of the forest he created? I know, it was time to have a little bit of fun with non-existence. Well, it would be fun for him, for the enemies who would reveal themselves soon. Enough after seeing Death's Hold's changes, however, thought obviously, it was going to be the most fun they ever had. If it wasn't, then it was also fine if they just died. 1794 Death's Hold, 4. If Damien had started creating like a normal person, he probably would have had a decent amount of time before people noticed his movements. However, the change in Death's Hold was too big. The great tree was enough to attract attention from all corners of the island, and the fact that the forest itself became as large as a country even more. Again, change wasn't a thing in this realm. The forest couldn't become anything it wasn't even if it had all the power in the world. The only way to enact change in the land of nothingness was for an individual to actively do so. Naturally, everyone was going to pay attention to the mysterious person who changed Death's Hold. There were hundreds of noble lords on the second island. Most of them were reclusive and only focused on ways to find a way to the third island. They were the ones who bought land but did not use it. Every lord lived in a castle, but they were nothing more than squatters. The people who built those castles were gone. They already moved on from the second island, and their creations were mobbed by people who had been stuck here for many, many eons. Damien was something of a new kid on the block. He didn't understand how the layers of society were decided. He didn't even know what the stages of power people created to mark their progress were. He definitely had access to that information, but he didn't care. What did it have to do with him? All he needed to know was that some idiots who weren't good enough to do things on their own wanted to stop others from accomplishing things as well. They would be here to test him as soon as they could arrive. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one they would be fighting. I want to see how they move. The battle tactics created in a place like this were bound to be interesting. Rather than experiencing them himself, Damien preferred to just watch from the sidelines for now. After all, the current enemies weren't worth his time. He had more important things to worry about, like the nature of my build. He pretty much knew what he wanted to do. In concept, it was a living home. He wanted to create a creature with sentience that would serve as a guardian for the great tree. At the same time, he wanted something permanent that would be seen by all and recognized as a symbol of his existence. When it came to the guardian part, he had several ideas. The problem was that he didn't know how to incorporate the latter half of his plan into the guardian forms he'd thought of. Why was he thinking of making an abode that he would never live in? Castles dominated this land, so it was easy for his view to get clouded by the norm. He wanted to make something more human. Something man-made that didn't seem like it appeared naturally, just like everyone else. He wanted to make his own mark on this forest. He couldn't allow the Black Forest to remain a symbol of sorrow for non-existence. Instead, he wanted to turn it into a symbol of their unity so the concept could always look back and reaffirm that it was understood. A house wasn't right no matter how he thought about it. It was a stupid idea that he couldn't understand. Then, what could he build? For humans, the way to mark their presence was to build statues or monuments. Either that or buildings with unique structures that also had uses in society. When he didn't need money from tourism, statues were out of the question. Who was he supposed to build a statue of? When he didn't need to give his structure any sort of practicality, buildings were not the answer either. I guess it comes down to that. In this stage of his life, given the kind of creative freedom that came from controlling such vague concepts, he started to form that kind of desire. I want to make something beautiful. He wanted to make art. He scanned the forest with his eyes, something that doesn't interfere with the forest, but makes it obvious that it's built, not bred. He just had to let his mind work naturally again. Damien never had much symbolism around him. Void Palace had a symbol, as did almost all of the other influences he joined. However, he was not trying to represent those entities right now. Dante told him just how much his name mattered right now. When he returned, when the firmament board came to him, he would need to have more confidence in that name than anything else. A symbol to represent me, what was it supposed to be? He wasn't too good at this kind of thing. Damien knew what made up the core of his soul. However, he never really cared about how others perceived him. A symbol only existed for others to perceive. For Damien to make something he was proud of, he first needed to decide what kind of person he wanted to present himself as. I'm not a tyrant, not to the people who followed him. However, to those who opposed him, he was willing to be the cruelest person they ever dreamed of, so he needed to show dominance and compassion at the same time. It had to be a symbol that could be regarded with fear or worship depending on the lens it was viewed through. The color, it was quite important. People were quick to form subconscious biases off of color alone. Black had always been associated with evil, right? But the pure blackness of non-existence wasn't evil in the slightest. It was misunderstood and misconstrued by association. White as a background would be most obvious, but I don't really like that. Damien had a new goal to make non-existence a concept as sacred as existence in the eyes of the people. If so, then the stigmas associated with colors would change as well. Void Palace's symbol also contained black as its main color, but it was seen as sleek and powerful rather than fearful. He was already going to use black from the start. It wasn't just a color that represented non-existence, but one that represented the void. Purple was also an obvious choice. It symbolized his lineage. When he was young, his aura and mana were purple for a time as well. The color had deep connections to his roots, so obviously he was going to include it. Then gold, it was for a bit more of a common reason than the rest. Gold was often a color used to represent regality, so he wanted subtle accents of it in the symbol. And finally, white, not an extraneous amount. Just enough to make everything else pop. Everything about this symbol had to mean something to Damien just as much as it meant something to others. The colors were set. The shape and the design still had to be decided. Watching Damien struggle in his artistic endeavors was fun, but there was definitely something more interesting to pay attention to. Currently, on the border of Death's Hold, 3 people stood and faced its darkness. They were the first of many invaders to come, and, more importantly, they were the ones who'd show Damien how people who had only been using non-existence for millions of years at the very least fought. Chapter 1795 Death's Hold, 5. The 3 who arrived first were the youngest of the lords. This didn't imply that they were young, but that they were forced by people much older than them to go and test the waters. They were all old men. Their beards were white and the hair on the top of their heads was non-existent. Without mana or existence, the mechanisms used by practitioners to alter their appearances were rendered useless. The appearance they maintained would be the same one they had when their bodies became immortal and their lifespans increased. Damien was over 100. In Earth terms, he'd be an old man, but with a lifespan of infinity, he was extremely young. He also never attempted to alter his appearance. His current look was as natural as it got, so he wasn't affected. Unfortunately for many of those who reached greater heights at older ages, the young appearances they gave themselves were taken away and they were forced to deal with the fact that this was their true age. Damien would be meeting quite a few old men and women in the future, so he'd already resigned to being the only relatively young-looking person here. Nevertheless, his attention was half focused on these 3 men. The other half focused on the design. Damien didn't actually need to do anything. The beasts in Death's Hold had been tamed to an extent now that they knew what peace felt like, but that was only concerning Damien and the other creatures in the Black Forest. Their attitude towards intruders never changed. If those three people stepped into this place and tried to cause a scene, they would die. Clearly, they knew that as well. They hesitated on the edge of the forest for a very long time, trying to sense the situation inside. They were fated to learn that it was impossible. If they wanted to investigate, they had to go inside. These three were in an unfortunate situation, really. Behind them stood hundreds of other lords who would definitely make their lives hard if they returned empty-handed. They wouldn't be able to peacefully live on the second island anymore. Hell, they wouldn't even be able to create their structures and move on to the third island because of their interference. In front of them stood a land of death from which not a single man had returned alive. Was death better than a hellish life? It was a question they didn't want to answer, but in this case, they had no choice but to push forward. They'd signed a pact of nothingness when they joined the ranks of the lords. They would act for the good of the group. If they failed to do so, they would be exterminated by the laws of the realm. This applies to all of the rest of them as well, but they didn't need to experience the downsides of the pact when they were the ones who controlled everything. The three of them glanced at each other with wry expressions. Despite their thoughts, they were already moving closer to the densely packed black trees that acted like a wall protecting the forest from outsiders. Immediately upon making their choice, the three of them released their power. It was mostly unperceivable, but there were still signs. For instance, the man on the left side had a subtle ring of black fire circling him. It was an indicator that he and the rest were surrounded by domains. Damien subtly sent his power outward, making contact with the borders of their domains. He instantly felt changes in his body. I see, it was a matter of preparation indeed. The most obvious use of the domain was to even the playing field. Whether the opponent had an advantage or not, it would bring them to the same level as the caster of the skill in order to absolve any advantages that they could possess. In Damien's case, his physical strength plummeted. I'm not suppressed insanely, but it's considerable. I guess this is the average physical strength of those three. He had only been brought down to their level, not below it. Is it the battle etiquette of this realm? It was reasonable. If they were to fight properly with their non-existence, then it was obvious for them to compete at the same level. They didn't make any drastic moves after that. They approached the forest carefully and stayed within each other's sight. Their domains overlapped, creating a huge zone of suppression that would give them an advantage against any being they faced. They weren't facing ordinary beings this time. They knew that, which was why they came even closer together when they took their first step into the forest. When Damien entered, there was still a process to things. The beasts wouldn't attack anyone who entered. They'd only attack when certain conditions were met. Technically, those conditions were already met by the group of three, but even then they would have been given at least a few seconds to put away their hostility before they were assaulted. Damien's claim on this territory changed things. The beasts now regarded him in the same light as non-existence. As such, anyone other than him had been banned from this forest. The beasts did not need to use pack tactics to confront their enemies. Each and every one of them had equal power, absolute power in this realm. One was enough to face the three of them. However, whether it was out of respect or mockery, three beasts stood up to the challenge, one for each lord. And a silent battle began immediately. As Damien's intention was never to kill them in a dominant fashion, the beasts went easier with their attacks. Otherwise, how was Damien supposed to learn about battle? A battle between two different forms of existence was incredibly loud. Damien had fought such a battle twice in his life, and both times, they were filled with extreme scenes of splendor as reality itself was toyed with. In its regular fashion, non-existence remained invisible even when it was being used aggressively. There was indeed a battle being fought, but to an unaware observer, it looked like the beasts and the lords were just staring at each other with hostile expressions. Damien saw a different scene. To him, this was just as grand as a battle of existence, hidden away from the world in a conceptual realm that even the greatest gods couldn't perceive. Was a battle so beautiful that he didn't know how to describe it. Concepts were eliminated and new concepts grew in their place. The realm was like a mirage of shifting colors and imageries that would constantly change as the concepts inhabiting the space were altered. It was a real back-and-forth fight. If one person couldn't absolutely dominate, then they were forced to take turns and test each other's skills. Like a competition with deadly stakes, the two opposing fighters would challenge each other to find their alterations and respond before they were set in stone. Once one person made a change that the other could not detect, it acted as an anchor off of which countless other changes could be made and woven together into a fabric that the other side couldn't pierce. Is it like chess? Not exactly, but it was a strategy game of Some sort, the knowledge and experience necessary to fight this kind of battle against people who had been doing it for so long. I don't have it. The situation was more serious than he expected. If Damien decided to go out there and fight personally, he probably would have been crushed. I guess I need to take my time before going to the third island. Something told him that the upcoming trials wouldn't be so peaceful. If Damien wanted to rapidly reach the end of this land and return to his home, he needed to get a lot more familiar with non-existence, and right now, he was in both the perfect environment and the perfect state to do exactly that. Chapter 1796 Death's Hold 6. The three lords fought the beasts of the forest for many hours. In the process, Damien was able to learn more and more about how veterans maneuvered non-existence. It's still the second island, so they can't do much. They're making as much use of the little power they have as possible. That's a state where creativity shines. From Damien's observations, there were several common concepts that people usually chose to banish from existence. If it was in the real world, mana would probably be the first. Without mana, only physical fighters and people who used non-existence could survive. When physical strength differences were controlled through the establishment of a territory, only one of those groups could come out alive. In this place, it's a little bit more vague. Since they're fighting beasts, too, they're focusing more on the mind than the body. They were trying to banish things like rationality and loyalty from their enemies' minds. Against groups, this kind of strategy was ingenious. Rather than putting in work, forcing the opponents to fight each other was more efficient. When they're facing the beasts individually, though, they immediately bring those things back and try to use them in the opposite way. While focusing on obvious things like the opponent's strength, they used concepts like loyalty to disrupt their mind and make them hesitate to attack. The problem the three lords encountered when they found themselves in a prolonged fight with the beasts was that their enemies were using completely different kinds of concepts than them. The beasts didn't have the kind of complex thought process necessary to banish and manipulate concepts like the lords. However, they were connected to a far more primordial form of energy. They were able to find the rawest and most core concepts in the universe and banish them, instantly taking the most important strengths of the lords away from them. In the first place, it was supposed to be a one-sided slaughter, not a fight. Nevertheless, before the three lords died, Damien was able to gain sufficient data to incorporate into his own fighting techniques, and I finished this thing. He looked down at a flag he'd created for testing purposes. On it, there was a symbol. One that represented Damien Void from his own perspective. The symbol was a circular swirling black and white image. The two colors were used equally. But it did not look like it. Instead, it looked like the black side was consuming the white side. However, if one viewed it from a different perspective, the white and black were in constant motion, ebbing and flowing together like the calm waves of the sea. The pattern was lined with gold to accentuate it and add a sense of valor. As for the purple elements, Damien originally wanted to scrap it but decided that the color was too important for him to ignore. It also turned into an accent like the gold, but with its addition, two more pictures were created. With the gold outline alone, one could see the intricate head of a dragon preparing its breath. With the purple outline alone, one could see a crescent moon within a fog of clouds. Together, however, they illuminated the white and black in a yin and yang style picture of a world. All-encompassing power, all-encompassing compassion. A strength that rivaled the dragon's, yet a leadership as calm and orderly as the movement of the moon. It was extremely intricate to the point where most people who saw it wouldn't be able to recognize its intent, but it was everything Damien could have hoped for when creating his own symbol. As long as he worked to properly establish the reputation that followed it, he could give it the meaning he desired in the eyes of others. But that was only something to worry about when he returned to the heavenly world. In this place, that symbol was one of conquest. Many lords followed after the first three. The group of them didn't plan to end things easily, but they weren't given a choice. They sent tens of their members to attack the forest. After realizing that it was in extreme danger with the deaths of the first three, they organized a task force with great numbers and even greater power to siege it and get rid of the being inside. Unfortunately, Damien had already satisfied his curiosity. The beasts no longer had a reason to hold back and prolong fights for him to watch. That was the reason why Damien had the freedom to design a symbol and determine what kind of structure he was going to build while Death's Hold was actively being assaulted. Anyone who stepped into the forest would die with one attack from the beasts. They could try to attack from outside, but the tree wall was incredibly thick. It seemed impervious to any and all damage, as even the outer layer refused to chip after being attacked over and over again. Strategies were enacted to attack from the sky, but those failed as well. What would Death's Hold be if it wasn't secure? With the addition of a great tree to its ranks, the size of its domain greatly expanded. There was a large, impenetrable dome of non-existence around the entire area, created by the land of nothingness itself. That land was impervious to all but Damien. They might have possessed a slight chance of entering it beforehand. But it had a new owner now. It had finally recognized the individual it had been searching for. Now, the people who wanted to take it for granted and use it for their own purposes could be killed without remorse, as they no longer served a use. The lords were forced to take a step back after the initial siege failed. They could absolutely send troops after troops into Death's Hold, but what was the point of sacrificing people like that? Unlike most of the realm, death in the hold was permanent. Nobody wanted to risk that. True death in a place like this, if they died, their existence would be erased from reality entirely, all memories of them, all vestiges they left, and all clues that told of their existence would be wiped. It would be like they were never born. That was the most terrifying kind of death, wasn't it? Nobody wanted to suffer from it. Even the lords, who were usually extremely particular about how they acted, refused to continue chasing after Damien. If he could control Death's Hold, he could kill them all. What kind of idiot would make a person like that into an enemy? The lords that headed the group tried to meet Damien. They went to Death's Hold themselves with a peace offering. Unfortunately, all they were greeted with was silence. They had already confirmed that there was a man there, but this was the moment when they realized that they weren't meant to be messing with that man from the beginning. On the trunk of the great tree, overlooking the entirety of the second island, was an eye sunk into its surface. It was massive and purple, standing out immensely while still complementing the colors of the forest. The eye looked down at them. The entire forest's attention turned to them as it glowed with a fierce light. An engraved pattern in the trunk's surface above the eye came to light, filled with the same glow as the eye itself. The top lords looked at each other as the eye activated, and, together, they stared down at their own trembling hands. Their fingers were disappearing from existence, not in the usual temporary fashion, but eternally. Every single lord on the island received the same message that night. Give up. Challenging Death's Hold is certain death. It was a warning that they'd heard many times, but one that never stopped adventurers from trying their luck. However, this time was different. This time, it was an absolute truth. Anyone who entered Death's Hold without its owner's permission was bound to become fertilizer for its growth. As such, the people of the second island could only quietly watch as that faceless individual changed the forest. They watched as a structure peeked out from above the canopy of trees and grew larger and larger. Only, no matter how large it became, they couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't their fault, though, because even if one asked its creator, he would respond with one simple sentence: I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Chapter 1797 Death's Hold 7. It was definitely a beautiful structure. Nobody could say what it actually was. It was biological. Two large leaves rose high into the sky and wrapped around the tree. The intricate details of their structure could be seen clearly as the black sun shined through. The small veins that lined them seemed to pulse like they were alive. The tree itself was also raised far out of the ground. There was a hill where there used to only be flat ground, on which even the roots of the tree could be seen from a distance, as it was so far above the rest of the forest. That hill was where the rest of Damien's creation resided. It contained almost no black dirt. The tree's roots sunk into the structure itself, as if it was mounting itself on top. In this state, the hill seemed to be adorned by some sort of mechanical masterpiece. It was split into several sections, each made of a complementary material that didn't exist in this realm. There were small spaces between each of them that contained bone-like structures that held them together. The massive leaf-wing structures were directly linked to the hill. Clearly, they were also involved in whatever mechanism the entire structure was meant to be. The only thing that set it aside from the environment was its clearly man-made nature. It was not an abode. It was not a sculpture. It didn't have any noticeable purpose. If anyone looked at it, while they would surely appreciate its strange beauty and the way it melded into the environment, they would still call the artist himself insane. What was the purpose of something like this? Why was it so highly mechanical if it didn't do anything? There were sounds of gears turning, of processes being undertaken below the ground level, through the gaps in the segment. It was possible to see just a slight piece of the inner workings, which were complex enough to confuse even experienced engineers. Damien sat on the hill that was lightly dusted with black dirt to help the beasts become familiar with it and patted its surface. "You'll be in charge of this place when I leave." He didn't get a response, but the slight vibration in the hill was enough. He knew the being he created could hear him. Protect the beings who live here. Protect the legacy of this sacred place. And, protect my name, Rumble. If one could see below the dirt, one would finally be able to see the nature of Damien's creation. Its entire body seemed to be made of mossy rocks. Its shell, which the great tree resided on, was segmented and filled with different colored minerals, but in the light they all seemed to reflect and refract to form a specific pattern, one that would become familiar as time passed in this realm. 4 massive legs dug deep into the earth. They were at least several hundreds of feet long, supporting the massive body of the being that was even larger and wider. It was essentially a giant, mechanical, walking turtle. The leaves cocooning the tree were obviously not to help it fly, but to be used to attack invaders and defend the tree. There were several other attack mechanisms embedded in its structure. Each different material used on its shell contained different abilities, all of them based on non-existence. Damien created a being that would be invincible in this place, and, on the off chance that something terrible happened to Death's Hold, it could stand up and take the entire forest away on its back, protecting its legacy and inhabitants. This was an absolute mechanism to ensure that the sanctity of the forest would never be destroyed in the future. At the same time, it left a massive mark of Damien's presence on the land. In the event that it was forced to move after he left, then the amount of meaning it would give the only crest that identified the creator was also monstrous. It was a being that met all of Damien's criteria. Because of that, it was not easy to build in the slightest. The entire landscape had to change. Damien was forced to learn a great deal about manipulating non-existence and the land itself. Over the past 2 years, he gained more than enough experience to be confident moving on to the next island. The connection he'd formed with Death's Hold was enough. He wanted to start interacting with more experts who were actually worth something, but the second island wasn't the place for that. He could wait to start getting friendly with his fellow non-existence users until they became rational people worth maintaining contact with. On the second island, they were either absorbed in work, absorbed in depression, or absorbed in malice. Really, was there a point in staying for longer? Even the enemies he expected to face became a non-issue with the forest's aid. It was a good time, regardless. Just like the first island, the second island taught him something that made him far more familiar with the concept. As he felt the pull of the next island calling to him, he looked at the forest one last time and smiled. This is my doing. The current appearance of the forest, grand and domineering, was entirely his doing. He couldn't help but be proud of his accomplishments. With that pride leading the way, Damien approached the shore of the second island and took a step. The concept of distance once again disappeared. On this occasion, the next island didn't easily approach. It scanned him and deemed him worthy of crossing before it allowed him to make the trek onto its surface. He had the proper qualifications. In a sense, he'd outdone the people who built even the most intricate castles. After all, the mechanical components inside of the turtle giant's shell were not just for show. They allowed the turtle itself to support an ecosystem. Through its legs, it could absorb nutrients and energy from the land around it. With those mechanisms working their magic, those nutrients and energy could supply the beings living on its shell with ample sustenance to stay alive and thrive. It was an isolated ecosystem, a mechanical monster, a weapon of mass destruction, and a bastion of absolute protection. On top of all of that, it could move and had sentience. How could any mere castle compare to it? Damien made an achievement that surpassed anything done on the second island since its inception. And for that, he was properly rewarded. The smile remained on his face as he left the lands of the second island and stepped upon the third. From behind, several people who noticed his movements watched. All they saw was the silhouette of a young man with black clothing and hair disappearing from sight. That was the only hint they received about who the owner of that mysterious symbol was. Perhaps they planned to act up now that he was gone. Maybe they believed that Death's Hold would return to its prior state without him. It would be fun to see their reactions when they learned otherwise. Unfortunately, Damien wouldn't be able to see it. He was already busy on the third island. After all, because the instant he landed, he found himself being attacked. Just as I thought, he said to himself as he set a domain of his own. It won't be so peaceful from now on. The beginner period was over. Now, Damien was also considered an experienced member of this land, and, according to the rules of the third island's trial, he would be fighting other experts for the foreseeable future. It was definitely bound to be more interesting than anything that happened thus far. Chapter 1798 Third Island 1. When Damien's foot made contact with the third island, he immediately felt his physical strength get suppressed. He definitely had the right to assume that it was just a part of the island's mechanics. But what kind of idiot would follow a thought like that? Without hesitation, he put up a domain like the ones he'd seen from others. His physical strength didn't rise back to its original level, but it definitely increased to an extent. with his barrier and the enemies colliding, the level at which they matched was decided as the middle ground between them. That made Damien curious about who exactly he was fighting. Nothing else changed other than physical strength, after all. That could only mean that they were already equal in most aspects. Damien looked around, trying to find the person who enacted the domain. They couldn't be far. The battles here were like duels. Opponents would stand before each other and fight while showing all their cards. They wouldn't hide away and sneak attack because it was pointless in a realm like this one. Anyway, if the enemy wanted to sneak attack, they would have never placed their domain in the first place. Domains were practically considered dual invitations. Strangely, the person didn't immediately appear. Their domain was likely set to automatically activate when a new person entered the island. Damien was forced to wait several seconds before an individual with the same aura signature arrived in front of him. "You are a patient newcomer, aren't you?" Damien raised an eyebrow. After seeing only old men for so long, it was definitely pleasing to hear a woman's voice. She was beautiful as well. Her young appearance meant that she was an incredible genius in her own realm. Still, it wasn't as if Damien was fazed. These things merely had to be acknowledged because her beauty was definitely a representation of her strength. By the looks of it, this wouldn't be an easy battle. "I've been waiting to fight for a while now," Damien admitted as he laid eyes on her. She didn't take that long to arrive, but she was correct in assuming that he could have fled if he wanted to. Her physical strength rose noticeably when he placed his barrier. Judging by that and ascertaining what his physical strength was when it wasn't suppressed, she could easily tell that Damien had the means to escape. He was clearly itching for battle. His words were unnecessary for anything other than continuing the conversation. The woman looked him up and down, taking note of the same qualities he saw in her, a young and handsome appearance that contradicted what most of the population had, and the desire for growth that many lost by the time they arrived on this island. The main purpose of 90% of people at this point was escaping. They were already content with the power they had. Nevertheless, Damien was correct about the fact that she'd set up this barrier to catch new people. The few seconds before she arrived were to give them a chance to leave if they weren't confident in their skills. But, even if they knew they would lose the fight, running was the wrong option. "Newcomer, before we fight, I will tell you what the goal of this island is." Was it courtesy? Damien didn't know her intentions, but he could fact-check her words later. He opened his ears curiously. The woman held up her hand and manifested a golden shield emblem with a crest-like pattern on it. "Your peaceful days are over," she started. "Unlike the first or second islands, this place is filled with brutal competition. To put it simply, we are in a battle circuit." The woman held up her hand and manifested a golden shield emblem with a crest-like pattern on it. "If you look within you, you will find something similar. Each and every one of us has a crest." However, the woman watched as Damien held his hand up and summoned an empty, bronze shield emblem. "It always starts from zero. As you fight on this island and win against other denizens, your emblem will continue to grow. Once you have reached the platinum shield, you can challenge an area lord for their title." The structure of the challenge was not difficult to grasp. If you defeat an area lord, you can choose to either remain on the island for longer and gain more rewards as the new lord of that region. Otherwise, you may leave from there and continue your journey. While it seems like a better idea to do the latter, most people who defeat the area lords don't choose that path. They remain on the island for a very long time before leaving. "Why?" Damien asked. "Well," the woman smiled, "that's for you to find out if you ever reach that point." Damien nodded. She already said enough. It was useless to even tell him about area lords at this point in time, but he was grateful that she did. Anyway, if she was telling the truth, he could thank her later. More importantly, "Isn't it time for us to fight?" He didn't know why she was targeting newcomers. She either wanted to use them to build up her shield emblem or teach them the ways of the island before they went deeper into its lands. Her intentions, whether selfish or selfless, were unimportant to Damien. Since she presented herself as target practice, he wanted to use her as target practice. It had been a long time since he started preparing to fight with non-existence, but other than a few spars with the beasts in Death's Hold, he actually wasn't able to do much. The lords of the second island were a disappointment. He glanced at the woman, who smiled at him and took a fighting stance. "I hope the people of this land are different." He did the same. These stances meant nothing. They were not going to move as they fought, so it was pointless to take any kind of stance. However, for the sake of creating a sense of familiarity with the battle style by mimicking actions taken in a normal fight, they were able to produce more power. The environment and feeling mattered a lot in a battle like this. After all, Damien closed his eyes. He put himself into a mindset where the effects of the battle could be visualized, and, without any more hesitation, he made the first move. He learned many things from the lords who fought against Death's Hold. The most common strategy was to affect the opponent's mind and stagger them before using more material attacks to finish them off. Damien's first move was also of the same branch of thinking, go. He sent his energy into the world and it instantly brought back results. His decision was not to start by attacking. Instead, once again, he banished ignorance from his mind. At the same time, he enacted a skill that aimed to banish information from the mind of his opponent, regardless of their equal states on the battlefield. She had more experience than him. That had to change. He had to be the one in control. However, while he was able to give himself the information he desired, but it wasn't so easy to take things away from an experienced fighter like that woman. He was soon to find out that he was still in over his head, but wasn't that always the case? Wasn't he always fighting enemies who were logically impossible for him to face? This was just one of many battles, and Damien planned to treat it exactly as such. And in classic Damien fashion, he would find a way to win. This was his entrance into the Third Island's rankings. He couldn't just lose and run away, could he? Chapter 1799 Third Island 2. The woman wasn't going to allow Damien to easily put her at a disadvantage. When he banished information from her, she combated it with her own energy to negate the effect. Non-existence was powerful enough on its own. Technically, no matter its level, if it was allowed to do as it pleased, it could affect anyone at any level. That was why it was important for people who wielded non-existence to always be prepared to counteract its effects. It was an entirely different branch of thinking, one where not many excelled. In a battle between two practitioners of the concept, it was usually a race to see who could inflict enough damage to gain momentum to push forward and land a lethal blow. The woman Damien faced was different. She, who went only by the name Kara, was an incredibly defensive player. To ensure that information wasn't removed from her mind, she had to target Damien's attack itself. She found its energy in the air and read the intent Damien infused into it. In the split second before it struck, she recreated the exact same energy form, reversed it, and sent it into Damien's energy to dispel his skill. The instant her energy was released, she was confident that his wouldn't reach her. As such, she immediately began working on a counterattack. From what she could see, the man she was currently facing was far more skilled than the average practitioner who came from the second island. Most people thought they would be skilled enough after spending many years there, so they left for the third island before they were truly prepared. Only after fighting their first fight and losing would they realize how weak they were. By that point, it was already too late. The third island really was a place of constant competition. Kara stayed near the beginning so that she could teach these lessons to newcomers. She wasn't some kind of benevolent saint. She just wanted to make stronger people so she would have stronger opponents to face in the future. Any individual they met would likely challenge them to a duel. If those losses added up, then the situation would turn extremely dire. There were consequences to losing, just as there were benefits to winning. Kara stayed near the beginning so that she could teach these lessons to newcomers. She wasn't some kind of benevolent saint. She just wanted to make stronger people so she would have stronger opponents to face in the future. As someone near the end of the gold level, it was difficult to find people who could actually help her promote herself further. If she kept working on the shore like this, strong people would eventually appear, right? Then, she could defeat them and finally challenge an area lord for their seat. Now that she looked at him, Kara didn't think Damien needed the kind of training she was providing. Still, she wasn't remiss about fighting him. He aimed for the mind, but she was more focused on the physical body. The intent was the same. She wanted to disrupt him so that he couldn't retaliate when she really pulled out a fatal move. However, she chose the wrong opponent. Damien's eyes narrowed when he saw his attack falter. It won't be that easy, huh? When the woman said that platinum was the highest rank and then showed her gold badge, Damien already knew he was fighting an uphill battle. Nevertheless, even the beasts of Death's Hold could never directly disperse his attacks. Their strategy was to offset his energy with an even stronger concept so that it wouldn't reach them. Seeing how Kara moved definitely gave him some insight, but his strategy never changed. I have to see how effective the things I've learned until now are, even if I lose. He noticed the incoming negation, but he ignored it. Physical targeting, he didn't care if his physical body was ruined. Physical pain didn't matter to him anymore, so it didn't mean anything. Rather than attempting to mindlessly combat it, wasn't it better for him to attack? It was like two spiders weaving webs and fighting over territory. Damien weaved a web filled with mental attacks. He negated confidence. He negated spirit. He negated prowess, and he negated experience. He weaved a web that, if successful, would rid Kara of everything that made her a good fighter. At the same time, he was struck with the web she weaved. Pestilence, famine, and death became entangled in his body. Most importantly, there was a feeling as if the immortality Damien worked so hard to achieve was gone entirely. It's an illusion. No matter what she did, she couldn't negate his immortality. Perhaps she could get rid of it in a certain sense, but as long as they were in the land of nothingness, the only thing capable of granting true death was the realm itself. Damien's body took on a sickly form. His muscles drained and his bones became fragile. It looked like it took him a great deal of effort to even remain standing. However, his mind was as sharp as ever. Despite being the one attacking more, Kara was the one with gritted teeth and a serious expression. Seriously, what is this guy? How is he able to weave complex webs already? In this realm, there wasn't such a thing as someone willing to teach others. Even if they did something similar, it was only out of greed. How was Damien able to figure out how to properly wield non-existence without someone guiding him? How much did he fight on the second island? From what Kara remembered, it wasn't a place where battles were frequent. It shouldn't have allowed him to properly affect her mind. Her confidence was wavering. The experience she had built up was still at her command, but the spirit and vigor of a combatant had disappeared from her body entirely. Obviously, if Kara tried hard enough, she could bring them back. The problem was, I don't have any time. If she stopped defending, she'd be in serious trouble. She looked at the battlefield between them. In the invisible field, countless spiderwebs spread all throughout. Each strand was filled with malicious intent either left by her or her opponent. If either of them made a misstep, it would be difficult for them to recover. After all, Damien wasn't in the best state either. Kara was losing fighting ability. He was not. That was his advantage. However, Kara had not taken any real damage yet. He had. That was her advantage. He could be as battle-ready as he wanted, but unless he was able to defeat her first, he would die. It was the consequence of taking her attacks in order to counterattack. Next time, I should play defensively as well. In this battle, it was too late for something like that. Damien's eyes sharpened as he stared at her. Either I defeat her within the next minute or so, or I experience my first death in this realm. The stakes were already high, but that was the exact kind of environment where Damien thrived. He had to suppress the grin that was trying to rise on his face as he attacked again. Reflected in his eyes were the same spiderwebs that Kara saw. Only, there was a pattern in his vision that she'd failed to realize. It's not much, but it's definitely enough to be called a fatal blow. All he needed was a single opportunity, if he could create it. That then in his first few minutes on this island, he would defeat a gold-badged practitioner. Exciting, right? Chapter 1800 Third Island 3. Kara had been frequently dispersing Damien's attacks. Her unique talent to read another individual's energy and recreate its internal structure made her an obvious contender for the best in her class. If attacks couldn't reach her, then wasn't it obvious that she won every battle she partook in, especially when people were conservative with information and unfriendly? It was easy for her to catch others by surprise and defeat them before they could get an idea of what she was actually doing. Damien had a better connection to non-existence than most of those on the third island because of the events at Death's Hold. His innate perception ability was also marvelous. It was the talent that shined from when he was a teenager to now. He saw exactly how she maneuvered her energy to mimic his. In his eyes, the interaction between the two invisible forces was clear as day. It was like two sets of molecules meeting and binding. Each element found something perfect to bond to, and when they combined, they turned into the same atmosphere that populated the entirety of this realm. It was extremely difficult to pull off a stunt like that unless one had practiced for an incredible amount of time. Still, there was a flaw. Damien attacked and attacked and attacked. Kara was forced to continuously disperse his attacks while also forming her own, which allowed certain pieces of the webs to make it past her defenses. She was slowly being whittled away, but that wasn't the important part. Kara was forced to focus on her side of the battlefield. She couldn't spend too much time looking beyond at where Damien stood. That was exactly when she exposed her weakness. Being forced to use the extent of her defensive power, Kara left an opening for Damien to manipulate the battlefield to his liking. There was a pattern within his attacks. A constellation-like line in the webs that led straight to his opponent. It was a surefire killshot, and Kara had no idea that it was present at all. Ha. Damien was huffing and puffing already. I can feel my life force fading. It's troublesome. He didn't have any fear of his missing immortality. Knowing that he would live no matter what gave him the same kind of confidence as his usual immortality even if it was different. Still, Damien didn't know what happened to the people who died here. He was aware that they'd come back, but was there any negative impact? What if his journey was inhibited by a single death? He didn't want to risk it. Feeling the mortality clutching at his life, he frowned and decided to enact his hidden card as soon as possible. Damien was definitely a lot more serious than he was when the fight first started, but he wasn't the only one. Kara's gritted teeth were enough of a sign on their own even if one couldn't see the beads of sweat dripping down her face. How is he fine? What particularly set Damien apart from others and allowed him to set up so much was his ability to attack with the same ferocity even while being inflicted with every possible human sickness or injury possible at the same time. Nobody else could withstand it enough to maintain their efficacy in battle. That single fact was the main reason why Kara was able to acquire victory after victory despite being more of a defensive individual than an attacker. How much pain did Damien have to endure for him to treat his dying body as nothing but a slight hindrance? Even dying wasn't enough to create a fortitude like that. This was the one place where it was possible to say that. Every single person here had died at least a few times. Was it because Damien's soul was almost torn to shreds by the wheel of samsara, or was it because the void prepared him for this and pain was too important to Damien's journey? Sure, it had been a long time since he'd really felt it, but did that matter? The body he forged through pain that no other had experienced was aiding him even at this step. It was an unexpected variable to his opponent. The fight only lasted for 10 minutes until now, but it was more than enough time for the two to inflict serious damage on each other. Damien was heaving. His body was giving up on him too fast. However, Kara wasn't in a better state. Did I make a mistake this time? It had been decades since her last loss. Was this the day when her record was ruined? These thoughts would have never existed in her head if it weren't for Damien, but that didn't make them any less impactful. That was the problem with pessimistic thinking. If it got bad enough, it could turn anyone into a self-fulfilling prophecy. On a subconscious level, they would start to think of their pessimism as realism and fact. When that happened, everything else was a bygone conclusion. Kara's thoughts went on a downward spiral, placing her in that exact situation. Who was Damien to ignore this blessing of an opportunity? The instant he saw her eyes fall, he pushed his hand out. It was a weak motion. Damien looked like a poorly aged old man at this point, so when he pushed his frail arm into the air, it looked like a pathetic effort. Of course, that was not the case. From the tip of his finger, a drop of non-existence entered the mass of webs in front of him. It went from point to point, illuminating the stars in the constellation Damien created. Kara's eyes widened. The second she saw the light, everything changed. TCH. She tried to read the attack. Her eyes moved to the nearest light. The moment she saw it clearly, she realized that it was already too late to disperse it. Her only option was to defend with concepts the same way others did. She had to create a web just as complex as the one Damien made. However, she didn't have nearly enough time. If she had seen this trap long ago, the situation would have been very different. It was unquestionable that Damien would have been the one to lose. He was the one who created a situation where that was not the case, and he was not going to leave it to rot. The light reached Kara before she could do anything. 16 stars created a beautifully patterned constellation that ended in her head. The light shot through her skull, and Kara's eyes rolled back into her head. With a single attack, Damien destroyed her mind. When her mind could no longer bear the burden, the energy switched to her body. Kara's body began to fade. As if she was turning into ash and floating away in the wind, her skin and bones blackened and flaked off. Her eyes widened. She wasn't able to look at Damien in her current state, but she grinned. Damn, she spoke her final words. This really sucks. Kara disappeared from the world, fated to return at a later time. Damien felt a change in his body as his shield medallion changed. He looked at it and then back at where Kara once stood as he withdrew his domain. Damien felt a change in his body as his shield medallion changed. He looked at it and then back at where Kara once stood as he withdrew his domain. For some reason, he thought to himself, I feel like this isn't the last time we'll see each other. Damien had attained victory in his very first real battle in the land of nothingness, but he knew that this was only one of many. With a little more confidence in his techniques and many thoughts on how to improve, Damien left the shore for the first time. Now, he could finally see what the third island had in store for him.